Am I live already? Hey, Scorpio. Hey, Rafi. Hey, Zana. Hey, Latima. Can y'all hear me? And when I write him, he better get it on time. Hey, Regine. Can y'all hear me? Hey, Undercover Astrology. Hey, Love More. Hey, Moonlight. Hey, John. What's up? Hey, King Rick. Hey, Ariel. Oh, good. You can hear me. Good. Oh, good. I got my new laptop, y'all. So I got two laptops, so I can be pulling charts on my old laptop. And you can hear that, Leah. Hey, Connect. Hey, Divine. Hey, Music Lover. Hey, Jenny. Now you hear Beyonce. I have to play this because of my Venus in Libra. My Venus in Libra is messed up. So I could really relate to this song. Me, Myself, and I. I got a Dell. It's a Dell something. And I got a Dell Inspiron 17 3000. Thank you. And it has more memory. It has 16 gigabytes RAM. This wasn't cheap. This is like the most money I ever dropped on a laptop before. She with loose women. Okay, Callie said never go wrong. You can never go wrong with Adele. Okay, that makes me feel good. That's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. Now I'ma be my own best friend. Me, myself, and I. That's all I got in the end. This is my life story, y'all. I took a vow that from now on I'ma be my own best friend. Love me, but you don't. Day I will see it on my own. Dealing with the 3 kids in my home. See, even though I got Venus in Libra, and that's like really good for relationships, my Venus is jacked up. I only got one positive aspect, and that's really dealing with like the type of work that I do. Want me on the low. Me, myself, and I. That's all I got in the end. That's all I found out. Hey, Jason. Now on, I'm going to be my own best friend. That's my son in the 11th house. I'm going to be my own best friend. That's what I found out. And it ain't no need to cry. Took a vow that from now on, I'm going to be my own best friend. Beyonce got a Libra stellium. She's a Virgo, but she got this wicked stellium in Libra. Hey, free spirit. Thank you, Regine. Thanks for the super chat. I know I would never disappoint myself. That's one of the lessons we got to understand. We got to learn. Since it's Libra season, we might as well get into it. I just got to hear that last part when she be like, I can see the sunshine. I got me, myself, and I. That touched me deep inside. Oh, 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 oh. This is her doing that Libra shit. And I'm all cried out over men. I'm over it. I know that I would never disappoint myself. Wait a minute, who's a stud? Divine said Libras are fake as fuck. What? But I learned a lot along the way. I can see the sunshine. I got me, myself, and I. All right, let's get into it. You know, I always got to start off with a song. And the reason why I sing so much is because it's a couple of reasons. So I got Taurus on my 4th house, so it's actually spanning my whole 4th house. You know, Taurus deals with music, it deals with singing, and the 4th house, it deals with a number of things, but one of the things it does deal with is things that touch you deep inside, things that like just speak to your soul. So music is just something that's just, you know, it just touches me deep inside. So I'm always singing. I'm always listening to music. Whenever I'm working on charts, I gotta have music playing. Either that or I'll be having some documentary on or whatever in the background. But also I have my Taurus South Node in the 4th house. So again, that whole singing thing, it comes naturally to me. Maybe in one of my past lives, I was a singer. So it just, you know, music just touches me deep inside. And then there's some songs that just get me all stirred up because of the memories. Hey, Cameron. And then Venus is ruling my 4th house and it's in Libra. So that's another sign that deals with music, artistic expression. Now, part of the reason why, even though my Venus is in Libra, and that's very fit for relationships, my Venus is in the 9th house. And that's not really conducive to like a monogamous relationship. Oh yeah, I did used to do a little rapping. So I wrote some raps back in the day, and I actually can spit something now for y'all, but I might do it later. So yeah, I might do it later. But anyway, so the house placement of your Venus, since it's Libra season. Hey Siobhan, I was thinking about you the last live stream. I was like, what's up with Siobhan? But I know how Capricorn is. And because I can totally relate. That's why some of y'all, you know, I had a Real Talk Astrology. I've been missing in action for almost a damn year. But I have to get back on there. But it's not personal. I just don't like Facebook anymore. So it's a struggle to get back on there. So I am going to get back on my Real Talk Astrology group. I have been neglectful, and that's my Sun conjoined to Neptune. Like, I got it bad, y'all, like with the introversion. And like, once I get into my work, like I just be in that work mode. And then I look at Facebook been dead, Bobby. Then I look at Facebook. I'm like, that's more work. Because if I post some shit in my Real Talk Astrology group, and that's not even, you know, posting some shit on my regular timeline. If I post some shit in my Real Talk Astrology group, and then, of course, I got to come back because people going to have questions or people going to be trying to refute what I say and all this type of stuff. And I'm like, who got time for that? But I have to go back to my, I'm definitely going to make a vow this month. I'm going back to my Real Talk Astrology group, and I'm going to start posting in there again. Because it's been a long time. It's been a long, long time coming. But I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. A lot of y'all don't know about that. See, that's that, like, old gospel. No, that's not a gospel song, but that's that old soul music. Who sang that song? Well, it's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. No, Otis didn't sing that. Yeah, Caleb, Sam Cooke. It's been a long... Oh, my God. That song breaks me down. Oh, my God. Like, there's some songs that I can't listen to, like, on a regular because it's just going to break me down. Callie said, all my aunts and uncles are on Facebook, has to bounce off of Facebook. Oh, let me just give a shout out to all the Libras up in here. If you are a Libra, press 1. All my Libras up in here, press 1. Libra Suns. If you're a Libra Moon, press 2. And if you're a Libra Rising, press 3. Okay, we got Jenny. Happy birthday, Jenny. Libra Queen. Happy birthday, Oh, Bobby, I think you. Music, happy birthday. John, happy birthday. Ariel, happy birthday. King Rick. Oh, we got a lot of Libras in here. Kit Kat, what's up? What's up, Jenny? Jenny got the Libra moon. Libra moons are good people. My Pisces daughter got a Libra moon. My son got a Libra moon. So I got 2 children that got Libra moons. Yes. And Libra is one of the signs that I could get along with the easiest. And a lot of that deals with the fact that my Venus is in Libra. So I rock with Libra pretty hard. But sometimes y'all can, but we'll get into that in a minute. I'm not even going to get on the dark side just yet. Yeah, Libras pretty much are good people. I mean, you really don't have too much to say about them in terms of like, I'll just say this. Their dark side is not that dark. I mean, I'm just saying I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them, but their dark side is just not that dark. That's all I'm saying. Justin said the 2 girls I went to school with had Libra moons and they were shallow as hell. The Libra can be shallow. Hey, the Jet. I just be Googling, like I Google Libra art, and I'm very selective about the images I use. So it took me a while. I had to do a lot of scrolling. I don't just be picking the first thing available. But Libra sometimes can be like that. They can pick the first thing that's basically available, but it doesn't mean that that's what they're going to stick with. Because like I was telling one of my clients, I was like, Libra is about that sampling. So a lot of times, you know, especially with the men be doing a lot of sampling. You might think that you are like building up to a relationship with them, like a commitment, but they just sampling you. And they sampling her and her and her. And some of them are sampling him too. Oh, Bobby, I'm on my new laptop. That's why. Bobby said the audio sounds super clear tonight. Thank you. That does kind of look like me, don't it? And I do be, wait a minute, does she have braids? Because I be wearing my hair in braids sometimes like that. Oh no, her hair is out. I'm tripping. What is that hanging from? What are those, earrings? That's on some like hippie psychedelic stuff. Indecisive. But Zana, they're indecisive for a good reason. Cameron said they don't have much to say about themselves to begin with though. Yeah. Because really, Libra is, and I might be getting philosophical tonight, but Libra is like an amalgam of their experiences with everybody else. Can I get an amen? If you get what I'm saying, that's what makes up a Libra. Hey, Esperanza, how you doing? That's what makes up a Libra. They are basically an amalgam of their experiences with other people. And that's what makes them who they are. And this is no offense to Libra, but Libra is really nothing without people. Now, you will have some Libras that are loners and stuff. Like, you know, the person could have Sun square Saturn. And they can have a Libra sun, but if it's square in Saturn, they could be very much a loner, or they could just push people away because they could have this like very controlling way about them, or they could just be rather unloving. Libra Queen said, preach. You ain't lying. I've embraced my shadow side, and that's what's make us the beautiful people we are. Libra, again, very solid, like, I would say that Libra is one of the best friends that a person can have, number one. Libra will be holding your hand in the late night hour if you break up with your man or whatever like that. And Libra will help you out in a number of ways. And not in that way where, you know how Virgo is a helpful sign, right? But Libra can be just as helpful. It's just that Libra's not going to come with all that judgmental shit that Virgo's coming with and all that hemming and hawing and complaining and all this type of stuff. Because sometimes, you know, Virgo will help you out, but, you know, they'll make you feel like you're inconveniencing them at the same time. Libra usually isn't like that. John said, yeah, sometimes I get depressed when I'm alone. Jenny said, a Libra will rub your back. Happy birthday, Juan. So, Juan, you're 28. I hope you ain't trying to live off of a woman. Please tell me you're not, because them 28, sometimes y'all 28s can be like that, some of the men. You live with your woman, Juan? Well, I don't even know. What's your sexual orientation? Next said, Mercury and Libra here. I always see all sides, right? And Libra is the best listener, hands down. And did y'all know that Libra is the interviewer? Matter of fact, we should go down the list right now, all the titles that Libra has. Scorpio Forever said, right? Ooh, Virgos. Now, Virgos, they have their virtues. I ain't going, I have to keep reminding myself to stop being so hard on Virgos, because I do have some Virgo clients that are really cool, and they don't they're not tripping like a lot of other Virgos do. And again, even, when it comes to the sun, the house placement really matters, especially when it comes to Virgo, because I've seen 11th house Virgo suns. I've seen 9th house Virgo suns, except for one I can think of. There was one that was still hella neurotic, but she had a whole stellium in Virgo. But having the Virgo sun in the 9th house or the 11th house, sometimes the 12th house, it's going to mellow out all that neurotic Virgo energy. And they could be some of the cooler types of Virgos. Ariel said, I can understand that. I think it's that desire to be liked by everyone. But as I'm getting older and growing, I see and I know who I am. Had to see that everyone won't like us, and that's okay. Lilith said, I can't stand how Libras always seem to look for approval in other people. I can't stand it. I get along with everybody, ass bitch. Just screams fake to me. Well, again, Libra is the sign of the scales. So it's they want to hear everybody out. They want to give everybody a chance. And that's one thing about the scales that I always say. Don't think about the scales in terms of a noun. Think about them in terms of a verb. So balance. Don't think of balance as a noun. Think of it as a verb, because rarely are those scales in balance. And those scales are very delicate. If you've seen the actual scales, like those scales that be on a lawyer's desk, all you got to do is blow on them a little hard and they'll start moving already. So it's always this delicate balance in some area, and sometimes it's all areas of the life that Libra has to, exercise. Caleb said, balance is a concept, a scale is an object. And then, again, things can easily get out of balance. Cameron said, Libra is the sign of open enemies, though, which is something I appreciate about them. When they are iffy or apprehensive. Hell yeah. King Rick said, water signs always hating on Libra, nothing new. Ooh. Did anybody catch that? What was that called? The debate? See, I don't get into the election like that, but I did see little bits and pieces of that Trump-Biden debate. I feel like they medicated Biden. They probably gave him some Adderall because he did pretty good. Lately, when you see a lot of videos, he's all tripping over his words, saying the wrong thing, twisting shit up. Bobby, I was wondering, Bobby, because his eyes look hella dark. I was wondering, is that even the real Biden? Either that, or I feel like they had him on some Adderall or some shit to keep his ass cool. Because he did okay. I gotta give it to the old dude. Kayla said Biden is on some dementia pills. Now, with that being said, I'm not siding with either one of them. But we going to do a poll. And some of y'all might not like my answer, but we going to do a poll. Now, you have to pick one. So if you had a chance to spend, I'll say 3 hours at a restaurant with either Joe Biden or Donald Trump, which one would you pick? Now, if it's Donald Trump, pick 1. Press 1. Joe Biden, 2. Go. So 1. Bobby said Trump. Theory said 1. Jessica said 1. John said 1. Scorpio said 1. Everybody picking Trump. Damn. Free Spirit said 2. So Free Spirit, you the only one so far. Connect said 2. So Connect said Biden. Free Spirit said Biden. Now tell me why. Callie said Biden. Oh, the question is, if you had to pick one, which one would you spend 3 hours at dinner with? Trump or Biden? Right? I would be cracking up at Trump. I just couldn't be staring at him in the face because I might lose my appetite. But yeah, I think I might even have a good time just chatting it up with Trump. Jenny said Biden. And y'all can say why too. Bobby said Trump probably funny as hell, so off the wall. Kayla said Trump is entertaining. I'll give him that. Love Moore said Biden. Scorpio Forever said because Trump isn't an awkward person, he's funny. Darla said Trump is a good businessman. I want to know the tricks of the trades. Callie said, 3 hours at dinner with, then 2. Trump is wild. So you want Biden. Trump, wild. He a Gemini. He will do all the talk. Right? Trump is hella disrespectful. That makes my temper flare. Lil said I would be rolling with Trump. Music said Biden would be smelling your hair and stuff, right? Divine Thought said Trump is a Gemini communicator. Caleb said he's a natural comedian. Free Spirit said no Sag moons for me. Right? Sag moons can be wild as shit. So just combine that with that Gemini sun. Makes sense. Kit Kat said Trump would crack me up. Biden seems creepy. Biden probably couldn't even stay awake at the table. Y'all would be bored as shit. Y'all be on your phones. Just talking shit. Posting pictures of him with his head back, with his mouth wide open. Drool coming out his mouth and shit. Moonlight said Biden would tell me to bring my kids or nieces to dinner. Oh, God. Theory said no Taurus moons for me. That's right, he does have that Taurus moon. Lil said, so Trump has a Sag moon? Yup. She said, I have the same hookup. We gonna be wildin'. Siobhan said, I'm taking Trump to the strip club next to the chicken shack for the culture. Oh, he would have a good time. He would love it. John said, no Biden, he's a pervert. Bobby said, Biden owns Water Island right near Epstein Island. I heard about that. That's some crazy shit. But yeah, who can't have an interesting evening with a Gemini? And Biden's a Scorpio, right? Saying, I don't want to be sitting across from a Scorpio that I don't even know well. Because, first of all, they're going to be all trying to read you and shit. Gemini don't give a fuck. Like, they going to have fun regardless. Lil Moore said, I'm going to run up his credit card on Amazon as he sleeps. Bobby said, as a fellow Gemini moon, I could probably have fun with Trump. John said, he's a creepy Scorpio. Yeah. And why? Again, I felt like his eyes look extra dark. Like he was some type of, like, maybe that was a clone, Bobby. And I don't even like getting into the, hey, King, I don't even like getting into the clone theory, but I was wondering, like, what the hell? Because, again, he did really well, too. Theory of everything. Oh, you like to live on the edge. You said I prefer Scorpio moons. Actually, Scorpio moons could be cool as shit. I ain't gonna lie. My oldest daughter is a Scorpio moon. But damn it, when she's bad, she's bad. Lord have mercy. Burning down the house. Free Spirit said y'all heard Trump might have the ether. I won't be surprised because I saw he got transits that could deal with him getting sick right around election time. So I won't be surprised if something happens like that. But they're saying that the election might be delayed anyway because of the mail-in ballots and all that stuff. And then I don't trust this mail-in thing. They can easily tamper with that shit. And somebody was already saying that they found like a bunch of votes that had Trump like in the trash somewhere or whatever like that. But I'm thinking this is the age of this is the digital age. This is the information age. Why don't they have it where people can vote online, right? Wouldn't that be more of a foolproof system? Am I wrong about that? Am I being naive? Could there be an effective voting system where everybody could just vote from the comfort of their home online? Everybody would be assigned a serial number or something like that. Or, it would go according to your voter registration card or something. I don't even have one of those cards. I don't vote. But wouldn't it be more efficient to have it done online? But what would they say? Oh, somebody could be hacked. There you go, John. You just took the words out of my mouth. But they can mess with the paper votes. And they messed with the election before, like, what was it? When Bush won that second time? And his brother was working the polls down in Florida. Hey, ear hustler. That ear hustler, I think of like you getting turned on by somebody sticking a Q-tip in your ear. People get turned on by anything, man. Anything. Kit Kat said, I don't trust computer. Hey, Indigo. It's been a long, long time since I had you on my mind. Little darling, steer it up. Millionaire said, ear hustler, you must be from the Bay with that name. Damn, I guess that's some inside joke about the Bay. What's going on up in the Bay? Yeah, Will Smith, one of them. Will Smith, one of those, what do you call those? That's what I need. Okay. Here, speaking of Will Smith, I might as well just go down my list in terms of what Libra is in terms of titles, because one thing I forgot to put down is Libra is the spokesperson. And that's that damn Will Smith. You know how them spokespeople always come across as kind of fake, like they're cardboard cutouts? Libra is that spokesperson. They're that front person. Telling everybody that the world ain't, going to hell in a handbasket. Everything going to be all right. 'Cause every little thing gonna be all right. Rise up this morning. Smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds, each by my doorstep, singing sweet songs. That's a Libra song all day. A melody's pure and true. Sing it. This is my message to you. Okay, you said Will Smith, Mercury and Scorpio. He got secrets. Gotta calm people down, Who you talking about, Libra? Will Smith. Oh my God. He might as well just be a cardboard cutout. There's another Libra dude that might as well be a cardboard cutout. Who was I thinking about earlier? I was like, he might as well just be a cardboard cutout. Thank you, Siobhan. Doesn't he? Of course, Will Smith got secrets. T.I. one of them annoying ass Libra. Look, and we're going to get into the dark side of Libra too, because sometimes one of the dark things about Libra, y'all got to keep this in mind, because I got a perfect example. Hold on, let me pull this person up. But about T.I., see, Libra is the sign of relationships, right? And then the sun, the sun represents children, among other things. So when you're talking about a Libra sun and a father, sometimes he could be too, like the relationship between him and his daughter could be a bit too close, if you get what I'm saying. Like, he might even take that daughter on as a second wife. And I'm not talking about always, fit in the physical sense, but I'm talking about like in the emotional sense and shit. And that's what T.I. is doing with his daughter. That's why he's so concerned about keeping her pure and shit. Sometimes Libra could get too involved. And I'm wishing on the rainbows that I see. I wish on all the people who ever dream. Caleb said, T.I. is disgusting. Lisa Ray reminds me of a Scorpio or Capricorn. She seems very stern and mean at times. How you know I was thinking about Lisa Ray? Did I say Lisa Ray? Because that's who I was going to bring up. Now, she was born right at the tip top of Libra season. Hey, Tara. What's up? She was born right at the tip top of Libra season, and I don't have her birth time. Astro Theme don't have her birth time, but she definitely seems like a Libra to me. Let me just pull her chart. Because I wanted to talk about her because I was watching this little bio on her. And what she was talking about was so dark-sided Libra. And I was like, you ain't shit, Lisa Ray. I mean, I like her. Don't get me wrong. But you know me. I call a spade a spade. So if you're wrong about something, and that's where my Venus in Libra comes in. I'm like, I could like you, but if you're wrong about something, I'm going to let you know. And sometimes it might take me a while to let you know. I might get all torn up inside about it because that's how Libra could do. Like, we might know somebody's wrong. And then next thing you know, you be all torn up inside because you don't want to call them on it because you want to be nice and diplomatic and shit. But then that shit start bothering you so much you can't even sleep at night. And finally, you got to call them on that bullshit. September 23rd, 1966. She's old. It's like, that's not old. She's in her prime. No, but men would say that she hit the wall being that age. I'm like, please, she still got it going on. And the thing I like about Lisa Ray is she's like pretty. She has that real feminine look, but like she hood all day. That's what I like about her. She's from Chicago. Diamond. Can't act worth a damn, though. See, she one of them chicks that got by off of her looks. And that's another thing that I really appreciated about her in that little bio I saw. She basically kept it real. She was like, I know I look good. She was like, I know I had a nice body. So I was like, I better use what I got to get what I want. And I went to Hollywood and I said, I'm going to become a star by riding on some dicks and being in some videos. So, she started off as a video vixen. So she was very strategic, which is Libra. Oh, Maya, you could tell she's a Libra. You could definitely point out those Libras. So she was very strategic, like a lot of Libra women are, when it came to trying to make it in life. So she got her Mercury in Libra too, so that reinforces that Libra sun. Now let me tell y'all what she did. First, let me see what y'all are saying. Oh, I like that show, All of Us. That was nice. All right, Bobby said T.I. needs to back all the way up. Just another example of false patriarchy. Lovemore said, for some reason, Lisa Ray reminds me of a Scorpio. She got sun. She got South Node in Scorpio conjoining Neptune. I know somebody else with that hookup. Scorpio says she's a bitch the way she treats her sister. Yeah, she didn't even mention the brat at all. I kind of raised the eyebrow on that one, Scorpio, because she didn't mention the brat in this bio at all. Could have sworn that wasn't even her sister. Theory of they probably don't get along. Theory of everything said the brat is an Aries Sun, Capricorn Moon. Hell yeah, they don't get along. Latima said Nicki Minaj has her baby. Yeah, we're going to get into that. So she had a little Libra baby. I heard that baby was born on October 30th. Uh-oh, I'm going to have to get my charger in a minute. I could go for a snack. And let me stop because I'm trying to lose weight. I get on here and I want to start eating. All right, so let me tell you. So in this bio, and this is so dark-sided Libra. So in this bio, she was talking about that she was daddy's little girl growing up. And she was such daddy's little girl that her mom started to feel some type of way. And like she basically would always side with her father. She was always, up under her father and stuff like that. And it got so bad. Oh, I think she said her father was a big time player. So, hey, Marcus. So even though her father and mother were still married, I think like her father was seeing other women and he was basically this player, but he was also like a mover and shaker, making money and stuff. I forgot exactly what he did. Maybe he was like some entertainment lawyer or something. I don't know. Anyway, he was making moves like that. So she was daddy's little girl, all this stuff. And it got so bad between her mom and dad that mom couldn't even ask her father for money. So the mom would have to go through Lisa Ray to get money from the dad. And Lisa Ray would go to the dad and be like, come on, daddy, mama needs some money. Give up the money and stuff like that. And that was the only way they could get money was through Lisa Ray. So Lisa Ray played the second wife. So when I talk about how that Libra can be twisted like that, where the relationship with the father can be a little bit too close, if it's a good relationship, that's what I'm talking about. So they say it's a girl with the Nicki Minaj baby. Hey, Amor, how you doing? So then father dies, right? So Lisa Ray's father died. And in the hospital, like, this is when, like, I guess he was on his deathbed and he had just died. Lisa Ray's mom is there, and Lisa Ray's mom says, I bet you wish it was me that died instead of your father. And Lisa Ray says, yes, I do. I was like, that's some straight up dark-sided Libra shit, because let's not forget, Libra is the sign of the opposition. And let's not forget that Libra squares Cancer. Cancer is the mother. So she played that to the hilt, the opposition side. And I was like, wow, to tell your mother some shit like that after she just lost her husband, your father. I'm like, wow. But yeah. And she said she felt bad about it now, but I could tell she didn't really feel bad about that shit. But yeah, but again, I gave her credit for being honest about it and admitting that. Now let's see what's going on with the father. So she had Saturn conjoined to Chiron in Pisces, and that could deal with where she basically worshipped her father, especially with that South Node being in Neptune, conjoined to Neptune and Scorpio. And she did say that he had her all over the place, like taking her to casinos and bars and stuff like that. I swear she said something like that. So that lets me know that she was able to get away with murder. She got a Capricorn moon. And with my Capricorn moon, I could attest to the whole daddy's little girl thing. Because growing up, I was closer to my daddy than my mom. And that's that Capricorn moon. So sometimes it works out like that. So Lisa Ray had the Capricorn moon. It was in sextile to her Saturn. Well, I don't know if that's a real sextile in terms of orb, because I don't know what time she was born. But I'm thinking that was like that. So that Saturn in Pisces could deal with a father that spoils you. So he probably spoiled her. But it was probably on some shit where, because that could deal with a father that got secrets too. So that could deal with father going to see other women and he like, Lisa, Don't tell your mom. If you don't tell your mom, I'm going to buy you some clothes, or I'm going to give you some money, and all this type of stuff. Irrational Kiss said because she already knew Lisa loved the dad more than she needed confirmation. So Libra is also the sign of the rival. So she became her mother's rival for her father's love and affection, which is, again, some twisted shit. Awkward Letter, what's up? Awkward Letter said, Moon and Libra, mother wants you to keep up appearances, but emotionally starved you. You secretly hate her as a mom. That is not always true, Awkward Letter. So I guess you saying my 2 kids secretly hate me. My 2 kids that got the Libra moon. I have a really close relationship with both of them. Now, I'm sure they have some, they got some things about me that they don't like, but that's everybody. But it can, it could go either way. So some people that have Libra moons, their mom could be their enemy or rival. So Cameron did say open enemies, so that's true. But I've seen more often than not where Libra moons have a really good relationship with their mother, unless that moon is badly afflicted, like squaring Pluto or opposing Neptune or some crazy shit. Kit Kat said Judge Judy is a Libra. Hey, Il Nana. There, everything said, I do hate my moon and Libra mother. I can't lie. Music Lover said, yep, I don't want Libra to tell you the truth or really pick a side. Tara said, my Libra moon twins don't hate me. Right, Tara? Oh, Awkward Letter said, oops, I'm speaking from the male perspective. Got you. Tara said, we get along great. These lumberjack hipster fruits. Explain. What's this lumberjack hipster fruit? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Men with Libra moons have women trouble. Amore Ray said, I have a Libra moon. I get along really well with my mom. She is a Sagittarius, and I think that helps. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, Love More. You can't have a bad relationship with your mom if your moon's square. Marcus said, do I come across a lot of Libra moons? Well, like I said, 2 of my children are Libra moons, and then I have a few clients that have Libra moons, and I'm trying to think. I don't think I ever dealt with a man that had a Libra moon. I don't think I could deal with him. Well, because I know even my son with his Libra moon, sometimes I be wanting him to, just be on my side about shit. And if it has to do with one of his sisters, oh, no, he will not just take my side. He'll be like, but Mom, wait. Come on, Mom. You need to understand her side. I'm like, oh, that be getting me steamed. Indigo said, I have a Libra moon in the 8th house. That's my Pisces daughter. She got her Libra moon in the 8th house. Don't tip that scale. Or don't rock that boat. Rock the boat. Don't rock the boat, baby. Now, that's one song I can never get into, that Rock the Boat song. Not the Aaliyah one, that other one. Oh, so let me talk about some of Libra titles. And you can feel free to contribute. So, some of it will be good, some of it will be bad. So, Libra is the partner, of course. You could say Libra is the spouse. Libra is the agent, the intermediary, the mediator, the arbitrator, the negotiator, the attorney, the counselor, the judge, the jury, the litigator, the legislator. Who said damn? I'm like, hey, Kay, what's up? The interventionist, the artist, I have that, Bobby. The broker, the referee, the military, Justin said good, the opposition, the enemy, the rival, the chess master, because Libra is about playing chess, not checkers, the strategist, the sniper or sharpshooter, The T's. Oh, let's talk about that real quick. Let's stop right there and talk about the sniper sharpshooter and how that's Libra, and that's part of the whole military thing. So you know those elite military units like the Navy SEALs and the Green Berets and all that type of stuff. To produce one of them good soldiers like that, them crazy soldiers, it would really help that they have Libra energy in their charts. At least the sun in Libra or moon in Libra. Because guess what? That means that they can easily be led. And that also means that they can impersonate. So I'm also going to call Libra the Manchurian candidate. And Libra can blend in with the crowd and be that sniper. Or they can, be on top of the roof and just lay low and be still and really get that person within that scope. And they gotta, all of that is dealing with that balance too. And a lot of times they do have to have really good balance because they be on them crazy missions and shit. And yes, Libras are thinkers, they're strategists, they're always thinking about what the other side's gonna do. So they're very effective sharpshooters, snipers. How about Libra being the tease? So Libra could be a tease. That's one of the things I can't stand about Libra. And I'm not even a man, but that's one thing I do not like about Libra women. How a lot of times they just be teases. And when it doesn't work out, when that tease don't work out, I be like, see, that's what you get. See, even though I got my Venus in Libra, it's in the 9th house. So I've always been a sure thing. Call it what you want. But, if it looked like you was going to get lucky with me, you was getting lucky with me. And, I just was never the type to be a tease. And that's, I don't like that tease shit. Oh, let me give him a little bit of, let me just get close to him and put my booty on him, but I'm not going to give him none. First of all, I was never the type of woman that could resist anyway. Because I really look at men for one thing. Well, not one thing, but one main thing I'll say. So I kind of think like a man in a lot of ways. So I would not be tolerating that tease shit. They would find out. Sometimes I really wish I was a man, and that's the Sagittarius stuff in me. Sometimes I really wish I was a man because I don't think I know I wouldn't be a dog. But I know I would be cold on a bitch. No, let me stop. No, but I would be that type of man where you couldn't get too far with me. I would be a straight up Sagittarius man where it's like, oh yeah, I'm nice, I'm generous, I'm all that, but you ain't going to try to lock me down. And you ain't going to try to tell me how to be and all that type of stuff. I'll find out I'll let you know real quick. So a woman would be hella frustrated with me. Like she wouldn't be like, she would love me, but she would hate me at the same time. So all you lesbians out there, if y'all was thinking about like getting with me, I'm just telling you, I would frustrate the hell out of y'all. And it don't matter if you're the stud, you would end up feeling like the femme after you got done with me. They be like, damn, this bitch manlier than I am. So I already know. Text me a bit too much. Call me a bit too much. It ain't happening. So yeah, a lot of women would get their feelings hurt. Divine Thought said, does that mean you go both ways? Well, I'll say this. I don't, but I'm capable of it. Because I got Mars in Gemini. I got an 11th house stellium in Sagittarius. I got my Venus conjoined to Uranus. So I'll say this. I could go that way and not even think twice about it. And that's mainly because of my broad Sagittarius nature. And I've had all types of friends. Gay, lesbian, straight. It don't matter. Like, I'm not like judgmental like that. If you cool with me, you cool with me. So I don't think it would be too much of a stretch if I went in that direction, but I know women, and I know I couldn't deal with them like that. And that's the thing. They would hate my ass for it. Because I would let them know quick, like, you ain't doing this. First of all, you ain't doing no emotional blackmail shit on me. Second of all, you ain't going to be, being all needy and shit for my attention. Second of all, if I'm just not in the mood to be going downtown, I just ain't in the mood. Because I can't imagine me wanting to do that every night or, all the time. So that's another thing you got to take into consideration, which lets you know that, like I said, while I feel like I'm capable, I don't feel like I could really, just live that type of life. Lila said, fuck boy Rob. That's what they would be calling me. Yeah. But I'm telling you, but see, this is where I would fuck their heads up. This is why I kind of wish I was a man for one day, because it would be kind of funny to me. And I hate to say this because I'm a woman, and I know women, we hate when men play with us like this. Wait a minute. Lovelord says, so you're bisexual, but not bi-romantically. I wouldn't even say I'm bisexual. I would just say that I'm that type of person where I could see where it's like love is just love after a while. It's not right where it's like, okay, you have to be a man, that type of thing. But I don't think practically I could do it, if you get what I'm saying. But like I'm saying, I would frustrate the hell out of them because I'm hella romantic. So like even the first date, I'm going to be pulling out all stops, right? I'm going to be bringing flowers, all that type of shit, because I know what women like. I know what I like. So I would be like hella romantic, and I would be thinking of some creative dates and stuff. I would be surprising them with like some jewelry and shit like that. But then the minute they try to lock my ass down, I'd be gone. So it's like they would be so frustrated because they would know I'm a keeper, but they know that they can't keep me. You get what I'm saying? And maybe that's why I've never been married, because maybe I approach men like that too, but I don't realize it. Because I have to take responsibility for the reasons why my relationships have never worked out. And a lot of it does have to do with my 9th house Venus in Libra. I'm just not the type of person that wants to be locked down by anybody. So naturally, subconsciously, I'm going to choose partners that are going to make it so that I stay free. So again, and some women do this. Some women get so sick of men that they go the lesbian route. Again, I can't see myself doing that because I just know how I am. And number one, I don't like when people don't like me. And I know that's what would happen. I would have a whole string of bitches and they would all have something bad to say about me. And then I'd be like, there go my reputation, because women could get real vicious and shit and vindictive. Spilling all my tea and stuff. So, yeah, can't do it. And, this is another thing. So this is where I could be very sexually fluid, just in terms of like looking a beauty. Like when it comes to beauty, it don't matter if you're male or female. If you look good, you look good. So I could get turned on by both. But again, when it comes to the practical sense, I can't do it. And again, even like on the sexual thing, I don't think I could be down with that all the time. Even like either way, like her doing me, I need dick. I'm sorry. Yeah. So when it come down to it, thank you, Karen. And again, if you know astrology, I have to keep it real. I got Mars in Gemini. I got a 9th house Venus. I got a Sagittarius stellium in the 11th house. So I have to be real about like how I'm wired. And that's why, like, if you know me, you know I can talk to basically anybody. Gays love me. And it's because they're picking up on my 11th house energy. They feel, they understand that I'm that type of person where I'm cool as shit. Like, it don't matter what you are. Irrational kiss at 100 women equal 100 headaches. And I ain't even gonna lie, sometimes I be feeling sorry for men. Cause of course I got more female clients than male clients. But some of the stuff I be hearing y'all women be putting these men through, I be like, damn. I be like, I couldn't do it as a man. I be feeling sorry. I be like, shh. But if you think about it, and we're talking about Libra, this is Libra season, relationships, period, are hard. I think some of the hardest relationships are lesbian relationships. I would say that's first. And then I would say heterosexual relationships are next. And then probably gay male relationships. But the problem with gay males is you got one of the partners, they just really want sex. And then you got the other partner, they want love too. I feel like with the lesbian thing, it's more so control factors. And then with heterosexual, it's usually just the battle of the sexes. And, you know, especially nowadays with the gender roles being all screwed up. Lovemore said gay men don't stay together. But know what's crazy though? And some of my gay male clients that are in here, y'all can attest to this because you know yourself. Most of I'm going to say all of my gay male clients, they're the ones that want love. They don't just want just to get their freak on all the time. They're really looking for love. So I get the ones that, you know, they're attracting the ones that just want sex. Or, you know, they got some issues and stuff like that. They're attracting all the crazy men, the needy ones, all that stuff. But yeah, I get the gay male clients that are really looking for love. Amor said, I have got a lot of mixed signals from women. It's frustrating sometimes. I can imagine. Because it's hard enough being heterosexual. And that's what I'm saying. I got to be honest with my chart. I don't think I'm fit for any type of relationship. And you can say, if you want to make it sound glamorous, maybe because I'm built for a higher purpose. And maybe it took me a while to realize that. But back in the day, I wanted to be in a relationship just like everybody else. But it didn't work out that way. And I had to stop being so stubborn about it. Lovemore said, it's easy for women to get men. It's hard to keep a man. Yup. Especially a quality man. Bobby said, Rahbinah got too much Sag and 11th house. I really do. I really do. Because there's just some things I will not compromise on. And that's why I'm single. And at this point, I don't even think I would want a man touching me. And that's the thing. When I say that, I don't want y'all to get it twisted and think I'm going to the other side. Not at all. I think I'm really at the point in my life where I could be an old cat lady without the cats. Just the whole me, myself, and I thing. Because trust me, I done been on the whole cock carousel a few times. So I done had my fun. So it's not like I'm missing out on anything, but I realize because I know my chart. And this is why I'm real about other people when I look at their chart. I understand my weaknesses and shortcomings, and it's really in my relationship sector. So I'm not going to continue to hit my head against a brick wall, attracting these guys that are going to just play right into my chart. I got Venus opposition Chiron in Aries. You know what that means? It can mean a few things, but one of the things it means is I attract deviant men. And a couple of them were very deviant. And I'm like, I ain't trying to, especially nowadays, because people are getting even more deviant. I'm not trying to have to deal with any more surprises. I was dealing with a dude one time and he robbed my house. So when I tell you I'm done, I got 1,001 stories about these crazy dudes that I allowed to be in my life. And I'm like, no more, I'm done. Yes, Siobhan, he robbed my ass. Well, I can't prove it, but I swear it was him. I have a pretty good feeling it was him. Cameron said, but that's also hella about dealing with guys who aren't ready to be committed. Damn. Yes. Look, I've been through so much dealing with men. That's what I'm saying. I'm done. I am done. See, I could laugh about this shit now, but it wasn't funny back in the day. But I've been robbed 3 times, y'all. One time it was 2 times it was by people I knew. This other time it was by this homeless person. Wait a minute, Divine said you're reading too deep. Love karaoke. What do you mean I'm reading too deep? And that's the thing. I could still love, like I could love and like just love the whole concept of love. So no, I'm not bitter at all. Yes, 3 times. My car has been broken into like probably 2 times, maybe 3. But that was when I was like, my car got broken into when I was living in Philly. See, when you live in a city like that, you got to be ready for whatever. Especially when you in certain areas. Aquarian Essence says, Sagittarius women always have trouble with finding the right man. A lot of the men are either not to their level or standard or good actors for only so long. Yes, I've been with the actors. Lil, you said, was the dick good though? The one that robbed my apartment? Hell yeah. Oh, Divine said, not you, Rod. That was for Love More. She thought I was interested, but I'm a Gemini. Oh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Love More said, interested. I'm confused. Uh-oh. This is going to get juicy. Connect said, very similar to you, Rod. Is that my Sag Venus? Most definitely. Yeah. And that's why it's like we got to be honest with ourselves, because sometimes we'll just attract those men that, you know, they don't want to settle down, but we got to ask ourselves, is it something within ourselves that we don't really want to be kept, or we don't want to be locked down by anybody? Because I certainly don't. I don't like having an answer to anybody. And I think, like I said before, if I was in a relationship with a man, let him raise his voice to me once. We're going to have problems, because I kind of have PTSD dealing with men too. So at this point in my life, I'm not really for men that have these emotional problems, like the emotional instability and shit, and where he's projecting his issues that he has with his mama onto me. Because with Cancer on the 7th, I attract those men that got mommy issues. One of the worst things I said to a man that I was seeing, but see, it was because he brought me there. He was mixed, half black, half white, and he grew up in the foster care system. Like, these are the type of men that I attract, the foster care kids, the throwaways of society. Why am I laughing? Because it's not funny, but I'm laughing at him. I'm not laughing at children that have to go through this, because it's fucked up. And I have to admit, he had a real fucked up life, but that's no excuse to treat people like shit when you become an adult. So he used to, I know, I learned that the hard way. My mom used to try to tell me that. She used to be like, yes, those throwaways. So, yeah, my mom, and I used to think my mom was being bougie and shit. She'd be like, you really can't get with a guy that had a very different background than you. Because I didn't grow up like hood and all that type of stuff. Like, we didn't have a lot of money and stuff, but I grew up, you know, basically in a normal household, you could say. So I didn't grow up in that hood life, but it's like the hood life called me when I was like in my teenage years. And then I started dealing with hood dudes. Like my first love was a deviant, not a deviant like a, you know, pervert, but he was a delinquent. Like, I'm 14 years old going to see him at juvie. Like, that's the story of my life. Like, it tells you that right there. It started from the very beginning. Like, I attract the throwaways. I attract and he had issues with his mama, with her crazy ass nylon wig and shit. Oh my God, that bitch could yell. She used to scare me. But she was Jehovah Witness too. So I'm sorry if there's any Jehovah Witness up in here. But if you are a Jehovah Witness, I don't know why you up in here anyway. Because you know you ain't supposed to be studying no damn astrology. Do we have any Jehovah Witnesses up in here? But she was one of those crazy ass Jehovah Witnesses. But she was a bitch and mean. Have you noticed that a lot of those real religious people, like the Jehovah Witnesses stuff, they're like horrible people? Like, she was a horrible people. She couldn't drive worth shit. I remember me and my sister would clown her. Yes, she had this red nylon wig, y'all. And he would come over to my house with, like, pieces of that wig. Like, it'd be, like, strands of that damn red wig. And I'm just like, he was a Cancer. I got Cancer on my 7th. Boy, I love the shit out of that boy. Indigo said, I'm a part-time Jehovah Witness. How do you reconcile that? So the other half of the time you're studying astrology, right? I got to plug in my laptop. Hold on. Okay. Awkward Letter said Cancer men are the most abusive. But yeah, so she was a crazy ass Jehovah Witness. Her son, she had 3 sons. No, she had 4 sons. That's right. Oh, she had all boys. And you could tell because she was a tough ass, mean ass mom. And damn. I don't know if I should tell y'all this story, but this is back in the day. So does it really matter? I mean, this is like my first life. Like, I've lived like 9 lives. But, I used to be very weak-willed back in the day. Look, Bobby, like, tell us. I ain't going there. I don't know but I was young. You can't really hold it against me. But it was my Mars and Gemini doing it. I ain't even gonna lie. It connects with the ear. All right. Okay, so I'm trying to remember how this even came to be. So, okay, let's take it back to when I had a huge crush on him. Mind you, he was a Cancer, June 28th. I think he was born a year earlier than I was. And, oh my God, he reached out to me like, this was like 7 years ago, and he was such a bum. He's such a bum now. But anyway, so yeah. So I was chasing him hard for a while. And then once we finally like started dealing with each other, and I think I might have told some of this story before. So he used to fuck with me, but only after school, y'all. Like, he would literally, and I don't know if any of you other girls ever went through this, and this was in junior high. Mind you, I was a fast little girl. Like, I started becoming, I lost my virginity at 13, but that was because of my Scorpio sister. She, like, pushed me to do it. That's another story. But anyway, so by the time I'm, like, 14, I'm, like, just head over heels over this dude, this Cancer. So, again, I'm chasing him. When I knew it was fake because he ended up in my history class. I don't know why he didn't want to claim. I guess because he was busy trying to be a player, dealing with all these girls at school. Because he was kind of cute, but he was bad, man. He was bad in school. He even punched a teacher in the face one time. And he got expelled from school over it. See, I told you I was dealing with deviants from an early age, these delinquents. So anyway, this dude treated me bad. And so I remember one time, this like really, like it really basically made it really solidified in me that he was an asshole. So I remember I'm walking down the hall in school, and then he sees me coming and turns around and runs the other way. But then right after school, he would be right at my house, smashing, acting like he's in love with me and stuff, right? So this shit went on for like a few months, like him. And then I knew he was still dealing with other girls and stuff like that. So once we started to actually deal with each other, right? Like kind of like boyfriend, girlfriend. One night, for some reason, so he used to come over to my house a lot. See, I'm trying to remember. This is years ago. Because again, like I said, I was like 14, 15. So he comes over, he used to come over like all the time, almost like every day after school. You know how Cancer men are stuck on girls. So he was stuck on me. And so sometimes his brother would come over and his friends and stuff like that. So one night his brother and his friend came over, his brother and his brother's friend. They came by and they was looking for him. And I was like, he ain't here. And then they asked me to come outside. So they're all like joking around with me and stuff like that. And then they try to tell me that I'm scared to deal with a real dude, right? Mind you, this is his older brother. And his older brother was fine as shit, though. So they were both good looking. My mom, where was my mom? I think she was in the house at the time. So they're both coming at me like, oh, you ain't really about that. And you know, I'm a Sagittarius. You can't like basically say a Sagittarius can't do something or that they're scared. So he was basically saying something like, I forgot how he said it, but he said, I bet you I could take you behind the gate, or he was like in the back. And I don't know how it happened, but basically he had me up against the back gate and he was like getting it in, and it felt goddamn good. And it was like justice. Speaking of Libra, that shit was justice. So his brother, I let his brother hit it. His older brother. And of course, what did I say like a fool? I said, don't tell him. And what did he do? He went right back and told him, of course. But let me tell you, that made the Cancer dude fall in love with me even harder. I have that effect on men. Hey, Gary. Yes, I have that effect on men because I've done this a couple of times. They be on me even harder after I do some shit like that. Because it's like I whoop their ass with some shit like, oh, you think you the man? Oh, you think, I got some shit for you. So my Mars and Gemini, like I said, it took over like that. So yeah, love Mars speaking about the twins. So the twins, the older brother, don't forget the revenge story with the other dude, the Aquarius, and I was with his brother. So yeah, I've had some brothers. But again, that's my Mars and Gemini, and it's retrograde, which makes it even worse. But yeah, I was wild out. But the thing is, when I tell you I really didn't want to do it, I really didn't. I was just that damn weak-willed because he looked good. And when I felt his meat against my body, I couldn't resist. And again, like I said, it felt good because it was like paybacks. And I'm a payback bitch. So it felt so good to be able to do. It felt so empowering. I know some women might not think that being openly sexual is empowering, but I felt like it was. I was never the type of female that felt like, being sexually free was something that I couldn't do. I wanted to be just like a man. I wanted to have sex with as many good looking men as I could find. Like that. And I honestly would say that. I'd be like, I want to have sex with every guy I think look good. Like honestly. And that's how men think. Especially Libra men and Leo men, Virgos too. But yeah, I mean, it was just like, I do have Aries in my third house, Jupiter and Aries. So when I tell you I think like a man, yeah, especially, and then you got my Mars in Gemini. Gemini is another masculine sign. And I would tell my mom that because she'd be like, women can't have sex without getting emotionally caught up. And I'd be like, I can. I was like, I can have sex with a dude and not get emotionally attached. And she couldn't understand it. And I'd be like, I'm just different. I would always tell her, and I'm talking about, I would tell her this as a teenager. I'd be like, I think like a guy. Like sex was never a big deal for me. I mean, it ain't a big damn deal, but then the men will make a bigger deal out of it than you do. Once they find out, and then this is the thing, you can't be honest with men. Because when you're honest with them, they'll act like they're cool with what you're telling them. And then the minute you get into an argument with them, that's when they want to throw the shit up in your face. Oh, you whore. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. Oh, but I totally digressed because I was going to tell you what the worst thing that I said to a man. I think this is the worst thing I said. So it was one of the dark side of Virgos I was dealing with. And how did I even get off on that tangent? It was a dark side of Virgo I was dealing with. And like I said, he was mixed. And he grew up hard. He grew up with neither of his parents. But he ended up being a real asshole. So he used to say some real foul shit to me. So one day I said to him, well, I said a couple of real foul shit to him. But one of the things I said, I was like, oh, this is what I said. I said, and this, what I said was so true. I was like, I could kill you and I would get away with it because nobody in this goddamn world gives a fuck about you except for me. And I was like, not even your poor white trash bitch of a mama. So that's how my Mars and Gemini ruling the third house could get down when somebody really pushes me to the limit. And I ain't even gonna lie, I backed up after I said that shit because I was like, oh, he probably gonna try to hit me. But yeah, I had to get it out. And he knew I was telling the truth because when I tell, and this is what's so sad about the situation, because I was telling the goddamn truth because nobody gave a fuck about this dude except for me. And that is why he was so broken. I met his trashy ass mom. Did I tell y'all this story? I swear I told y'all this story where I met his trashy ass mom. I go to the house, roaches everywhere. The girl all like his sister all special, like she like a mute. She like 14 years old, but she won't talk. It's just weird ass shit going on. Roaches all over the place. And his mama gonna pull out these old ass pictures from a shoebox, roaches coming out of the damn box. And she showed me old pictures of him and stuff. And she gonna show me the picture of the dude that sexually molested him. And I didn't even know that was the dude until we left her house. And he was like, see, my mom's a fucking bitch. He was like, she was showing you pictures of that motherfucker that used to rape me. Hello. See, these are the type of men that I'm used to dealing with. But again, I'm done with it because a big part of me, I have this compassion thing. So once I get over the sex part, like once we do the do, and then you tell me your sob story, then my heart starts to bleed for you. But I realize you can't be like that. You can't help out these dudes. They're too broken. I don't know what his mother's sign was. He said she did know. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. But, there's a lot of people that grow up that way. But unfortunately, and this is where you have to be a little bougie and high sedity. This is where, Libra can be a little bougie. Because, Libra can be choicey. So this is where, unfortunately, you have to say, okay, I feel sorry that you had to go through that, but I can't be with you because you're too broken. Connect said, I know a Cancer sun, Cap Moon, that did that to her daughter. Damn. Exactly, Aquaria. I learned that the hard way. You can't date damaged men. I always would, want to help these men and feel so sorry for them and all this stuff, but then they end up resenting you because they project their bullshit that they had with their mother onto you. Cameron said, Rob, that's deep. That's why I like you, though. You always say what it is, no holds barred. Yeah, that's the only way I can be. But yeah, it's like I got battle scars dealing with men. So when people try to tell me, oh, don't say that, there's somebody out there for you. Like I said, I feel like I done lived 9 lives. And a lot of the bullshit I went through has been with men. So when I say I'm pretty much done, I'm pretty much done. And even if I were to get with a rich man, he would have some deep, dark secret that I would have to deal with on top of that. So I don't even trust getting with a rich man. because that Sun-Neptune conjunction in my chart would still play out. Oh no, awkward. That was the Aquarius. That's the one that was messing with my sister. That's the Smokey Robinson looking dude. Amor said, not everyone needs to be in a relationship, and I honestly enjoy being single. I do too. And that's another thing we got to understand. Like Amor said, not everybody is built for a relationship or even should be in a relationship. Cameron said, I feel that way too. That's so weird. I would prefer to be left alone. Maybe it's my Sun and Venus in the 12th. Hell yeah. Indigo said, I had an ex like that. He was a Cancer. He hates me to this day, even though he cheated. And you got to ask yourself, do you really want to take on somebody else's baggage? Because that's what's going to happen when you get with a lot of these broken people, whether they're men or women. You're going to have to take on their baggage. And it's like, that's one thing we have a choice over. We don't have that much free will in this lifetime. But where we do have free will is in terms of who our partners are. So why are we just signing up for this bullshit when we don't have to? We're free to go whenever we want. But we sign on to this bullshit like we have to do it because we gotta be with somebody. We gotta be in a relationship. So we gonna settle for this nutcase. Gary said, I've dealt with so many men, I'm tired. Right? It gets really tiring. And people get used to your ass quick and they start taking you for granted quick. That whole relationship thing, it's like it gives people this, this courage. This is like giving them liquid courage to like really act a fool. Because usually like when they're single, they're more in their best behavior. Like everybody, if you think about it, everybody can agree to that. When you're single, you're more so on your better behavior. When you get into a relationship, that's when you start to act up. That's when you start to get on your high horse and be like, I deserve this and I deserve that and I expect this and I expect that. And then we want to get indignant when we find out that this person is a whole separate person from us and they're not always going to do what we want. They're not our little monkeys or our little pets. King Rick said relationships get boring. They can. And I don't like the whole when things get settled into it. And then again, you become so used to me that you start doing things in front of me that I still deem to be kind of inappropriate, like farting in front of me. Because I got that Venus in Libra. So I'm not too keen on people just ripping one right in front of me. I really feel some type of way. I'm like, you could excuse yourself and go into the bathroom. And I damn sure couldn't be with a man that's leaving skid marks on the sheets, skid marks in his drawers, because I've heard about that. We've talked about that before. Thank God I've never experienced that. I've experienced the dark side of a lot of men, but I never experienced the dudes that can't wipe their ass right. I would hate to believe that there's Libra men out there that can't wipe their ass, but I'm sure there's men of every sign that just don't wipe their ass thoroughly. Like, who are these men? Actually, I know of one secondhand that's like that. I don't know him personally, but I know of him secondhand. And actually, I know of two of them secondhand through other people. So that shit's real, man. Sometimes these men be like that. Skid Mark Scully. I just don't understand it. Don't your booty be itching like throughout the day? You can't feel that something ain't clean down there? Juan Bettercourt said, take showers after defecating. Did I tell you about the Virgo rising dude that stunk up my bathroom so bad one time? Actually, he stunk up my whole apartment. I was ready to call the cops. But that's how I knew. That was all I needed to see. I was like, okay, I can accept that this relationship is over now. I mean, it was the worst smell I ever smelled. The whole damn apartment. That's another thing. I don't think I could tolerate that at my age. Mega Man said, I'm gonna be honest, I used to be like that when I was a teenager until my mom taught me. You used to have shitty drawers? Damn. That's why, like, I don't like looking at my son's underwear. Because God forbid I see some skid marks and I gotta have that conversation with him. Exactly, Indigo. That shit be all caked on, dried up. Ew. Lil Moore said, remember I was helping my sister with the laundry and her husband's drawers had skid mark? Yup. I would break up with a man over that mess, not flushing the toilet. I'm running out the door. Yes. Leaving a few logs in the toilet. And you know a man's crap is worse than a woman's. Them niggas be dropping loads. I'm cool. Clogging up the toilet and shit. My mom used to be so disgusted with my dad because my dad, he an Aquarius with a Cancer moon. He would be eating food while he taking a dump. She'd be like, he's so disgusting. Any dudes be doing that shit? Who be eating while they on the toilet? My dad be eating a honey bun while he taking a dump. Aquarius said my Sag while listening and laughing. Isn't that? Booty air all up in the food, right? Marcus said, when I used to do chores at my dad's house, when I was little, his underwear would always have skid marks, even after washing them. Lord have mercy. Mega Man said, dads be stinking the whole bathroom. It's like they drop a nuclear bomb. Tara said, my Cancer husband drink coffee on the toilet. So gross. Justin said, I can't enjoy food mixed with the smell of shit. And I remember my dad's underwear used to be tore the fuck up. Like, it would be like, he would wear the tighty. I never seen my dad wear boxer shorts. I don't even know if he ever owned a pair, but he would wear them tighty whities. But you know, after a few months, them shits no longer tight and they just like hanging off the ass, flapping in the wind, the seam coming down. He would have holes in his underwear, all types of shit. My dad was a man. I know my dad wasn't gay. He was a man. See, probably just seeing his ineptness was letting me have them low standards with men. Now, I'm not saying my he's good. I'm not saying he's bad, but some of the things, I mean, I understand why my mom filed for the divorce. I mean, I get it. I didn't understand it back then, but I get it. Because I could never be married to a dude like my dad. Jules said my dad was a wanker because his undies would be all worn from rubbing. Ew. Marcus said, yep, but I was small, so I just thought that was what all grown men's underwear looked like. Oh, so let me get back into these titles. So where did I stop off at? I'm always going on a tangent. So I think I stopped off at Libra being the tease, the traitor. So Libra is the traitor. This is why I'm saying you really can't trust them as far as you could throw them. So I'm only telling a Libra friend only so much. So when shit hits the fan, you gotta be a little careful about what you tell these Libras, because they could flip-flop on you. They could be traitors. The feminists. So Libra could be the feminists. And it makes a lot of sense because Libra is ruled by Venus, but it's a masculine sign. So these women, I can do what you can do. I can do what a man can do. Not saying that all Libra women are like that, but Libra is the sign of equality and the balance of the sexes and all that stuff. How about Libra being the metrosexual? Would y'all agree? Okay, if you could pick one sign to represent metrosexual men, and I know that term is sounding kind of archaic now, would you agree that it would be Libra that's the metrosexual? Now, I used to, one of the dark-sided Virgos I was with, he would always talk about how he's metrosexual, but he had Libra in his chart. I think he had Venus in Libra. I know he had Pluto in Libra because his Pluto was right on my Venus. No, it wasn't. His Pluto was right on my Pluto. So music is saying yes. Scorpio is saying yes. Jenny, yes. Gary, yes. Amor, I could see that. Scorpio, I would say Libra and Taurus. Bobby said maybe Aquarius too. Divine Thoughts, Virgo. Juan, yeah, more sophisticated. Caleb said metrosexual is a name for men who bathe. Yeah, I can see that. Bathe and use, they use moisturizer on their face and they get their eyebrows not arched but trimmed. And, they take extra time and care into their appearance and into their fashion choices. Let me see. Cat Williams and his perm is Virgo. But Cat Williams, he's in a class by himself. He's a little weird one. And his little voice, that soft-ass voice, and it makes sense because he's born on the 2nd of September. So already Virgo can have a very falsetto, soprano voice. And then when you add the fact that you're a 2, that's why he talks like this. Okay. See, this is why. Yeah, I mean, I can't stand that voice. Another one that talks very soft is that Kevin Hart, and he's a Cancer. I cannot stand a soft talking. Now, it's one thing if you talk with that soft voice, but you got bass in your voice. But if it's high pitch and soft, I can't take it. All right, where are we at? The sampler. So I call Libra the sampler because Libra would rather sample things before they commit to buying it. The Don Juan. So a lot of these Libra men, they swear that they're Don Juans. They swear that they're all smooth and debonair. Like they really try to play that shit. This romantic type of guy that knows women, that, he's this sophisticated, what would you call that? Aristocratic man. A man for all seasons. You know who reminds me of a Libra? Remember those commercials? What was he selling? Damn, they would say the most interesting man in the world. Pickup artist. Good, Amor. Was it Jose Cuervo? What was those commercials? And they'd be like, it was the man with the beard and he always had women all around him and he was traveling all over the world and stuff like that. And then they would be like the most interesting man in the world. What commercial was that? Was that Jose Cuervo? Yeah, he would be like, Dos Equis. That's right. It's Dos Equis. Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, he would be like, stay thirsty, my friends. He reminds me of a Libra. That whole get up, like his whole personality, all that, his persona, very Libra. Is Dos Equis, is that tequila? Yes, the charming. All right. So Libra is also the diva. So Libra can be a diva sometimes. Follower. So Libra is the follower. Oh, yeah, that Old Spice guy. He could be Libra, too. You talk about the black guy, right? Wasn't that Key from Key and Peele? I mean, wasn't that Jordan Peele in those Old Spice? Or am I getting him mixed up with another guy? Was that Jordan Peele in those commercials? Yo quiero Taco Bell. The beta male. Okay, how about this? Do y'all feel like Libra could represent the beta male? That's not the same guy, Gary? They kind of look alike. You could tell Jordan Peele, he the type that could get real fat if he's not careful. So you don't think Libra's the beta male? Well, who would be the beta male of the zodiac? Sometimes I feel like Libra could be a beta male simply so he could sashay his way up to women. But I feel like on his end, it would be like it would be an act. Because I would even venture to say you got some Libra men that will say that they're feminists. And there are men out there that will say they're feminists. But again, they just do that to be on the woman's good side. Oh, Pisces could definitely be a beta male all day. Lovemore said Libra is the beta male. Juan said Libras are pioneers. Since when? Don't get me started. See, calm yourself down. See, Libra gets a little bit too into themselves. Calm yourself down. Now, Libra is also the interloper. They'll be where they don't belong. Simply because they got to be somewhere. The doormat, of course, the show off. Especially when it comes to relationships. These people like to throw it up in your face that they're in a relationship and you're not. Have you ever felt like that around your Libra friend? Where she got to bring her man along like he's on a leash. And then it's almost like she's rubbing it up in your face that she got a man and you don't. Connects to all the Libra men I know waited for me to initiate everything. But yeah, so the do-gooder, that's where Will Smith comes in. T.I. tries to be the do-gooder too, but you know that's an act. Can you think of any female Libras that try to have that do-gooder look? Isn't what's her face a Libra? What's her name? Taylor Swift. Is she a Libra? Moonlight said, yes, my Libra friend always talk about her man or bringing him. And I'm like, I don't want what you have. See what I mean? They could be the opposition real quick. Scorpio Forever said, yes, me too. My Libra baby daddy would initiate shit. Brooke Valentine is a Libra. Oh, she was about that girl fight. Oh, Taylor Swift is a Sag? I get Libra vibes from her. Is she a Libra rising? She sure is soft looking Sag. I'm not buying it. What, she just got her son in Sag? I'm like, what kind of Sag is she? Because she don't have that look. You know how Sagittarius women got that, like, that spunky, edgy look to them? She don't have it. So she's a Libra midheaven. She's a Cancer moon. That's what it is. That's canceling out that Sagittarius energy. That's what makes her soft. Look soft. Because she looks soft to me. And most Sagittarius women, they don't have that soft look like that. So Jessica B saying Taylor is a Virgo midheaven. Libra's not hated at all. Oh yeah, Tony. 7 whole days and not a word from you. That's a crime for a Libra. 7 days, no word. 7 whole nights and I'm just about through. Can't take a walk. Let a dude do that to me. That's another thing. I guess it'll be 7 more days because I'm not contacting you. I'd be like, well, I guess he moved on, or because that's one thing about me too. once I get you, like I might chase you in the beginning, but once I got you or feel like I got you, and then you want to play these little ghosting games, or you want to drop off the face of the earth and stuff, or act like you don't know me anymore, I could play that game right back. I could be tit for tat with my Venus and Libra. So, yeah, you want to ghost me for a while? I'll ghost you right back, and you'll be like, damn, she don't miss me. And that's how they always be. Then they will be the ones that break, and then they'll be like, damn, you don't miss me. And I'd be like, I guess a little, maybe. Because again, I have a full life. I don't need to be hanging on your every word. So if you don't want to talk, I'm cool. Maybe I wanted a break from you anyway. Nurse Tara said, 3 days you're dead to me. Connect say, LOL, yep, play those games with me and I'll show you how it goes. Ghost me for a day and I'll ghost you forever, right? Siobhan said, my ex Leo did that 7-day shit. I cussed his ass out the galaxy and dumped him. Love Moore said, I'm sorry, she's a Scorpio rising, but the last time I looked at her chart, they had her as a Capricorn rising. I hate when they do that. Oh yeah, they will change it up on you. Who keeps talking about Judge Judy? Mega Man. Yeah, Judge Judy is a Libra. She one of them mean Libras. She'd be like, quiet. But she was entertaining. Oh, Neo looks such like a Libra. He acts like one with that smushed in face. Usher is a Libra. Oh, yeah, you could tell Usher's a Libra. He has that classic Libra look. The dancing, all that. Situation will arise in our lives, but you gotta be smart about it. Celebration with the guys. I sacrificed cause I knew you could not sleep without it. Meanwhile, that was my jam. Remember that? You don't have to call. I used to love the video. It's okay, girl, cause I'ma be alright tonight. Oh yeah, that was my shit. Usher's eyes are always squirted. You mean squinted? Gonna boogie tonight. Know what? And know who's in that song that looked kind of good in that video? Remember Farnsworth Bentley? Farnsworth Bentley, he's that dude where it's like, deep down inside, you know he's gay, but you would still give him some anyway because he's kind of good looking. He got a little sex appeal. So again, this is where my Mars and Gemini comes in. So I'm being more revealing about who I am. Like this is where my Mars and Gemini comes in because I got a little freaky side to me with these sexually ambiguous men. Like not in terms of where you can't tell if they're a woman or a man, but the ones where it's like, are they gay? Or are they straight? I don't know. But I'm going to do it to him because he looked good. That tight. Like, so I would get, like, back in the day, I probably would have let Farnsworth Bentley hit it, of course, with condom. And, because he had that sex appeal. And he could dance. But that's it. It would have just been one night type of thing. I'm tipsy. All that type of stuff. And it would have been for bragging rights, too. Justin, you would do Eminem? Well, Lisa Ray, she's born September 23rd. So she's right at the tip of Libra season. Astro Theme has her as a Libra. I'm riding with Libra too. But then again, she does have Mercury in Libra. So she could have her sun at the 29th degree of Virgo. And that Libra would still come out through that Mercury. Right. See, that's the thing. I would already know he's gay, but then I would act like I didn't know for sure. And then I would do it and then talk shit about him later and be like, girl, he was moaning like a girl. He was moaning like a female. Astro charts a lot of times be inaccurate. I find Astro theme to be more accurate because they'll at least tell you the source of where they got the time. You got Astro Data Bank too, but they're very limited in terms of the birth times. Yeah, I don't know how Lil Wayne got away with being a Libra as ugly as he is, because a lot of Libras look good. You know, even Will Smith, while he's not that great looking, he's very average to me, he still has those classic looks that basically are universal. Who's another one that's kind of suspect, but I would have still gave him some back in the day? I'm trying to think. Oh, know who? I ain't even gonna lie. Now, this guy is straight up gay. But when I see him, I get hella turned on. And he ain't even a celebrity. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put his picture up. I can't remember his name, though. Oh, my God. Is that his name? Because he is so fine to me. Oh, my God. What was that show called? Oh, I can't remember his name. A light-skinned dude, gay guy. He was on a reality show way back in the day. Y'all help me out. Tall, curly, blonde hair, deep voice. And I swear his name is Sean. Oh my God, what is it? I ain't even gonna lie. I've been getting into A$AP Rocky lately because I've been getting into that trap music. A$AP is kind of fine. Oh, he is a Libra. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised. He looks like one. Yeah, A$AP ain't bad looking. But he does have a very feminine look. Light skin with blonde hair. I swear his name is Sean. I'm trying to. Let me put Sean black gay hairdresser. That's not him. Damn. And I just seen him recently on YouTube because he was on a reality show. But he was, let me tell you who he was associated with. Do you all know that Jackie, what's her name? Jackie, she got with that hairdresser. And he's very feminine. Simon, is that his name? No, that ain't him. Did anybody get his name? Because I want to put his picture up. Yeah, but I can't even remember. Harry? Ellen? Michael Ealy? No. DSI said Will Smith is the quintessential Libra man. Yeah, Jack A. Harry. Okay, maybe if I pull up Jack A. Harry's ex-husband, maybe I could get closer to him. So Jack A. Harry, husband, ex-husband. Elgin, that's his name. Elgin Charles. Okay. So let me see if I can find him. Elgin Charles. And then who is he associated? Let's see. Elgin Charles Salon. Is his name Sean? Sean Elgin. Elgin Charles Salon. I'm going to say workers. Oh my God, this guy. But do y'all know who I'm talking about? Jack A's, yeah, he has the mean silk press. Yes, the ultra perm. Elgin Charles, yes. So the dude that I'm talking about works for Elgin Charles. Sean Cameron, yes! Thank you, Indigo. Oh, I have such a crush on him. I'm about to put up a picture of him. No, that's not him. I see nothing but white guys. Okay, here's one picture. It's like, he's just so pretty. And then he got that deep voice. And he got that attitude. That almost diva attitude, but not... He still got the masculine thing in it. Yeah. Hold on, I'm about to... Wait, OBS. If only for one night. That's how I be with him. I won't tell a soul. No one has to know. If you want to be totally discreet, I'll be at your side. If only for one night. I should actually pick a better picture. I'll probably get a better one. Your eyes say things I never hear from you. And my knees are shaking too. And I'm willing with... Oh, one of the things that really does it for me is his bone structure. He got good bone structure in his face. So he could be a model. So again, it's that combination of my Mars and Gemini combined with my Venus and Libra. Like, I could really appreciate a man that looks like that. You said he's beyond Metro. Well, he's openly gay. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's a gay guy that I would, if I would consider it. I'll just say that. But he's only for loving. He ain't for, he's only for, smashing. He ain't really for love. Gary said, okay, he could get right. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to show y'all another one of him. But yeah, he's my gay male crush all day. But who is this other guy? Let me put in hairdresser. Get rid of this other guy. Hairstylist. Oh, and oh my God, I would love him to do my hair. I think I might have to go to California and just have him do my hair. And I will flirt with him. I'll have him laughing. Where's he at? He used to, he's a bitch though. His attitude is just, So I definitely couldn't deal with that too much. He's one of them diva type of, but when I say diva, it's not like he's very feminine. He's feminine in some ways, but in other ways, he's very masculine. And I'm like, that's kind of sexy, that blend. That's why Mars and Gemini. Again. Okay. Can we get a birthday on him? But again, it's just the aesthetic appeal that I like about him. And then when you add in his attitude and then he could do hair, I'm like, yeah. One night, I could see myself one night if I was tipsy and kind of out of my mind. You said he has a good, strong nose. Don't tell the truth. That's what I'm talking about. You said he ugly in that pic. Well, to each his own. You said his eyebrows killer for you, Moonlight. But also, he got that deep voice, which I like too. So he got that deep voice, and then he got that little attitude. But see, I would take him down a peg or two. I'd be like, you ain't all that. I'd be like, you just a fucking a suck. That's it. And he'd be like, bitch. Hey, Adriana. You said he looks like Jada Pinkett Smith's brother. Oh, really? Yes, I love a strong nose and a deep voice. I don't see. Oh, I do kind of see Jada in him. Damn. Right? That's what I'm saying. He just rubbing his fingers all through my hair and stuff. And I'll go to him. and be like, do what you want with my hair. I'd be like, go have fun, have a ball. He do kind of look like Jada Pinkett, don't he? Okay, who's else? Oh, I didn't even finish this list yet. So we stopped at the do-gooder. We talked about Libra being the interviewer. We talked about Libra being the recruiter, the publicist. So, this is another thing I was thinking too. Let's say me and him was best friends and I had a man, I would not be bringing him around my man because I'd be like, oh, hell no, my man might decide to turn gay real quick. There is no way I bring that piece of fine butterscotch to my man. Hell no. Because next thing you know, him and my man be in bed together. Because he's that borderline. Look, I'm telling you, he will make some borderline gay men go all the way. Because you know how you got some straight men that are suspect. He's the one that if you bring on the scene, oh yeah, they might get turned out. Straight up. Because he going to be like, damn, he prettier than my girl. Divine Thought said men don't think like that. Maybe straight up heterosexual men don't. But them ones that are kind of on the borderline, they're on the razor's edge, yeah. Oh, yeah, especially if they got Mars and Gemini. And don't let this nigga be drunk, or not even drunk, tipsy. And then he started looking at him across the room like, damn, he looking kind of good. Caleb said bisexual men exist too. Yeah, and a lot of them claim that they're straight. Melanie Gemini said he ugly. Irrational Kiss said, that's my worst fear, getting my man took by my gay boyfriend or gay best friend. You know what? It happens too. Borderline. Feels like I'm going to lose my mind. You just keep on pushing my love over the borderline. I wouldn't consider him androgynous, but he definitely has some androgynous features. But you could definitely tell that's a man. And I bet you he got a nice tool too. Borderline. I could tell from that voice. Feels like I'm going to lose my mind. You just keep, trust me, a lot of so-called straight men want him to do up in the boo. Trust me, that's how, like, when I tell you them borderlines, it'd be the borderlines that want dudes like him, Sean Cameron, to go up in that. I'm in love when you are smoking that da-da-da-da-da. For real. Let me in to your ass. All right, okay. I keep getting distracted. Okay, so we talked about, how about the publicist? Libra is the publicist. Hey, Sarah, you all late to class. Libra is the publicist, the band, the harmony, the infiltrator, the aristocrat. I talked about that. The bourgeoisie, the crooner. Remember, like, what's that dude's name? Johnny Mathis. Chances are. Like the crooner type of singer. That makes me think of Libra all day. The observer. Libra's always observing people. The impersonator makes me think of Will Smith. He's always trying to impersonate this upstanding guy, but you got Mercury and Scorpio, dude. Come on now. The tennis player. Isn't Serena a Libra? She an angry Libra too. Oh, this is the good one. The loafer. Oh yeah, Donald Glover. That's my dude. He a Libra too. The loafer can be seen two ways. Oh, you could tell Donald Glover. Oh, yeah. The loafer can be seen two ways. So loafer, kind of somebody that's kind of lazy, slacks off. And Libra does have a lazy streak, them being ruled by Venus. But loafer in terms of shoes. Loafers are very Libra shoes, if you ask me, because they can look they can give you that classic look, because you could put some khakis on with a polo shirt and have some loafers, but they're comfortable at the same time. So loafers to me are very Libra. What y'all think? They're kind of Virgo too, but I feel like they're more on the Libra end than Virgo. If we're talking about shoes for women, Libra to me is the peep toe heel. And I say that because of my Venus in Libra, but it just like the peep toe heel with the strap around the ankle. That's my type of heel right there. Just give you a little tease. Like, it'll drive those foot fetish men wild if you got those peep toe shoes on. And you just your little big toe sticking out. Oh my God, they getting rock in their pants. They like, oh my God, if I could just see what's the rest of those toes looking like. But yeah, leave something to the imagination. Them peep toe heels. Divine Thought said, love pretty toes. What would be an Aquarius shoe? Platforms? Crocs? No, not Crocs. Doc Martens. Very Aquarius. I don't know if y'all know what Doc Martens are. Are they still popular? Because they was popular when I was young and I had a white pair of Doc Martens. Why Tito Jackson? Is he a Libra? Who wants to look at Tito Jackson's chart? Actually, somebody was dropping some tea on Tito. And didn't Tito's wife die or something? Wasn't she murdered? And didn't he end up marrying didn't the brothers marry each other's wives or something like that? Caleb said OnlyFans is a ripoff. Yeah, Tito got some shit with him. Maybe I should look at his chart. Oh, you already know with them ugly Capricorn shoes. You know that shoe store, Aldo? That's a Capricorn shoe store all day. You know how Aldo be having them clunky ass shoes? Journeys. Journeys is another Capricorn shoe store. Y'all know what I'm talking about with the Aldo? Them clunky ass shoes. You throw that at somebody's head, it's over. Okay, what about Timberlands? What sign rules Timberland boots? I used to have a black pair of Timberlands. See, back in the day when I was a teenager, actually, this was when I was in my late teens, early 20s. See, back in the day, you had like a lot of... You remember how Leah used to dress with the baggy jeans and all that, and the flannel shirt with the bra top, and you had a shirt open? I used to dress like that. So I used to wear Tims. I had the tan pair. I had two pairs of... No, I had one pair of the tan. I had the black pair. I think I only had two pairs. But then I started keeping the tan pair in the trunk of my car when they got kind of worn, because I was like, I might have to stomp a bitch ass one day. So I kept those Tims in my trunk for a while. You said this Virgo loves ballerina shoes. So Connect said, I love platform heel. Tims are like Aries, Sag, or Cap because they work boots, right? Leah was an Aquarius rising. She had a unique fashion sense and hairstyle. Sarah said, I like the Timberland military boots when they were cool. Oh, the ones that went high up on the leg. Those were kind of sexy when dudes would wear those. Yes, they're very Philly too. But them shoes is heavy as shit. And they make your feet hot. You said, what white men are you? Oh my God, let me show you my crush, my white man crush. I'm telling you, oh my God, I'm going to go to his restaurant one day. I absolutely am in love with this man. You want to talk about sexy as shit? Oh my God, you got me started, love more. Oh my God, let me try to find a real good picture of him. I want some of his pasta and some of that penis. Can I get a side of pasta with the penis? All right, where is it? Where is he? I'm trying to find a real good picture of him because he is just so sexy to me. Oh, and one time I talked about him being my man crush, and I made a mistake because this was on Facebook. I made a mistake, and when I put his name, it came up like it tagged him. And you know, he liked he liked my posts, and I was just all getting all moist. And I don't get moist like that just for any dude. This ain't even a good picture. I'll use this one though. Oh, I can't use this one. Hold on. Unfortunately, he's married, but he wouldn't want me anyway. He's too... And he has a restaurant. Guess where? Right around me. Scottsdale. All right, bye, Sean. I've had enough for you. See, one night was enough. Look, I'm sorry. Remember, you're gay. Don't get it twisted. This was just for one night. So we got to move on. Okay, we want to move you. Get out of here. He's like, you're such a bitch. Yes, I am. Bye. Yes. Okay. Now, we're going to do a little swirl right now. All right, where he at? Okay. How come I... Okay. Y'all ever see him? He's from the Food TV network. He's one of the judges from Chopped. Yeah, that's Scott Conant. He's has Italian restaurants. He's the real deal, real chef. Not like some of these other TV. Oh yeah. Scott Conant. Check him out. He's one of the judges. Oh, he got so much flavor too. He's one of the judges on Chopped. Y'all ever see that show Chopped? And I'm telling you, he liked my post. I can't believe I've been on for 2 hours already. Can y'all get the likes up? How many likes do we have? We only got 60 likes, but we got 99 people in here. Tell Scott to holler at me, man. Yeah, I used to love Chop. Sarah said, he's okay. You think Bobby Flay is cuter? I can't deal with Bobby Flay, but I'm going to go to his restaurant someday. I got to make sure I'm looking right, though. This is not the right time for me to be going. Simply Beautiful said, yes, 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 Rahbinah, sexy as shit, and he knows his stuff. He could chop me all night. That's what I'm saying. And his food be looking so good. All right, let's finish. So I talked about the crooner, the observer, the impersonator, the tennis player, mentioned Serena, the loafer, the poser. Again, that's like Will Smith. The artist, somebody had already mentioned that. The liberal, the justice of the peace. How about that? The person that marries you at the courthouse is called the justice of the peace. And that's so Libra. And that's all for that. Gary said, toss my salad, right? Extra croutons, whatever that means. How tall is he? I ain't even gonna lie, his head is a little big. Maybe he's an Aries rising. But I could make do with that head. Little more, I know you know what that means. Irrational said, I can't get into ginger beer, but he's cute. Oh, I love me some gingers. Oh my God. Like, what's his face? Prince Harry. I saw a picture of him today. I was like, I gotta admit, Prince Harry's kind of good looking. I see what Meghan saw in him. What's his face? Prince William, though, got nothing on Prince Harry. And it looked like Prince Harry's packing, too. You know those gingers got some black in their blood. You can't tell me they don't. Most of them gingers got, and isn't that a derogatory term? I'm sorry. A lot of redheads got full lips. There's just something about redheads that's kind of, I don't know, but I find redheads to be very beautiful people. And a lot of the women that have red hair got full lips. So explain that one. A lot of them, don't they got that rare genetic, like, don't they got that RFID shit? Or what is it called? The RF negative or something? What is that called? That gene that they have. I'm telling you, Prince Harry is kind of hot. Sarah said red pubes are hot. I don't know about all that. I don't think I ever seen any red pubes up close. I know I said RFID. But no, don't they got the RF negative thing or something? RH, that's what it is. The RH negative. Scorpio forever said, I want to date a white man, preferably Italian. Yo, speaking of that, did y'all hear about that story about that black dude that got beat up in Greece? He got beat up by a mob of Greek dudes because I think the black dude got ignorant with this Greek girl in a bar, if I'm not mistaken, and then this Greek dude, he stepped in the middle, and then they took it outside. They beat this dude to death. Irrational Kids say, yeah, and their hair is coarse like Afro texture. Yeah, a lot of them do have the coarse hair. Some of them have kinky hair. Some of the redheads. Look at Carrot Top. And what's that other one? Callie says she wants a Middle Eastern guy with hair all down his back. And then the crack of his ass. Kayla said, I'm dyeing my hair dark red. Scorpio forever said Brit men are sexy. They don't wear undies. I didn't know that. And I love when their pants hang on their waist. And you can see that sexy line between their lower chest. Wait a minute. They don't wear undies? Magdalene said Prince William astrology chart reading. Oh, I know Caleb because I used to chat with them online. Oh yeah, they working with some nice toolage or tools, I'll say. The ones I seen, ain't none of them disappointed me. I was like, wow, nice. I see why they call y'all sand niggas. Man, those were the days. Siobhan said, I just want a man. Don't say that. You got to be careful what you ask this universe for. You say that, you're going to end up with a man with a half a dick. You're going to get a full-grown man with a child-sized penis. So don't say you just want a man, period. Know what other race would you call this a race or an ethnicity? A lot of Jewish men got it going on. I ain't even gonna lie. I heard a lot of them are straight up perverts, but a lot of those Jewish men got it going on. And a lot of them look kind of like Arab men, especially them ones, those straight up Israelis. Some of them, you can't tell the difference. You can't tell if you're looking at an Israeli or a Palestinian. This is how they were able to get away with a lot of stuff. Like, they would do stuff and blame it on the Palestinians. And I'm not trying to get all political, but they would take some of their own people, some of their own Israeli soldiers, and they would portray like they were, don't get me started on Jeff Goldblum. That's another male crush I have. I love me some Jeff Goldblum. That's the type of Jew I'm talking about. You could Jew me all day. Jew me all over the house. Kick me, kike me. Let me that is a derogatory term. I'm horrible. But yeah. Jew me like this, Jew me like that. Oh, Billy Zane is Jewish? Or is he Middle Eastern? Jew me, baby. Jew me, baby. Plus, I be getting some of that good corned beef that their mamas be making. Except I would never be able to meet the mama because you know them Jewish women ain't playing that shit. Oh yeah, Jessica. So you could do a Cash App or Super Chat if you have a question. Scorpio Forever said, I don't know what he is, but he had a sexy ass look. I don't really ever hear nobody talking about, yeah, I love Jeff Goldblum. I think he's fine as hell. Going back to the days of The Fly, The Big Chill, he was in The Big Chill movie. He was really sexy in The Big Chill. Right? Is Jewish a religion or is it a race? Which one is it? I don't hear nobody talking about they want to be with a Filipino man. Anybody ever, or does anybody have a boyfriend that's Filipino? How are they? Yeah, I used to have a slight little crush on Adam Sandler back in the day, like when he was doing Billy Madison. I think that's you, Jessica. Thank you. So post your question. When he did the movies Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore, I did have a little crush on Adam Sandler. So he kind of has that look too. Love Moore said, I would love to be with a Filipino man. I heard they're kind of short. And I don't mean in height. Lil said, I love Vietnamese dudes. Scorpio Forever said, I used to have a crush on a Filipino. The Light 7 said, I used to crush on them in my teens. Sarah said, oh yeah, those matzo balls are damn good. Goldblum. I'm trying to do that Jewish accent. Goldblum and Event Horizon. Judaism is both. Judaism is a culture. Caleb J said, Jeffrey Epstein is handsome. I know I'm not supposed to say that. I ain't gonna lie. He's a decent looking man. I'll give him that. That's the most I'll say. He was a decent looking man. But he had that Aquarian smirk on his face. Who else is a Jew that look good? Isn't Robert Downey Jr. a gay? I mean a Jew. Why I say gay? Isn't he a Jew? Like, he's gotten better looking with age. Like, when he, like, the Iron Man, he's kind of sexy. I mean, you could look at somebody that's evil and still admit that they had some decent looks. Or they had, like, they was kind of had a little sex appeal. Like Ted Bundy, he's a that prolific serial killer, but he had decent looks, and that's how he was able to lure a lot of women over to his car. Cause he wasn't an ugly dude. Like, if you going to be a rapist or a serial killer, it helps to have good looks. Bill Layden, who's Bill Layden? Sarah said most evil people are hot. Know who else wasn't bad looking? Lovemore said Jeffrey Dahmer was actually handsome. He wasn't bad looking either. Know who else? That crazy ass Richard Ramirez. He was kind of sexy. The Satanist dude, the Night Stalker. he still got women trying to get at him behind bars to this day. Wait a minute, didn't he die? Yeah, Richard wasn't bad looking. That evil does a body good. Oh, wait, Jessica, did you post your question? You said the midheaven conjunction. Hold on. You said my question is, I have Mars and Venus in Cancer conjoined to my midheaven in Leo. How would that affect those planets? So they're in your ninth house, obviously, if your midheaven is in Leo. And it really depends on how close they are. Because, like, if the Venus and Mars are, like, at 28 degrees, 29 degrees Cancer, and your midheaven's at, like, 4 degrees Leo, that's going to have somewhat of an effect. Really, if it's very close, you would need to do something that's personally meaningful to you on a professional level for you to really feel fulfilled. And you might end up having to relocate in terms of a job at some point. But again, that's if those planets are actually conjoined. I don't know how far away they are, so you can tell me if you know. Adriana said Eastern European men, Russians, Ukrainians. Some of them Russians are good looking too. Are sexy, macho, but crazy as fuck, especially if they grew up during communism. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, them Russians, period, are crazy. And I wouldn't trust nobody from the Ukraine. That's just a dark area. A lot of them Eastern European countries, I just wouldn't be caught dead in. Because I keep remembering that movie Hostel. Y'all remember that movie Hostel where he went to one of them Eastern European countries and then he got caught up, him and his friend, and they was killing people for sport? That's what I think of when I think of these Eastern European. That and the scams that they be pulling and the mail order brides and all this type of stuff. But you mess with one of them Ukrainians, you're going to end up chopped up in one of them stew pots. Because back in the day, it was the Ukraine, especially if my memory serves me correctly. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. But during Stalin's rule, I think it was the Ukraine that got hit the hardest. And they got hit so bad under the communist rule that some of them became cannibals. It was a very dark time. See, they want to talk about Hitler and talk about how he was like the most evil dictator. Read up on Stalin. Joseph Stalin, this motherfucker was evil. He basically starved people to death. I mean, if you really think about it, he didn't have nothing on, like, Hitler didn't really have nothing on him. Because Hitler was an idealist. So Hitler, he was about this master race. Thank you, Melanated. You said you need some insight on the future of my finances and love life. All right, so first let's look at your finances. Oh, wow, the Russians teamed up with the Nigerian scammers. And see, Nigerian, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth just because of all the scamming. So they've done their whole country a disservice because now whenever you hear Nigerian, you think of a Nigerian scam. And if I had to go to Africa, Nigeria would be one of the last countries I go to just because of the whole scam thing. I'm going to Ghana or somewhere else. What's another? Senegal or South Africa. And I'm not too crazy about going down to South Africa, but I'd rather do that than deal with those Nigerians. And I heard they be thirsty as hell too. Let a woman from another country go there. They're going to be all trying to claw on you and stuff. Okay, so insight into your future finances and love life. So Manuel said Joseph Stalin was also a high-level Freemason. I didn't know that, but it makes sense. Okay, so Melanated, in terms of your finances, it's like you're going to have to really work hard to stay on top of your bills, to just be able to make it to the next level financially, in terms of your financial status. So if that means having to take on a part-time job in addition to the job that you already have, that's what you need to do. You're still young, so you're at a time in your life where it's not going to really hurt you to have to work extra hard just to get over a hump. Because I see where it's like you got a hump that you need to get over. And it's going to take some hard work, dedication, and discipline. And it's like, I'm also seeing with that Seven of Wands, you could look at that as, no, I said they're making it bad. First of all, you don't get what I'm saying. I said it's a shame that when I hear Nigeria, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, the first thing I think of is the scammers. You know, that's a popular theme with Nigerian culture, even if the majority of Nigerians aren't scammers. I'm saying the scammers have made it bad for Nigerians as a whole because they're so prolific. That's all I'm saying. So, yeah, don't take it personal. I'm not saying Nigeria is bad, but I'm saying it's left a bad taste in my mouth because of those scammers. And it's the same as like going to redneck country. I'm not too crazy about going to redneck country. It don't matter how many rednecks aren't racist. It's because I know that there's this theme dealing with rednecks and the racism. So I'm not trying to be nowhere where a whole bunch of rednecks are congregated. You feel me? It don't matter if a lot of them are nice and they're cool and all that stuff. It's because of the theme. It's because of the reputation. Call me prejudiced, but shoot. But same with Russia. I'm not too keen about going to Russia because there's a bunch of crazy Russians. And it's a shame that they make it bad for... I mean, nobody's going to miss me if I don't go over there. But you know what I'm saying? It's a shame that a small group of people make it bad for other people. It's a shame, but that's how it is. What's Smectica? All right, so now you said love life. So let me pull a card about your love life, melanated, because I'm not done with you. Lil said, never met a fine Nigerian man in my life. Bobby Morgan said, the Russians don't play. Sherry Love said, African students have been known to end up dead in Russia. All right, love life, melanated. For you, I give a cup of my... What song? Oh, you got the Three of Cups. So that means that you'll probably be dating more than one guy, you know, probably over the next few years. I mean, what you want me to say? You didn't hear? Oh, I said because it seems like you got a hump. Like you got to get over a hump. Oh, that's what I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm sorry, I be going on these tangents. I said it seems like with that Seven of Wands that once you take care of one financial obligation, another one's going to come up. So you might feel like it's one thing after another, which is why you're going to have to be kind of hard on yourself, or I'll say more disciplined than what you already are. Trust me, I am not all loyal to America like that, because America got a serious problem. I don't like, it's nothing to get all upset about. All countries have their issues. Are you from Nigeria? Anyway. I mean, it's the same with black people. Black people are hated all around the world, but it doesn't mean that black people are bad people. Yes, there's some horrible black people that make it bad for the rest of us. So some of what these other races say about us, when you see how certain black people act, I'm sorry. There's a lot of black people that will basically feed right into that stereotype. That's what I'm saying, Siobhan. We're all trash to a degree. We all know, us black people that got sense, we all have a tendency to cringe when there's a ghetto-ass black person acting a fool and feeding into a stereotype. I know I can cringe sometimes where I'm like, shit, great, you making us look bad. It's the same thing that I'm talking about. Black Americans are hated more than Nigerians. Let's be real. We are the most hated people on the planet, if you really think about it. And sometimes I do get a little in my feelings where it hurts a little bit, knowing that we're so hated on this earth. But I also hate how sometimes there's black people that will feed right into these horrible stereotypes. All right. So the love life, we got the Three of Cups. Do you get what I'm saying, Melanated, about your financial situation? Scorpio Forever said, I feel you. I just went out Sunday to Century City and they were all acting like the stereotypical black low budget type at this fine 5-star restaurant. Exactly. But see, Lilith, they only like black Americans because of the music, the art. But trust me, a lot of people around the world do not like black Americans just in terms of the race or whatever, because they just feel like we're just every negative stereotype that has been perpetuated. Mega Man said, let's blame the stupid movies making us look even more bad, right? So has it been confirmed, Caleb, that he has the C word, the ether? All right, so Melanated, about your love life, you got the Three of Cups. So that Three of Cups, that's like you just having a good time, but you're not really concerned about being in a commitment. And I'm looking at the next few years being like this for you. So Three of Cups is actually a good card if you're not all dead set upon being in a committed relationship, because that is not a card for a committed relationship. That's more like I'm going out with my girls and I'm gonna see who's out there, and then I might exchange numbers with a dude, and then me and him, we're gonna deal with each other for the next 6 months. We'll be going out on dates and stuff, and then it'll be over, and then you'll date somebody else. So be very what was never finished. So be very flexible and be more about friendship than about love. Lil said they about to smother Trump with a pillow and say he died of the Rona. Well, with those transits he got coming up, I wouldn't be surprised if something crazy happened. What is Men Natural saying? This person is going off. And it's like, I thought I explained myself saying that everybody has to face some type of hate. And then I'm saying black Americans are hated more than Nigerians. But I guess it's still a problem. I don't get it. But, some people are just very sensitive. So what can you do? Can't please everybody. DSIs, thank you for the super chat. You said I have 2 questions. Will I get a good return in investing in my husband? Huh? What, you sending him through med school or something? Is it a good idea for us to purchase property in New York? Oh, I like these questions. So you said, will you get a good return? Now, you said investing in your husband or investing with your husband, because that's a difference. I'm going to answer the first one while you come to me with the second one. Is it a good idea for us to purchase property in New York City? I see how you're thinking. You're probably thinking with all these rich people moving out of New York City, real estate is probably going to start going down, cost of real estate, and y'all trying to get in on the low end, like when it's low, have that investment. I did finish yours, Melanie. What else do you want me to say? It's a 1-card reading for each one. So the first one was the 7 of Wands. Second card was the 3 of Cups. Hey, Sag, how you doing? Okay, so I got the Star card, which is good. That's hopeful in terms of purchasing property. That can actually be 2 different properties that you purchase. But I would definitely, because this is also a card of forecasting. So before you make that move and make a major purchase like that, I would definitely, sit down with somebody that, maybe a financial advisor or somebody that, a real estate investor, somebody that is doing, real estate investment trust or whatever, you know what I mean, and make sure the market is ripe for that type of investment. So you said that's the 5-year plan. Okay. And then what was the first one? So I asked you, you said, will I get a good return in investing in my husband? Do you mean in your husband or with your husband? I told you about your love life, Melanie. You didn't hear me? I was going on and on about it, I feel like. But you didn't hear what I said about the 3 of Cups? I know somebody heard what I said about the 3 of Cups. Okay. So he does want to go to school. So, and your husband. Okay. I mean, do you have a choice? So, so you said, let me go back to your question. Will I get a good return in investing in my husband? What do you have? Sun in the 5th house? When you do have sun in the 5th house? But what if I tell you no? What are you going to do? Oh, yeah, sun in the 4th. If I tell you no, if I say no, are you still going to invest in him? That's what I want to know before I even pull over the cards. So you got Venus in the 5th. So that's like investing in your partner. Perfect. So if I tell you no, you won't. So what's that mean, though? What's that mean for him? Okay, you got the Knight of Cups. You say he can figure it out. Okay, with this Knight of Cups, I don't see this as being a good investment card. Well, in terms of investments, if I want to see a good return, I really don't want to see the Knight of Cups. Okay, but it all depends. What's he going to school for? Because I don't trust this Knight of Cups at all. And because Knight sounds like 9, I'm going to write it. It's Knight of Cups. I don't trust this Knight. Oh, thank you, Kate. You said, is there a message I need to hear? Anything I need to know? Thank you for your super chat. I'm going to get to you in a minute. So, Knight of Cups. So, I'm going to say invest at your own risk. Don't invest. Okay, I'll say it like this, DS. Don't invest more than what he's investing at any given point in time. So if he starts slacking off in school, that's when you need to pull back in terms of what you're doing to contribute to his academic success. That's what I'm saying. Because that Knight of Cups, you could invest in him and then he turn around and drop out, or he turn around. Dark Eclipse said don't invest at all. Right? I kind of feel you on that. I don't even know what that really means. Like, what extent are we talking about with this investment? Are you going to like finance some of his education? Is that what you're talking about? Because I'm like, he could take out some student loans. I wouldn't be investing in shit. Not at this point in my life. And what's his sign? What's his birthday? Because then I'll really be able to tell you if he's the type that's going to stick it out and make it worth your while. You said it's 3,000. Okay, that's not that big of an investment. And then I want to start bringing callers on the line. So if y'all can tell me what platform I can use, if that's the right word, what video streaming software I can use where I can start bringing callers in, because I think it would get really entertaining if people could call in and ask their questions. Dark Eclipse said you won't get anything in return. So is that just a 3,000 flat rate? Oh, you're right. I can do live via Zoom. I got to figure that out, though. Thank you, Love More. StreamYard, too. Okay. So you said, is it 3,000 per year or is it just a flat 3,000? So you say he's a Capricorn, Moon in Scorpio, Virgo rising. So he'll probably stick with it. And he's a 30. Yeah, he's about education. You said he better get an OnlyFans account. Oh, yeah, y'all marry. Oops. You should use Teams. So it's a flat 3,000. Okay. I feel like that's safe considering his sign. He's a Capricorn, Moon in Scorpio, Virgo rising. That combination usually finishes what they start. So yeah. As long as that 3,000 is not breaking your bank though, that's another issue. Is that 3,000 going to create some type of hardship for you? Because if it did, I don't know. I'd be like, you might have to pay me back. Thank you for your super chat, Adriana. You said, can I have a general reading from now till January 2021? Thank you. Okay, so I got to get to, who is that? Who did it for? Wait a minute, somebody else. Was this Kate? Kate, where are you at? So Kate said, is there a message I need to hear? Anything I need to know? Okay, we're going to pull one card. I need the universe to tell me what you need to know. Okay, I got the Two of Pentacles. So that Two of Pentacles is telling me that basically your life is going to go through ups and downs, cycles. So do you have any, is your birth number like a 10, a 28, 19, any of those variations? Or maybe your life path is one of those numbers, because I'm seeing where at some point you could be really in a down cycle. Like you could be in a down cycle right now where things really aren't turning out. Things aren't panning out in your favor. But once you do certain things, or even sometimes when it seems like you, home inspector to get certified for a new career. Okay. So it seems like, it may seem like you can't get ahead, that your luck is running out. Just when you feel like that, that's when your luck is going to turn around for the better. So don't ever get totally discouraged when things are not panning out for you. Where are you at, Kate? So I'm going to pull another card to see what else. Because I think you, well, I don't know. How much did you send me? You sent me. I know you sent me. All right, so you $5. So basically, Two of Pentacles, life is very dynamic. So you're a 24. So 24, that's actually really positive. But in the early part of your life, there could have been some instability. But the older you get, the more you're going to have a very enjoyable life. That's if. Good night, Caleb. Thanks for joining our live. Siobhan's still stuck on that 3,000. She said, is that 3,000 going to have you on OnlyFans? Right? DS, where you at? You said not really, but still, he wants to pay me back. Let him pay you back, please, because that's going to add more value to his education. And that means that he knows that now he's not just obligated to himself, he's obligated to you, because he got to pay that money back. So yeah, definitely have him pay that back with interest, maybe. No, not with interest, because this is love. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. All right, Adriana said, can I have a general reading from now till January 2021? And this year is almost over. 11/11, y'all. Now it's 11/12. I don't know why I'm saying I don't get all into that. 11/11. Oh, nice. You got the star card. So this is one of the best cards to get if we're talking about a general reading from now till the beginning of January 2021. This makes me even think that you're very hopeful about the new year. It can mean that some things can be resolved before this new year comes into play. It can also mean that you're going to be developing a new friendship with someone, maybe companionship. You might meet this person online. So Don't rule out that possibility. Have you met somebody online yet? Because that could happen within the next few months. So might want to, I don't know if you belong to any dating sites, if you're even interested in doing that. But yeah, I would keep your options open, because you might really be looking at some improvement in your life over the next few months. So you might also be taking a class as well. You might be taking a workshop, a class, because the star card can deal with education, can deal with workshops, classes, things like that. Might even be doing some things to improve upon yourself. Like you might be dropping some weight over the next few months. Let me pull another card too. So he has Saturn squaring his sun. Did he have a problem with his father? Issues with the father? Do y'all have children? Oh, you got the World card. So you could be finishing something up. You could be wrapping up, tying up loose strings, wrapping things up. So it could be that you're coming upon the end of a phase in terms of your work. So maybe by next year, you'll be entering into a new department, or just embarking upon something new. You could look at that World card as kind of like being at the end of your rope, or where it's like, what's done is done. Like there's nothing left to gain from where you're currently at. So now all there is to do is just move up from here. That can also deal with coming full circle as well. All right, Marcus. So I hope that gave you some insight, Adriana. So Marcus said, do you see me owning my own place and being fully independent within the next 3 years? Now you said owning. You didn't say renting. So you mean actually owning a house, or owning a condo, owning an apartment, owning? You really mean owning. Because you got to be specific. Do you mean owning or renting? So you said no children yet, married a year. He did. He wasn't around. He might have you wait to have children. DS. Thank you, Jessica, for the Cash App. I'll get to your question in a minute. Where you at, Marcus? Because I want to make sure you're really talking about owning instead of renting. All these people got OnlyFans accounts now. That's cheap. These celebrities, so you said both, it doesn't matter. Pick one. What was I saying? These celebrities, they're lowering their standards, like down to regular people. Remember back in the day before the internet? Well, some of you guys remember before the internet. Remember there was like this distance between celebrities and regular people? And celebrities tended to be kind of far removed from the rest of the people. Well, the internet has changed that. You're right, Bobby. These celebrities are desperate. Okay. So we're going to look at rent. Will you be able to rent your own place within the next 3 years? And be fully independent? Yeah, the YouTube stars have really gave these celebrities a run for their money. Some of these YouTube stars got more subscribers on their channels than celebrities do. Instagram got, these regular people got more followers on Instagram than these celebrities. Yeah, celebs trying to be regular now. I feel you, Siobhan. Just playing themselves. People ain't classy no more. Okay, you got the Page of Cups. Now, remember your question was fully independent. That Page of Cups is not fully independent. So, I don't see you being able to do it in 3 years. So I'm going to look and see if you could do it in 5 years. See, that makes me think of your Pisces rising, that Page of Cups. And Pisces rising, they could have a hard time being fully independent. But you know, sometimes you got to crawl before you walk. And as long as you're working towards it and you're trying, hey, if it takes you 5 years, it takes you 5 years. Now, it looks like you're going to be in a relationship. So that's probably what's going to happen. You're going to get into a relationship, and that's how you're going to gain more independence. But then you're going to be kind of dependent upon this partner. So there's a high chance you're going to actually be in a cohabitation situation when you leave home. And that can be problematic as it is. So just try not to fall into that trap of being with somebody simply because they're making life convenient for you in terms of like being able to reduce the cost of living. And now you feel trapped because you feel like you're dependent upon this person. So you could basically be jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire simply because you try to strike out on your own before you're fully ready, if you get what I'm saying. So that's why I said, like, if it's going to take 5 years, but you're still independent, but living at home still with your family, your mother, if it takes 5 years for you to be fully independent, that's what it's going to take. Like, don't try to force it before you're ready, because when you strike out on your own, you'll find out that this world is no joke. Like, you might think this world is hard just still living with your mom, but once you get into your own place and you get out and you become fully independent, it could be a situation where either you move into his place or y'all get a place together. But yeah, it'll be so easy to fall flat on your face where you have to go back home and be with your mom, especially if your mom has that revolving door policy with you, especially being a Pisces rising. So your first time out the gate may only be a trial run, and you might end up having to go back to live with your mom within a year or so, which is why I say don't force it. If you feel like you can't be fully independent before 5 years is up, then, you know, you're just going to have to buckle down and do what you got to do. But don't be dependent where you're not, you know, carrying your own weight, even though you're living with your mother, if you get what I'm saying. All right, Jessica, where are you at? I think you were next. Well, with that Page of Cups, if you're not going to be renting, you're definitely not going to be owning. If you're not in that state of where you could be fully independent. Have a good night, Sarah. And again, I keep it real, so I don't want to tell you something and you get your hopes up and then you end up having to go back home after a year. Right? Me too, Cherry Marcus. All right, where you at, Jessica B? Oh, that's a good question, Irrational. Thank you for your super chat. Aaron Taylor, you can, if you want a full reading, you could go to my website. But if you just want a super chat or a cash app reading, you can cash app me at least $5 for a 1-card reading. But here's my website. Here's my cash app. Let me see. Where are you at? Jessica B. Let me scroll back up. Oh, I'm going on 3 hours. I better get off soon. Okay, here it is. What signs are the most sexual, sexy? What signs are the smartest, dumbest? See, that's going to be kind of challenging because sexy is really up to the beholder. So what some person might find sexy, other people may not. So, like, for instance, Leo wants to be sexy, but sometimes it seems a bit too put on. Like, to me, true sexy is where you're sexy without trying to be. So for instance, Scorpio, a lot of times they just have that natural sex appeal, of course. But then you'll have others like Taurus. They can have that sexiness, and it's a very subdued sexiness. It's not blatant, but it's there. So I would include them. Virgos, they can be very sexy. Just in terms of the way they carry themselves and the way a lot of them look, the way a lot of them, dress. A lot of them dress very well. You said, what signs are the smartest, dumbest? Of course, this is going to be challenging too, because not all, you can't just generalize like that, but you'll have some signs that are better than others in terms of intellectual prowess, I would say. So Aquarius, that's the genius of the zodiac, but not all Aquarians are geniuses. You got some Aquarians that are dumb as a doorknob, and some that lack common sense altogether. So, but Virgo can be very smart. Aries can be very smart. Sagittarius can be very smart. Gemini can be very smart. A lot of times though with Gemini, they're smart in terms of book smart. Like their smarts are only coming from either that or street smarts. Gemini can be very smart when it comes to street smarts. They can be very smart when it comes to book smarts. But then when it comes to just thinking on their own and like philosophizing and stuff like that, that's where Sagittarius comes in. Dumb signs, I really don't want to say dumb because that's like really harsh. And I know if I just even mention one sign as being dumb, that I'm going to have a big backlash. But Aries, Mega Man said Aries is dumb as hell. Like you'll have different levels of dumbness. Like for instance, certain signs will just play dumb. Like Sagittarius can play dumb, but they do that to gain leverage over others, or they do that to get out of trouble or to get over on somebody. Sometimes Cancer can seem like they're dumb simply because they don't know how to think outside of their whole subjectivity, like their subjective worldview and stuff like that. So they might be very insular, very kind of narrow-minded when it comes to certain stuff. Taurus, they may not seem like the sharpest tack in the box simply because they just do things according to program and according to some prescribed plan or whatever like that. They really don't think outside the box either. They're more compliant than anything. But minding my own said Cancers are actually dumb. Wow. I'd be hard pressed to call a Capricorn dumb, but you have dumb people of every sign, and actually the majority of the world is dumb. So you could just throw in all the damn signs. Because when it really comes down to it, the majority of the world are sheep. They're easily led. It doesn't matter what the sign is. That's why you got everybody with masks on. Whether you believe that this is a serious threat or not, I don't believe people should have to be wearing some damn mask. I'm a grown ass woman, but I got to put a mask on because you tell me I have to. I'd rather take my chances and have more dignity. But that's my thing. Bobby said masks don't help. But yeah, try to tell that to the majority of people by this time. They don't get it. They don't want to get it. A lot of these people like wearing masks. I can tell. I can see it in their eyes. They love it. Hey, Jules. They love this shit. And know what I've been noticing since I've been getting into this trap music? They say mask off a lot. What does that mean? Like ASAP Rocky, like the ASAP Mob. And I'm talking about they had songs like from 2017 where they were talking about mask off or put the mask down. What's that mean? I'm like, did they know that this was coming? Was that some predictive programming? Minding my own said, I always say Cancers are not very smart because they allow their emotions to rule their decisions. Not very smart, in my opinion. See what I mean, Jessica? Yes, they got a song called Mask Off. Is that predictive programming or what? Thank you, Aaron. Aaron said, I have Lilith and Libra in my 7th house. Am I better suited as a lover or a wife? That means you can easily get with a man that has a wife already. First of all, Libra in the 7th house alone, a lot of times that person got somebody on the side, or when you met that person, they could have already been in a relationship, or, you know, they could be trying to get out of a relationship while you meet them. And then if you got Lilith up in there, that could either be that wife already or the woman on the side, because let's not forget, Lilith was supposedly Adam's first wife. So you need to look in terms of that first. And then you might find that you can't fully commit, or maybe you have challenges fully committing to one person because you got Lilith and Libra in the 7th house. But it might have to take you to go through a few relationships before you determine, I don't want to deal with nobody that's trying to lock me down. So Aaron said, I've been hit on by men who are married, including my ex-husband. Exactly. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is another thing. Sometimes I got little pet peeves dealing with astrology. I notice people are obsessed with Lilith, but they don't really be thinking about some of the more practical concerns that Lilith can represent. Like how I just told her, I was like, that Lilith in the set. See, I think some people thought I was going to say something all sexy and shit. Well, that means that you could be a burlesque dancer. I mean, actually you could with that Lilith in the 7th. But in the most practical sense, that right there can deal with, the type of men you attract are already married, or they already got somebody. So try not to make Lilith more than what she is, because I notice a lot of people, they get caught up in the mystique of Lilith, especially the sexual mystique of it, and people are just so obsessed with Lilith. They know their Lilith placement before they know where their Mars is at, and it's like, come on now. First, look at Lilith in the most practical sense. Like a practical way to look at Lilith is abortions or miscarriages. Yeah, Danny, you know I gotta be practical. So Lilith can represent abortions, miscarriages, stillbirths even, because Lilith will snatch children. Siobhan said people want to be sexy, so they chase Lilith and Scorpio energy. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then sometimes I've seen where Lilith has played out where it's represented somebody being on a sex offender list. Oh yeah. Because sometimes Lilith can deal with where you are a pariah. You are considered to be an outcast. Like you are not fit to be in society. So if you are dealing with a man and you see that he has Lilith, let me see where that could be. Let's say that Lilith is opposing his Venus. He might be a sex offender. You never know. He might got some sex offender charges. Bobby said having Lilith right on my is that sun as a Scorpio is not all about the surface, right? Sarah said Lilith ain't got nothing on me. Lilith and Libra, 4th house. Oh, your man, well, I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but I'm going to assume you're a woman. I'd be like, your man bringing that bitch up into your house, having her sleep in your bed while you're at work. Man, screw that. Now, I got Lilith and Scorpio in my 10th house, so my Lilith is pretty much channeled into my professional life, which is why, I could get quite dirty when I talk. We always get on the subject of sex somewhere down the line. So with my Lilith being in Scorpio in the 10th house, there it is. And I have had sex on the job before. So there it is right there too. And I already told you about how I am, like, when I was young, I just didn't feel like a woman should be denigrated for being sexually open. And that's very much my Lilith in the 10th house in Scorpio. Oh, yeah. Chrissy Teigen had a miscarriage. I should see if she got Lilith prominent in her chart. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Scorpio Forever said, me too. I had sex at work. Yup, that shit's fun. Gotta break up the monotony sometimes. Aaron said, I have Venus and Gemini. I'm bi. It works for me. Hell yeah. You don't have to be with somebody that's going to lock you down and prevent you from having fun. Not with that 7th house Lilith. Like I said, you're going to attract those people that are already taken anyway. That can't be my fridge. I'm in my bedroom. You must be hearing my other laptop. Or maybe it's my air conditioner. And I just got my fridge fixed because it was making this rattling noise. So the maintenance man came over. Man, he was smelling ripe. I was like, let me not talk. And I was going to mention it to my daughter, but she got that Libra moon. Sometimes I can't talk shit. That's another thing. That's that do-gooder shit. That's what I'm talking about. And me being a Capricorn moon rising, I like to talk shit about people. I'm sorry, I just do. And I'm like those 2 old men on the Muppet Show. Remember them old men? They'd be in the balcony and they was talking shit about people. One of them had a Capricorn moon. The other one had a Capricorn sun. What's their names? Somebody mentioned it last time when I was trying to figure out their names. Them old Muppet dudes. But yeah, I'm like one of them. So sometimes I might want to talk shit about somebody, but I can't because my Libra moon daughter, such as, she'll be like, that's not nice. And I'll be like, man, come on now. And I remember one time we got into it and I was just like, look, I was like, everybody talk shit about somebody. That's my thing. Yeah, those grumpy grandpas, that's me. Minding my own said I have a Capricorn moon too. Right, I like to talk shit about people because it makes life more interesting. Yeah, she is to that too, the bleeding heart Pisces. That's not right. Making me feel like the devil. But she can be hardcore too with it sometimes with the feelings. And no, it wasn't Bert and Ernie. It was, nobody can remember those guys' names. But they have weird names. Siobhan said, my daughter has that Capricorn South Node. She loves to see people humiliated. Right? We're terrible at that. And sometimes I do feel bad. Like, and I'm going to say something, and I know I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like this type of situation. It's like you see somebody that has a serious disability, right? I'm talking about one of them serious ones where they can't even walk right. And usually they're walking with somebody because they can't just take care of themselves. And then you be put in that awkward situation because you be like, okay, do I look like I look at a regular person? But if I look and they see me looking, they're going to think I'm looking at them because they got this disability. But then if they see me purposely averting my gaze, they're going to feel like I'm uncomfortable with their disability. Do you see how it can be a double-edged sword? It's like you want to look at the disabled person and really get a look at what's going on and what's the problem is. But then you don't want to look too hard because you don't want to make it seem like that's their name, Lovemore, Statler and Waldorf. But then you don't want to look too hard because it's like, okay, you don't want to make it seem like you're staring at them because of their disability. But you know how you people watch anyway? But then why, when the disabled person come by, you kind of avert your gaze because you're like, okay, I don't want him thinking that I'm looking at him because of his disability. But you was watching people anyway. But yeah, I get into that. I be torn about that. Like, do you avert your eyes or do you just look at them like you would look at anybody else? Because either way, they're going to take it personally. You can't win. Pisces Will said, I try not to look. I am Moabitess said, yep, I work in special ed with kids. I had to get my mind right fast because some of them aren't attractive physically, but really smart, right? Yeah, let's get real for a minute because that's another thing. A lot of people aren't real today. A lot of people are these like virtue signalers and they want to act like they don't have no type of prejudice or they don't feel any type of way seeing people that have certain problems and stuff. But sometimes you can't help to look. I am Moabitess said, realize how shallow we all are, thinking we better because we look normal. Exactly. But think about it. Just as you see somebody with a physical disability, you have a full body, but you got disabilities inside. You got disabilities emotionally. You got mental disabilities that people can't see on the outside. That could be worse than somebody that has serious physical disabilities, because that might be their only problems. They might be a wonderful person. But then you got somebody that has this gorgeous body, gorgeous face, but they're all fucked up on the inside. They're just as disabled as the other person. It's just that it's a mental, emotional instability or disability. And a lot of times them real good looking people do have them disabilities like that. Like we were talking about some of the evil people looking good. Love More said, I just don't like when signs, bad sides are glossed over. I feel the same about Leos, who people tend to have a favorable opinion of, but I know Leo's shadow side. Music Bell said, that explains why my Cap Rising Gemini Sun stay providing commentary if I'm next to someone that I can laugh with, right? Exactly. We got to provide that commentary. Because we are the type of people that will call it as we see it. And for a lot of people, it makes them uncomfortable, but it makes them laugh at the same time. And this is why I know my limits. This is why I know I couldn't be a teacher, because there is a part of me that could sometimes go too far with the humor, and I like to roast people and stuff. Can you imagine me in a classroom full of 6-year-olds? Some of them kids would go home crying because they would think I'm serious, but I'm just joking. And then I get in trouble with the parents. It's the same thing like what I was talking about if I was trying to be in a relationship with a woman. Some kids, they would end up, thinking that I was too harsh or whatever, simply because I'm making jokes. But, I mean, it's just crazy how many autistic children there are nowadays. And it really makes me wonder where humanity is headed. Not just with that, but just the way things are going, period. The breakdown of the family. Things have just, values are basically just gone. So many people turning narcissistic. People feeling themselves all the time. I mean, it's getting crazy. Like, where is this world really headed in terms of the state of humanity? I'm about to pull a card and see. Where is this world headed just collectively? Where is humanity headed? Because we are living in a very different time. And you know how they say that there's nothing new under the sun? Well, I don't fully believe that, because this is the first time in history that we've had access to this high level of technology. Now, you can say that, oh, yeah, there was alien races beforehand, but I don't think nobody was on the internet and YouTube and all that stuff back in the Stone Age. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. And like I was telling somebody earlier, it's kind of like we all sold our souls without realizing it. Oh, I'm a 5 joules and a 30 in terms of life path. That 30 makes me a super loner, introvert. But it's like by us agreeing, and I was calling it a contract, by us agreeing to the digital contract, it's kind of like we all sold our souls, because now we're slaves to this technology. We're slaves to the internet. Like, if the internet were to go down tomorrow and stay down, I would starve. I mean, no, I wouldn't starve, because I would have to go out and get a regular job, but look how many jobs would be lost simply because the internet is down. Even when you have to go into an office, they rely on the internet. And these powers that be, or shouldn't be, they are the gods of this new age. They are the gods of the age of Aquarius. Why? Because they have you could say they could pull the plug on the internet anytime they want. So what does that really mean? And this is what I mean. This is the first time in world history that they have us where they really want us, where they could totally control us digitally. And this is why, and some people may not believe me or agree with this, but this is the reason why they're pushing this vaccine so hard. It has nothing to do with this ether. They're pushing a vaccine because there's something in the vaccine that's going to track humans, and where we're all going to be under full surveillance at this point. And they really want to get to a point where we actually go beyond the human side and we become microchipped and we are programmed, and basically we just become their total slaves. So again, this is the first time in history that they've been able to harness this amount of power, and it's coming from Aquarius. Because it's coming, and this is part of the reason why I called it the ether. Because through the ether, or through this whole CVD virus or whatever, they're able to totally take over the world. And I have to give it to them, because I'm like, that was a genius plan. Just like how you would see it in like the He-Man cartoons and the G.I. Joe and Transformers. Think about it. There was always the evil side. Always in these cartoons. There's always the evil side that wants to take over the world, right? But in regular life, we tend to not act like this is really happening like in the cartoons. That's why they put it in the cartoons, because they want you to believe this shit is fake. We're really dealing with like this Castle Grayskull. What was Skeletor? We're dealing with people like Skeletor. What was the Decepticons? Why are you thinking see, I grew up in that age when the Transformers came out, and the enemy tribe or force of the Transformers, they were called the Decepticons. Y'all remember that shit? Some of y'all know the Transformers because they came out with the Transformers movie like 10 years ago, I think. I never saw it. But yeah. But they put this stuff in children's programming because they want you to believe that it's just entertainment. No, this is how the world really works. There's always even like remember that Inspector Gadget cartoon? There was some evil villain that was trying to take over the world. It's always, remember the show Pinky and the Brain? There's always some evil villain trying to take over the world, and that's how this world really is. So when they say certain things is happening, you got to ask yourself, is this the real story? Or what are you really trying to get at? What is your hidden agenda? And you know, in the cartoon, they'd be like, the forces of evil. And like, it look like that guy Fauci. He looks like one of them little evil cartoon characters. Love Moore said, well, everything is based off of good and bad or black and white, right? But people tend to forget that. People don't realize that we're at war right now. World War III has started, and I don't think a lot of people have realized it, because it's not a war that's dealing with weaponry in terms of tanks and bombs and guns and stuff. No, this is an information war. This is the ultimate war, because they have won over people's hearts and minds through this ether. Welcome to world. Like, y'all don't see that this country alone is at war. Y'all don't see it with you don't think, come on now, the police allowing this Black Lives Matter protest and Antifa just do whatever the hell they want, tear up cities, downtown, rich areas, and y'all don't think this shit is really like we're at war? Come on. Oh yeah, you talking about those wildfires, those weaponry, yeah. They don't call it theater for no reason. So I was supposed to pull a card to see where humanity is headed collectively. And I'm going to say in the next 10 years, because by then Pluto will be in Aquarius, which is really scary to me. Jessica said, you're scaring me. I live alone, and talking about the dark forces of the world scare me, and I can't sleep. Well, honey child, these dark forces are going to be there whether you believe it or not. But that's no reason to be afraid, because this darkness has always been here. It's just that it's increasing in it's concentrated power at this point, because now they have the power of the ether. They have the whole ether in their hands, which again is scary shit. Got the Four of Cups. This makes me think of vaccines. See what I mean? They're going to try to fill us up with these vaccines. And I heard with this, and do y'all realize, do y'all see how enthusiastic they are about these vaccines? Come on, you gotta ask yourself, what is the hidden agenda? Like they were talking, they're all so for this vaccine. But tell me, son, has the vaccine got rid of the flu? They got the flu vaccine every year, right? The vaccine still hasn't gotten rid of the flu. Every year, people got to take the flu vaccine. Why? Because they say, oh, it morphs. It mutates. I don't even believe in that. I don't believe in that shit. Now, I'm no scientist. I'm no virologist. But some of this shit, I just don't believe. I don't believe that viruses act like this, where they just mutate and all this stuff and do what the hell they want. And they're these super powerful entities that are just going to just kill off the world. No. They want to act like you don't have an immune system, number one. Now, I'm not saying that this shit ain't real. And of course, people that already have pre-existing health conditions, if they, again, let's get rid of the ether right now. Let's just talk about the flu. So if somebody that has pre-existing health conditions, if they happen to get the flu, their chances of dying are going to go through the roof. That's just how it is, because the flu basically means that your immune system is basically at a weakened state, and your body is trying to expel whatever toxins you've accumulated. And that's why you have these flu symptoms such as fever, chills. It's your body reacting to the toxins in your body. The flu itself basically is symptoms of something that has gotten into your body, but they call it a virus. But the research I've been doing is viruses. Yes, Zana, viruses are non-living, they're not even entities. Viruses are non-living substances that already exist within our bodies. And what they do is they can be triggered through the accumulation of toxins in the environment. So if you go somewhere where there's a lot of germs or whatever like that, it's going to trigger that viral response, because that's what it basically is. It's a response that when you get sick, it's a response. It's your immune system basically making you sick. That's why you feel sick, because your immune system is working overtime to get rid of whatever the hell is afflicting you. It's the same as when you have cancer, right? When you have cancer, you undergo chemotherapy, right? The chemotherapy is going to make you sick. Why? Because they're trying to get those cancers, so they're trying to annihilate those cancer cells. And in the process, they're weakening your immune system down even further, because that's what's going to happen in order for them to attack those cells. Because when you attack those cancer cells, you're attacking good cells at the same time. But sometimes that's what you got to do if you're at that extreme form of cancer, like stage 3, stage 4, if you're trying to survive. But yeah, it's the same type of thing. If you're going through some type of immune response, your body is going to react. It's the same thing as allergies. The allergies you have, it's just your immune system being overactive, hyperactive. And yes, our diet has a lot to do with it. But yeah, these people, they can't wait to stick this stuff in us. Like, they are just head over heels. Bill Gates came out again, talk about, a vaccine should be ready by January or early of next year. I heard the same thing, Jules, that it changes your DNA. You said the target of the PCR test is our own chromosome 8. Tricky, aren't they? 8 is for cancer and intelligence. Wow. Yeah, that's another thing. I keep reading that the tests be giving false positives. And if you had the common cold, like in the past few months or weeks, you could test positive for it. Nurse Tara said, I've been a nurse for 18 years and I've never got the flu off the flu shot. Minding My Own said they were working on a documentary. Bill Gates, he's all up in this because he's all for depopulation of the earth. He believes that only a certain amount of people should be living on this earth. Siobhan said Elon Musk said his family ain't taking a vaccine. What time is it? I'm going to have to get off soon. Mega Man said people are already dying mentally. Depression is at an all-time high. This is all by design. They're trying to weaken humanity in all areas. They've been doing it for years. We've been seeing it. We've just haven't been putting all the pieces together. So the GMO foods, the entertainment that has consistently become more and more lowbrow, more and more appealing to the common denominator, the violence. Oh, speaking of that, has anybody watched that Lovecraft Country? Because I was cracking up because my mom, she was raving about it at first. And then she was like, I couldn't even get through the second episode. She was like, it was too dark for me. So has anybody seen this Lovecraft Country? It's like a horror. I think it's on HBO. Is it that bad? Because my mom was acting like it was something terrible. But she was all excited about it at first. I don't have HBO, so I wouldn't know. So tell me, Love More, what's happening with the second episode? Because my mom said she couldn't even put it into words, really. But she did say something about a woman with a penis. Love More said it's not that much different than anything else. I have Hulu. I have a Hulu account. I have Stars. Because when Power was on, I had to have my Stars. I have, my daughter had Netflix, but then she lets her subscription lapse. But I don't want Netflix again because of that Cuties movie. So I don't want to watch that. I have Amazon Prime. I love Amazon Prime. I think that's it. All I know is that guy. See, this is where my superficialness comes in. My Taurus South Node with my Venus and Libra. I was about to say, I know that guy, the guy that's the main character. He ugly as shit. I don't think I could get through the first episode looking at that mug. I'm sorry. There's some faces I just can't tolerate for long. There was another face that, I'm sorry, I know this man's dead, but goddamn, that George Floyd, goddamn. Woo. That's a face that not even a mother could love. I'm like, they had to choose somebody that looked like some type of, and somebody had mentioned it, that he looked like an Easter Island statue. But I'm like, goddamn, he had to be the poster boy for police brutality and shit. Damn. But see, that's my superficial side. And I'm not afraid to say, I'm real. Some people are too ugly to be killed. Like, cause you don't even you be like, I don't need to see his face plastered up all over the place. You should have let his ass live. Then I would have even known about his ugly ass. Cause sometimes you never see an ugly person. You're like, okay, I did not know ugly could go to those depths. I did not know there was that level of ugly. You know what I'm saying? You've seen somebody like that where it's like a new form of ugly that you've seen. Where it's like extra strength ugly. But come on. And this is what I mean about being real. Because I see it all the time, but people don't want to call themselves on it. Let some pretty beauty queen type or beauty queen quality type chick die, right? Let her be murdered. And let some ugly mud duck chick be murdered too. You best believe the pretty chick is going to get more sympathy. And you know I'm telling the truth. Because guess what I read in a lot of the comments? One of the first things you'll read when some beautiful chick gets murdered. Oh my God, she was so beautiful. They do the same thing with kids. When it's a real cute kid that got killed or something. Oh my God, he was such a precious kid. But let the kid be ugly. They just be like, oh wow, that's messed up. And then they keep scrolling. I just keep it real, that's all. She was so pretty too. Like, do you really think Fantasia would have got as much outpouring of sympathy as Aaliyah if Fantasia would have died in that damn plane wreck? Let's be real now. People call Aaliyah an angel. Oh, she was so beautiful. Oh my God. Wow. That's so messed up. Let that have been, I can't even remember her name. Damn. What's her name? Or what's another one? Fantasia. That's her name. Yeah, let it have been Fantasia. They would have talked about her ass for like 2 weeks. And then everybody would have moved on with their life. Telling you, people be fake as fuck. They don't want to be real about how they really feel about things. Young Ma. What about Young Ma? Pretty people get much more love and sympathy than average. Even when it comes to guilt. Like if somebody is being suspected of a crime, the ugly person, people are going to suspect the ugly person of doing it more so than the pretty person. Siobhan said Leah wouldn't have that kind of love if she was here. People fake. They wouldn't be... Yup, you are so right. They be tearing into her. Yup. And anybody that she's currently with now. Now, Kobe, he had those classic... wait a minute. Wasn't he a Virgo? Because he did have those classic keen Virgo features, but he really wasn't nothing special either, though. You said young... Is it Young Ma or Young M.A.? I mean, she's attractive, but I don't see why girls would be flipping out over her with her cube face. She got that Nintendo GameCube face. I know her mom had to have a C-section with that squared off head. What is she, an Aries rising? Yeah, Kobe has that. Kobe had those classic Virgo keen features. That's one thing I love about Virgo, them keen features. So Young Ma is a Virgo. Is it Young Ma or Young M.A.? See, she be acting like she got that stud look, but you know that pillow be wet every night just about. You could tell she emotional as shit. Jessica B said, I saw a show where they showed two control groups of people doing the same crime and asked what their sentence should be. One criminal was ugly and one attractive. The attractive one always told lower sentence. See? It's bias. I mean, some people that want to give their kids up for adoption, they might think twice if the kid's real cute. But if that kid's ugly, shit, they probably won't have no problem signing on the dotted line. All right, Love Moore said, check your email. Hey, what happened? Did I just get off of the chat? Oh, no. Hold on. Hey, what happened? Did I just... Uh-oh. Thanks, Love More. I can't find it. Wait a minute, what happened? I went to check my email and now I don't find the stream. How do I get back? Hold on. Do I have to go live again? I'm still live. Do I just keep going back? Hold on. Wait a minute. I gotta find the chat again. $404. I should have checked my email on my other laptop. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Go forward. Because if I click on the actual live stream, you're going to hear my echo. So I have to go back. I wonder if I click go live, will it try to do a new live? I don't want it to kick me off. Oh, God. Are y'all still there? Go to the light, Carolyn. Okay, I'm back. All right, let me use my other laptop to check my email. And for some reason, my email's not updated on this one. Ain't that some shit? All right, let me try this one. That's weird. One of my outlooks is updating, but the other one isn't. Who's this Jeremy?
That's my phone.
Ew, who's this?
Also essential, but not.
He looked dusty as hell. Who is this? Oh, that's the Lovecraft Country. Is this the ugly guy I'm talking about? Oh, God. But he looks uglier on the show. And why does he look so dusty if he's making money? Ew. Okay, what's his name? Jonathan Majors. I'm about to post his picture. He's not as ugly as I thought. They must make him ugly on the show on purpose. Yeah, he don't even look like he does on the show. So they must, yeah, he's not as bad as looking as I thought. I'm sorry, Jonathan. Okay, but this is how he looks on the show, and this is what I was talking about. Like, I'm about to show y'all this. Yeah, they actually make him look worse than what he looks like. He got a nice body. All right, bye, Scott. It was nice. It was nice while you lasted. No, let's see. Remove. Remove. Okay. Lovecraft. And then I don't like all this pandering. They came out with this show. When did they come out with this show? Are they doing this because of Black Lives Matter? He got that constipated look. Now, if you look at his pictures where he's not portraying this character, he doesn't look as bad. You said his skin is nice. He got one of them throwback Negro looks. You don't have many dudes that look like him anymore. That's that. I'm going to wait till the midnight hour. The Wilson Pickett. He the Wilson Pickett Negro. I'm going to wait till the midnight hour. He that, who's making love to your old lady while you out making love? Love Moore said, I bet the dick is good. It do look like it's thick, don't it? That shit got pounds on it. It got poundage. That's the type of dick your jaws be getting tired after 60 seconds, man. You be like, I need a break. He be like, we just getting started. He does kind of look like the dude from the Green Mile. His name, why he look like a Cleophas? I was just thinking about how he sound when he get busy. Know what I always hate? Like, he the type of dude that'll grab your head and force it down on it. I don't like that shit. And he be like, yeah. Yeah. Right there. He be like, right there. Yeah. Irrational said that nose is a telltale sign of some hefty pen, right? You having nosebleeds and shit. Then Superhead said that Cool G Rap made her suck his dick until her nose was bleeding. I'm telling you, like, this picture don't do him justice. He's not ugly. But the image that I saw, it was like it wasn't even light like this where you could really see his face. It was like just a dark image of his face, and all I just saw was like kind of like his facial structure. Jules said, I want to tighten a girth or two. All right, where am I at? Okay, so what about some Libra celebrities? Oh, we wanted to talk about some current events. Did y'all know that Kris Jenner is being sued for sexual harassment? Basically, her bodyguard is saying that over the course of a few years, Kris Jenner has been sexually harassing him. And with her being a Scorpio, I don't find that too hard to believe. He got the type of dick that after you suck it, you know, the sides of your mouth be all kind of torn. And it take a few days to heal. Not like I would know anything about that. But yeah, he be tearing the sides of your mouth and shit. You go to eat something salty, you be like, damn. This thing stretched my mouth all out. Oh, his body. What, you sent it via email? I mean, I don't see any pictures. Oh, you must have just sent it. I'm impatient. Corey with them hips. Who's Corey? Corey wasn't enough for her. Who's Corey? Oh, wait a minute. Who's Corey? Is that Kris Jenner? That was Kris Jenner's ex? The type of dude you have to make pay. Why is every Libra going through a divorce? Well, during times like this, you need something stronger than Libra to keep the two of you together. Bobby said these slave narratives in the TV shows, movies. So basically, this is another slave show. Like, this is some slave shit. Wait a minute. Are you talking about Cory Booker? Kris Jenner was dating Cory Booker? No. Okay, so that's another hot topic. I don't know if I feel like going into her chart, though. Did y'all hear that Jeffree Star, YouTuber, influencer, was robbed by his boyfriend? The black dude that he was seeing, he robbed Jeffree Star. And I'm just telling Jeffree, welcome to a black man's world. No, let me stop. That's wrong. But I'm like, shit, you want to swirl? This is what you get. especially since you want to be racist. So I heard that, he is kind of racist. So that's what you get. I don't feel sorry for his ass. Who's very attractive? It probably is a stunt. Jeffrey doesn't look human. He looks like some alien creature. Siobhan said he didn't rob him. He came to collect the money he owed him. Jeffree Star, that's a man. But he likes to wear makeup and stuff. And like these wigs and shit. Lovemore said the so-called boyfriend came out and said he and Jeffrey never had a sexual relationship. I doubt that. Jeffrey was getting something out of the deal, I'm sure. But Jeffrey, he is scary looking. He looks like death. He got butt implants? I gotta see this shit. Hold on. Jeffrey got butt implants? Oh, let me check out this body. Body up, body up, body yaddy 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 ya. Ba 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 ba. Ooh, I wasn't expecting to see that booty. Ooh. So this is what you be seeing on this Lovecraft Country? So they said, okay, his face might be hit, but that booty, though, that's kind of nice. It's a little bit too long for my taste, though. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Body up, body up. Okay. That butt look like it's a little loose. Look a little loosey-goosey. I don't know about all that. You know, when he start walking, like jiggle a little bit, I'd rather have a man that has like a tighter ass. I'm seeing where it kind of jiggle a little bit. And that might be from a little bit too much backdoor action. I mean, his ass kind of had a slight feminine quality to it because it was a little bit too long. You get what I'm saying? Oh, what am I supposed to be looking for? Who was I supposed... Oh, Jeffree Star's fake butt. Okay. Butt implants. Okay, I'm gonna put a picture. Ew! Ew! I see the naked booty. Oh, I hope I can put this up here without getting a strike. Hold on, Jeffrey. Oh, that's sad. He does not need to be acting all egotistical with that booty. Where is it at? Where's the one that I saw? Of course, it's not coming up on this one. Oh, here it is. Oh, God. That one dude got a nice package, though. Of course, I can't save this. It's a WEBT file. Let me see. Jeffrey looked like one of those demons that came out from the fourth dimension when Saturn was in Scorpio. Oh, look at him without makeup. Oh, I see why he wears makeup. Look, wait till I show y'all this. Oh my God, talk about severe. See, Jeffrey think he's mean. Oh, he hasn't met the right one. Because I would just tear all into his self-esteem. Whatever's left of it. And you could tell he's a mean person. Like, he's not a nice person. Okay, where is he at? Oh, here he is. Now he looked like he belonged in a trailer park somewhere. Don't it look like he live in Oklahoma without the makeup? Looking like Arlo from Oklahoma and shit. Jessica B said he kind of looks like the rapper Bones. Bones is right. He looked like his name is Arlo from Oklahoma, living in a double wide trailer, talking about, Mama, I'm going to be famous one day. You just wait. You just wait, Mama. And I'm going to buy you a triple wide trailer, Mama. She like, you dumbass, they don't make those yet. Well, you just wait and see, Mama. That's probably who Jeffrey really is. He probably from some backwater redneck town, just masquerading, acting like he really some like talented makeup artist and shit. Got everybody fooled. Eating raccoon for dinner and shit. He the one in school all the kids knew had the hair lights. Kritika said he has a dark past. Hey, Kritika. Did he get his lips done? Are those his real lips? He was the #1 user on MySpace. Damn, he goes back to MySpace? He said his childhood was not good. He has it rough. So he must have grew up kind of like, so was he poor growing up like that? Because when he doesn't have the makeup on, that poorness, it shines through. You could tell. So what that tells me is he's still a poor little boy from bumfuck Oklahoma or wherever the fuck he's from. And he's trying to be something he's not. You know he grew up eating squirrel and all types of shit. Squirrel, possum, raccoon, armadillo and shit. That's a shame. He trying to just erase his past. You know, if YouTube wasn't around, he'd be a Walmart greeter. Now, you know I'm telling the truth. He'd be like, welcome to Walmart. Have a nice day. Mask are required, sir, ma'am, sir. And then he's stealing makeup out of the Walmart because he got the keys to the Walmart cabin. You know how they lock shit up now at Walmart and shit, but he got the keys. So, you know, he going home with makeup every night. See, if we lived in an alternate universe where YouTube didn't exist, you have a lot of these motherfuckers, they wouldn't be worth a damn. And Jeffrey, you be one of them. So you just happen to be born during a time where YouTube was available to you so you could be something that you're not. But I see right through you. And one thing about Scorpio can be fraud straight up. Now, my thing is, Jeffrey, why don't you have some rich billionaire white man taking care of you? Obviously, you don't got no game. Obviously. So you're going to get with some dusty ass black dude, and they're going to wonder why he robbed your ass. Oh, irrational. I'm sorry. What's your question? He's probably jealous of black women because he wish he had that. He wish he had that flavor that black women have. So you think you're going to get with a black man and get some of what we got? I don't think so. You said it's not fraud, it's reinvention. My bad, I forgot they do be reinventing themselves. Oh, where you at, irrational? You know his mama like 450 pounds and shit. She was trying to get on 600-pound life, but you know, they was like, okay, you ain't fat enough. But yeah, you already know he got that type of life. Don't know who his daddy is. Where you at, irrational? You said, oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. And I wanted to get to your question so bad. Totally forgot. Probably was his pet roach growing up. Got a tattoo of roach on his neck. He reminded me of this boy I used to go to school with. His name was Larry. He was the dirtiest kid in the class. And there was a part of me that felt sorry for him, but then he had such a nasty attitude. But you can't really fault those kids that grow up real poor like that. Like Larry, he had his... When I tell you this boy was so dirty, he actually has sores on his skin. And I see Jeffrey probably growing up like that. Like sometimes when you don't wash up a kid and you just have them dirty, their skin will start breaking down straight up. All right, let me focus on this question real quick before I get all into this. So you said, will you have biological children? Some of them Valley kids be poor too. I think they got a trailer parks in the Valley. I got the Hierophant. I'll say this, irrational. It looks like you won't be able to have biological kids without some type of medical intervention. So that could be in vitro fertilization. Now, I don't know if you know that there's something already, if you already have an issue with your reproductive system, maybe you don't. But the Hierophant can mean that there's going to be some need to intercede on your behalf for you to be able to carry a baby or to be able to even get pregnant. And sometimes that can be an uphill battle. You have couples that get on like the fertility treatments and stuff, and they have to go through several rounds before they can even end up being successful with a pregnancy. So that Hierophant is not really a good sign in terms of biological children, unfortunately. But my attitude about children, I'm like, you might be saving yourself a lot of trouble by not having children. Because I feel like children are basically a trap. And they're a way to activate karmic debt that we really don't have to pay back. That's another way. Remember how I was saying with Libra, I was like, at least we have free will in terms of like, nobody's forcing us to be in a relationship with somebody. So we can always walk away, or we can always choose not to go down that road and save ourselves a lot of time and trouble. It's the same with having children. We have free will in that case. And it's funny because I call the free will house the fifth house. That's the free will house. And that's also the house where you have children. It's also the house where you date, showing your lover who you are attracted to in terms of dating, or who you could attract. It's all part of the same energy. So when you have children, like having children, that's up to your free will. But the minute you decide to have children, that free will goes away. Like, you don't have much free will, because it's like once you roll those dice, meaning conception happens, you end up getting pregnant, you have the child, you never know how that child's going to come out. It don't matter what good intentions you have, all that type of stuff. Some people have children that absolutely hate their guts, and the parents could have did everything right. Or sometimes you could have a child that doesn't come out right mentally or psychologically or physically or something like that. So people don't realize, like, the big risks they're taking. And the fifth house deals with risk along with children. The big risk you're taking by having a child. I know I got to get a new photo, because this is the big risk people are taking by having children. You never know what you can get. So I always try to advise my younger clients to really think long and hard before taking that step. I know I didn't think long and hard before having children. And the stuff that I had to go through, I wouldn't wish that on a lot of people. So having children is no joke. And it doesn't end at age 18. It just continues and continues and it continues. Like, even though my youngest is 17, he'll be 18. And my two oldest daughters, they're in their 20s. I worry about them all the time. That shit alone is a bitch. Having to worry about your children. Like, my daughter was telling me, oh yeah, this weekend I'm thinking about going to, we're traveling up north and we're going to go have this party and, we're going to be drinking and stuff. And the first thing is I go into immediate mom mode, because when you hear me now, I'm not really in my mom mode. But then when my daughter tells me some shit like that, I go immediately into mom mode. And I'm like, well, I even told her I was like, I got to be the mom here. I was like, if the driver is drunk or whatever, I was like, you better take an Uber. Cause that's the first thing I'm thinking of. When you got young adult children, you start to worry even more, because you want to make sure they make good decisions, because, and you can't be riding them all the time. You got to let them be adults and shit. But yeah, the shit never ends. Even when they're 26, 27, 28, you still worry about their asses. And that shit ain't fun. God forbid, something happens to your child at a time, in your life where these things shouldn't happen, but they could always happen. That's one of the most painful things a parent can go through. So that's why I say, for all of y'all that don't have children yet, think long and hard. Also think about this world that you're bringing these children into. Because after all, they're not asking to come here. You're forcing them to come here. If you think about it like that, let's put it like that. Everybody that's on this earth right now, you were forced to come here through your parents. They forced you into this life. So you got to look at it the same way. You're going to be forcing a human being to come into this world, whether they want it or not. And of course, they're going to have problems, because they're going to be born with a natal chart. So that means they're going to have problems. Like, it's just inevitable. So do you want to really lay that on somebody, considering the possibilities of what could go wrong, especially in this day and age? Scorpio forever said parenting is stressful as fuck. Hell yeah. And like I said, it don't matter how old these kids get, you still worry. I'm sure my mom still worries about me. My dad was all tripping because of this whole ether thing. He texted me acting like I done got the ether and I'm about to die. So even though I'm 44, going to be 45 this year, my dad still be worried about my ass. And I'm like, Dad, I'm fine. But that's how it is. As a parent, you be worried. Callie said, damn, Rob, you sound like my mom and dad. They had these conversations with me and my sisters. Yes. Siobhan said, my Cancer mom prayed me here to watch her argue with my Aquarius dad. Oh, God, that's a bad mix. Cancer and Aquarius. Mega Man said, raising kids in 2020 is the craziest shit. Yup, I'll be 45 on December 5th. I'm getting old. 5 years till I turn 50. Jesus. And I just saw another gray hair the other day. Yeah, I'm getting old. But I don't feel old. But I'll tell you when I feel old. Sometimes if I've been sitting in the same position for a while, like especially Indian style, and then I get up and then my bones start cracking and I can't walk. Like, you know how when you young, you could just jump right up and just start walking all fast. Oh, not when you get past your 40s. And I think that's true for a lot of people unless they work out all the time. But yeah, you get up and sometimes you got to hesitate before you start walking. That's scary. I'm at that stage in my life where I get up and I have to say, okay, you put one foot in front of the other. I know your legs are kind of sore, but just walk. You could do it. Like, it's terrible. Aging is absolutely terrible. Then you put on the perimenopause weight as a woman. Not all women will have to go through that with the weight gain. But because y'all know my problems and I've been on the pill, I swear the pill has made me gain some weight. So now I got to lose, some pounds just so I could be cute again because I don't feel cute. Yup. Jules said Chiron return in 5 years. Is it going to be 5 years for me? When is my Chiron? Because my Chiron's at the 23rd degree. I don't even want to think about it. I already went through my Uranus opposition, which was pretty bad, but I got through it. But I'll tell you, Pluto square Pluto is a bitch. That transit. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to my Chiron return. So that's going to be in my 3rd house. Love More said, I actually want to die young. I know one thing. I don't want to die all sick where I have to have people being my caregiver and like I got to be dependent upon people because I'm going to feel bad. Here's my website, surreptitiously. Here it is. And trust me, I know what that word means. I'm just having a hard time pronouncing it. Surreptitiously. Surreptitious. And then here's my email if you want to contact me directly. Another thing, and some of y'all might not want to hear this, but think about this with your own parents too. Now, they talk about that love between a parent and a child. Oh yeah, I got to get a different picture from this Jeffrey. They talk about that love between a parent and a child, but if you really think about it, is it really love? Or is it just dependency? Is it really love? Or is it just dependency? Because for a baby, you're all that they have. You as their mother, and perhaps if the father stuck around. But it's really dependent upon the mother. And then it's like they develop that love for you because it's a dependency. That's all they know. Like, you came from them. So can you really call that love? And then you'll see how much that love, how deep that love is when they become teenagers and they want to start showing their ass. Then you'll see how deep that love really isn't. And then even when they become adults, sometimes you'll be like, damn, does this person even love me? You might even question whether you love them. So yeah, it's not all this, this joyous occasion with having kids or kids are a blessing all the time. Some of them motherfuckers are a curse. I'm sorry, you could see it from day one. And again, me being superficial. Like, it don't matter how cute a kid is. And I guess this isn't the superficial side. This is like, once you could be cute, but once I see that you're a little brat, that cuteness goes away quick. And I lose my patience with you. That's one thing I can't stand is a little bratty child. It don't matter how cute they are. They become ugly to me real quick. But then if you have a little ugly child and they're like the sweetest little thing, you can kind of look past little ugliness and you might even be like, you might start seeing little features and, oh, you got a really cute nose. That might be the only compliment you could give them. But hey, that's something. But yeah. And that cuteness is a trap. It's the same with animals, pets. That cuteness keeps you, it motivates you to keep that child alive. Y'all always making excuses for cute people. And again, I'm getting real. for all the people that ended up having an ugly ass child, I'm just dealing with the mother actually. So if somebody could show you what that child was going to look like, let's say in the first couple of weeks of pregnancy, I wonder how many women would end up going through and having an abortion simply off of the fact that that child's going to be ugly. And beauty and ugliness are in the eye of the beholder. But you know what I mean. There's universal ugly where it's like everybody can basically come to a consensus. So if people could see that their child was going to be kind of, looking tore up from the floor up, I wonder how many abortions would be, how the abortion rate would increase. Because again, most people have children off of selfish reasons. Most people don't think about the problems that could come with having children. Siobhan said, my mom tried to come back in my life. I asked Tarot who she is. I pulled the devil. God damn, that's deep. That's why I like Tarot. Tarot don't beat around the bush. Love more, you're true. That's the truth. That's the ugly truth. Love more says, sadly, a lot of people would abort if the people had dark skin. That's the ugly truth about how this world is. Cherry Love said, did you see the video where the mom called the baby ugly and blamed the dad? Yup. And that was so wrong. And that baby knew what that mom was saying. Just because you don't think your child knows English yet, don't think that they don't pick up on the vibe. And you can communicate with your child telepathically. I've done it with my own children. So you don't think that baby realizes that you're calling that baby ugly to his face? That's wrong. And if I remember, I don't even think that baby was ugly. And that's where I draw the line. Let's say, okay, somebody does have an ugly child, quote unquote ugly child. You do everything in your power to still build that child up and build up their self-esteem and help them to develop strength so that they don't have to rely on their looks. Lovemore said they will also abort if the child had a big nose, bad hair, etc. Mega Man said, always call your baby beautiful. And I strongly believe there's beauty to find in most faces. Even if somebody can be rather unattractive, there's always something that you can find that can be pleasing to the eye in most cases, I'll say. But damn it, I have seen some ugly ass newborns where I'd be like, God damn. Where they look like they've been dragged through like some type of flat iron or something. Face be all flat, wrinkled and shit. RDK said, I prayed every day for my kids' looks. Oh, stop. At least you're honest. You said when I was pregnant. Do you believe that people can curse your child while the child's in the womb? I believe that can happen if somebody's good enough with the curse. Love Moore said, I don't think babies are cute, period. But like I was saying, that cuteness is a trap because it's shown in little pets too. Like little kittens and little puppies and stuff. Oh yeah, I gotta get this picture off. Little kittens and little puppies and stuff. If they act up, you're gonna be less. Oh, sorry, got heartburn. You're gonna be less inclined to kick that kitty or that puppy out, right? Because they're so cute and they look vulnerable. But let it be a grown ass animal and they start acting up and tearing up your house and stuff. Either you just gonna kick them out, drop them off on the side of the road, or you're gonna take them to the shelter. But you're gonna be more. You're going to give the little kitten or little puppy more leeway simply because they're cute and they got that vulnerability with them. Because I ain't going to lie, I do not like dogs. In general, that is. But there are some puppies that could really fool me. Like, I could probably be fooled into getting a puppy simply because some of them are so cute. But then, I don't think I could last a day, because I remember I did pet sit one of my friend's puppies, and that shit was absolutely hell. I don't see how people get through the puppy stage with dogs. These things require constant supervision, constant training, every time I turned my back, this dog was pissing or pooping on the floor. I couldn't deal with it. I don't see how y'all people are able to raise these puppies up, because that is a job and a half. And then some people be having more than one dog. I'd be like, oh my God. Like, for y'all dog owners, like, to me, that's worse than having children. Because at least children grow up. But if you a dog owner, that's like a sentence. That's like, how long do dogs live? Like 12 to 15 years. That's like a 12 to 15 year sentence. You got to get up early in the morning and walk that damn dog. Even 12 years later, when you're 12-year-old, they could go to the bathroom by themselves. So now I'm going in on dogs, because kids ain't that bad when I think about the problems that dogs bring you. But we live in this dog culture. People love dogs, and I just don't get it. Like, why would you love something that, number one, can bite you and attack you? Like, cats are different. A cat can bite you and scratch you, but they're not going to do hardly any damage compared to what a dog can do. So some of these people that have these big breeds, like the pit bulls and the Rottweilers and these Mastiffs and these Presa Canarios and shit, some dog that could kill you in your sleep, I don't see how people tolerate that shit. And then the dog be shitting all in the house and stuff, and then you got a newborn or you got a 1-year-old crawling on the floor and shit, putting her hand in shit. Then, you know, them little babies, they love to put their hands in the mouth. I don't see how more people aren't dead just by having dogs. But then again, those germs, I guess you'll adapt to, your immune system adapts to those germs that the dog be having. And I was fooled. I used to think that most people had dogs that were potty trained, that were housebroken. Oh, good. Lovemore said her dog is well trained. See, I don't mind dog owners that have a well-trained dog. Like, you actually have my respect. Like, if you got your dog in control and all you got to do is snap your fingers or yell at the dog and the dog will stop barking or whatever, you got my respect. Because dogs are hard as shit to train and to keep in line. Like, you can't let up off of a dog because they have this alpha thing with them. So the minute they think that you're no longer the alpha, oh yeah, they're going to start tearing up shit. They're going to start acting a fool. So it's like, you got to train a dog early on. And I'm not even a dog lover, but I know this. And I know if I had a dog, that dog would be terrified of me because I don't play. But that's basically how it is. You got to put the fear of God in a dog, or else he's not going to respect you. Especially if you have more than one dog, he's going to look up to the dog. Whoever's alpha, he's going to follow that alpha dog. But you can't let up on their asses. And that's been the problem with a lot of people. Now we got this soft ass culture now. People don't even know how to train their dogs. Back in the day when I was growing up, most people kept their dogs in line. And they weren't taking their dogs every goddamn where. They would have their dogs chained up to some tree in the backyard with a dog house and all that stuff. A lot of people didn't even let dogs in their house. Oh my God. And I saw some sick shit on YouTube the other day. It was these Asian chicks and they had these quasi bestiality videos on YouTube. Check it out. I forget, but it's going to be hard. Well, you could put like Asian girl playing with dog. But it's weird. It's real sick because some of these dogs have erect penises and the women are like playing with the dogs on their beds and stuff. And I'm like, I can't believe YouTube allows this stuff up. But more people have sex with their dogs than you believe. Matter of fact, that used to be a thing. I used to hear about that shit. Drug dealers used to do that shit. That's what I would hear. I would hear some of your more hardcore drug addicts back in the day during the crack era. They would get the crackheads to have sex with dogs for crack because they thought that shit was funny. So some of y'all mamas that been on crack back in the 80s and early 90s, yeah, she might have got down like that for a couple of rocks. Jules said farmers don't give working dogs affection. It is sad to me, but the way to do it. Exactly. Because it's a working dog. It has a purpose. Lysandra said, I don't care for pets or animals in general. Lumore said, how does a dog know how to perform? I don't know how they get these dogs in the mood like that. But you know, if a dog's not fixed, if he's not neutered, ill, I know you didn't say that, Sarah. That's gross. If a dog is not fixed, he can be in heat quite a bit. A micro pig. I can't tolerate pigs. I don't think I could do a pig. Oh, God. And isn't their hair all rough? Because isn't that the stuff we use for hair brushes and border bristles? And I can't get past that nose on a pig. I'm like, what is that? Ain't no other animal have a nose like that. What is that about? Irrational Kiss said, yeah, I was reading a Donald Goines book and the addicts were turning tricks with dogs for heroin. Yup, exactly. Some of these drug dealers, they was like straight up demonic. But I feel like that whole drug world will turn you kind of, like if you allow it to, it'll turn you into something dark. But why do pigs have that snout like that? What is up with that? Ain't no other animal have that. Why do y'all have to mention that dreadful video? I'm glad I was never exposed to that. I won't even utter it, but I am Mobius Moabititis is saying it. Sarah mentioned it, and both Sarah, I know you got Scorpio in you, and I don't know about you, but I don't even like mentioning that damn whatever movie or video clip it was. That's when I knew that this world was going to hell in a handbasket. Oh, y'all keep saying new photo. I'm sorry. That's when I knew this world was going to hell in a handbasket, because I was like, that's crossing the line. And I knew I think that was during when Saturn was in Scorpio. If I'm not mistaken, when that video came out, and I was like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Demons coming straight from the fourth dimension. Straight up. Were these chicks from Brazil or what? Because I can't imagine. Let me stop. Because I'm sure there's plenty of American chicks that would do that. But a lot of times, they got to go outside the country to find those type of freaks. All right, let's see. And I got to get ready and go soon. Oh, did y'all hear about this? I'll put his picture up. Hold on. I forget his name. This is kind of scandalous. Yeah, what's up with that? That's the younger sister? She sure look kind of old. What? Okay. Now, I'm not too, is that Naya or is that the sister? Because I'm trying to find a picture of her ex-husband with the sister. This dude looks so homely. Okay, I'll just post this one. But supposedly there's an image of them walking, holding hands. And I'm like, damn, they sure didn't wait until the ground got solid after they buried that Naya Rivera. People are just scandalous. And it's so funny because I was on one website, delisted, and they were talking about this situation. And all these people were saying, oh, well, people grieve in certain ways, and I'm sure that, they're giving each other moral support and all this stuff. And I'm like, but why they gotta be holding hands, though? This ain't the picture where they're holding hands. This is just Naya Rivera's ex-husband and her sister. Now, it's been reported that they've decided to move in together in order to raise that little boy. Does that sound normal to you? Two guys and a hammer? What's that about, Love More? What the hell? Two guys and a... See, what is this? Some dark web shit? I mean, do you think it's innocent that they're seen holding hands? Sarah said that video was too much even for... Damn, if you're saying it's too much, I kind of want to know the details, but I don't want to know. And please don't send me the link. Please, Love More. Sarah, please, both of y'all, because y'all, please don't send me the link. Yeah, this shit ain't normal. And why were they holding hands? I believe she was sacrificed too. Right. So I think they might have been already divorced. But when she died, but again, why were they holding hands in a picture? Jules said, I did the night shift and haven't slept yet because I had to do some legal shit. 6 p.m. Friday here. It is Friday, isn't it? I'm thinking it was Friday already because, I usually do my live streams on the weekend on Friday. Oh, good. Thank you, Love More. Because when I tell you I'm terrified of stuff like that, that's where I draw the line. I am absolutely terrified by seeing stuff like that. Because to me, it's like purely demonic. And I don't even want to go there. Oh, wait, what's the hammer about? Oh, here it is. You're saying it. It came out at the same time as the other videos. It's a video of a homeless man being brutally attacked in a forest by two men with a hammer. Are you serious? And people watch that shit? Oh my God, that's horrible. Yeah, we still up in the go. I'm about to get off though. I know I keep saying that. I'm thinking the same thing, Irrational. They was probably messing around. It's 12:55 where I'm at. And I'm hungry. I need a snack. So we talked about Naya Rivera's sister. Oh, I have her chart. So let me just pull up her chart real quick because I want to see what her Mercury's doing. I don't think I had her birth time though. But we can see if her Mercury is in a situation where it could look like her sister could have been messing with her man. But I think that's a little bit too early. Like, first of all, I would not be moving in with my brother-in-law or my ex-brother-in-law. That just does not look cool. Even if my intentions were pure, I don't think I would do that because, again, it doesn't look right. That looks real shady. And if I was a detective, I'd be looking at them with that side eye like, wait a minute. How come it seems like these detectives do more investigative work in movies than they do in real life? You notice how some of these cases be closed real quick? But then in the movies, that should be all carried on. They be all intensive with the investigation and shit. They be combing through everything. But then when you hear about it in real life, the investigation lasts like 24 hours and shit. Then they close the case. Most of the time they be like, oh, we can't find the killer. I thought I had her chart. Now I don't see it. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get off soon. My head's starting to hurt. When my head is starting to hurt, I know I'm getting tired. And I got Jupiter in Aries, Chiron in Aries. So I do have this fear of one day, like, developing some type of brain tumor and shit. So I sometimes when I be doing too much, I'd be like, okay, you gotta shut it down because your head's starting to pound. But yeah, there's like a few things I'm like terrified of. Having some type of brain tumor or some type of stroke. Having a heart attack because I got heart problems. Getting my neck broke because I got my Taurus South Node. So I'm always afraid, like there's this fear of me of like breaking my neck. And then I have this fear of, what's the other fear I have? Oh, falling from great heights. But that's just fear of heights. But there's another fear I have too. I forget what it is. Oh, being blind. That's what it is. I have a fear of going blind. Because I already wear glasses. And I swear, like, every 2 years, my eyes get worse. So I have this fear of going blind. The fireworks, too. Talk about panic attack. I was so embarrassed at Disney World that time. And it was like, I even have to ask myself, maybe I have a little bit of autism or something, because it's not normal for me to flip out like that over some fireworks. But then again, when you take into account that past lives, like again, I had the past life recall of me being killed in the Vietnam War. So again, maybe that's why I had the PTSD dealing with fireworks. But it's the same with balloons too. I start to see a balloon, even if I see them filling it up. And again, it's not the mylar balloons, those silver ones. It's those helium balloons. Just seeing somebody fill up a helium balloon, I get anxiety. Or even your regular balloons with the regular air, I get anxiety. Like growing up, my kids couldn't have a bunch of balloons in the back seat. Like after a party, hell no. If anything, they would have to be in the trunk. So, like, I would buy, like, them balloons and stuff, but usually it would be the mylar balloons. And then if it had to be those other balloons, they would have to be in the trunk. And then I'd be, like, driving with anxiety the whole time. I am terrified of fireworks, but only when I'm close to them. Like, and it's the sound. And it's really only those fireworks that are like the cannons, when it sounds like those cannons are going off, like boom. In Disney World, they have some of the most over-the-top fireworks. So a few years ago, I know I told this story, but if those that missed it, a few years ago, I went to Disney World with my family. It was me, my mom. It was mainly for the little kids. But I went, my daughter went, and my sister was there, and it didn't even occur to me, and I know how amusement parks work, so it didn't occur to me until later on that evening that every night they had the fireworks display at 9 o'clock sharp. So the first night caught me off guard. And when those fireworks started going off, and when I tell you these are the loudest fireworks I've ever heard in my life, like Disney World's fireworks are damn near demonic if you ask me. And it just goes on and on and on. And it sounds like you're on a battlefield. Like that's how I felt. I felt like it was war going on all around me. And everybody else, I'm looking at little kids. They're not even scared. I'm looking at everybody like y'all are crazy. Y'all are the crazy one. I'm over here on a park bench. Have my hands over my ears. I have my head down and I'm kind of like rocking back and forth because I'm having like one of them panic attacks. And then when my family decided to go to the parking lot and the fireworks are still going up, let me tell you, I couldn't even walk. I had to run. I had to do like some quick little jog. Oh yeah, I saw the symbolism too, Bobby. I'm going to talk about that. I couldn't even walk like a normal person. I had to jog like I was running from some enemy. It was terrible. So the second night, we spent like 4 nights in Florida doing Disney World. We went to the Disney World. We went to Epcot Center. And what's the other one with the animals? We did something with the animals or something. They got like a zoo or something. every goddamn night, 9 o'clock sharp after that first night. Like when it was like 8:30, my anxiety would start going off, and I would start looking for the exits. I would start looking for the restrooms in case I had to duck into a restroom and just try to run for cover that way. And then I started telling my family, I would be like, well, look, you know, I'm just going to walk out to the parking lot because the parking lot is far away from the park. And by then I had some headphones, so I decided to just start walking out, way out into the parking lot before the fireworks would go off. I had my headphones, so I had my phone, but then my phone was like about to just die because of the charge. I didn't have a charger. It was just a mess. And I was so embarrassed. And I had to explain to my family like the whole past life thing because I thought they probably thought that I had lost my damn mind. But I am terrified of fireworks. Same with like loud cracks of thunder. I don't like that either. But yeah, and then I have to think about that going to a concert too. Or, you know, sometimes if you go to a stage play, they'll have some loud boom where it's like a gun going off. And then there was this ride where you go through this like movie theater thing. And my intuition, and this was at Disney World, my intuition told me don't go on that ride. And my daughter, when she got off the ride, she was like, Mom, she was like, you better be glad you didn't go on that ride because they were shooting these guns and stuff up in there. I was like, oh, God, thank God. Because I probably would have embarrassed myself. Indigo said, I hate air shows. I went to one and damn near freaked out. See, I ain't the only one. Now, why did you freak out at the air? Is it because they fly too low? Sarah said, you're not crazy. It's a deep mutable sign trait. Yeah, I have freaked out on some occasions. Yeah, I'm super jumpy too, Danny. Bobby said, all these gunshots and loud sounds in amusement parks. Exactly. I remember my first time at a major amusement park as a little kid. It was Great Adventure, Six Flags Great Adventure. And I remember they set them fireworks off late at night. I remember being scared as shit. And I didn't know, and I felt betrayed. I didn't know that they were going to do the fireworks. It's like, that'll happen if you're on a cruise ship. Now, I've never been on a cruise ship. But see, I'm going to think twice about getting on a cruise for a number of reasons. But one of the main reasons is they be setting off fireworks on the damn cruise. So you can't get away from them. If you go to a music concert, sometimes they have those loud cannon shots and stuff, or like the pyrotechnics, and they be like, boom. I'd be like, why everything gotta be this loud explosion? Why do people like that shit? To me, that's like some psychopath shit that people find pleasure in hearing loud booms. Indigo said, I used to be terrified of roller coasters. Now I'm addicted to them. You know, some of the scariest roller coasters are those old wooden ones simply by the way they sound. Now, I used to love roller coasters. Now I'm afraid of them. So I'm the opposite of you, Indigo. I used to love roller coasters. Now I'm afraid. Siobhan said, my mom hates fireworks and was born on the 4th of July. I see why. You know why? Because when she was a poor little defensive newborn, all these fireworks was probably going off and she was probably traumatized. Wow. Irrational said, I never saw fireworks on a carnival. That might be safe. Maybe I should get a baked potato. Damn, George, you're making me hungry. I'm about to get off. I can't find her chart. That's weird. Maybe it's in my, Naya Rivera. There she is. Okay. They did this girl dirty, this woman dirty. Well, Naya does have Mercury at the 22nd degree. Yup, she's a 12, sacrifice. That Mercury at the 22nd degree, that could deal with their sun out with the sibling. Sun ain't right. Mercury is square. Mercury is right on her sun. That's basically showing you the sister being with the husband, the ex-husband. And then Mercury and the Sun are squaring the Libra South Node, Aries North Node. So I don't believe, just by seeing that, I don't believe that they are, it's an innocent situation. But I don't see what either one of these women see in this guy with his chocolate milk mustache looking ass. I don't see it. And again, like Jeffree Star, he has that look of poverty on his face. And that look is hard to get rid of when you got like 10 generations deep into the game. He does kind of look familiar, don't he? Maybe he was a child actor. Sarah said cruises are hella cheap right now. Yeah, because nobody wants to get the ether. Don't he look like he was just sipping on some Nestle quick and he forgot to wipe his face? Cherry Love said he probably does black magic. He has that familiar look. But again, he could be one of them dudes down in LA that are homeless. That's what he looks like to me, especially with that jacket on. He does look malnourished. Oh yeah, Indigo, we talked about Jeffrey. You missed the picture and everything. People kept on telling me people kept begging me to take the picture down because it was a picture of Jeffrey without makeup on. And I could see the childhood struggle all up in that face. Now I see why he wears such bold makeup. He's trying to cover up that stain of poverty. You look like Robbie. Can I use your phone? Fashionable and homeless. You said, now why would you scare them on a full moon? The boyfriend said it was a stunt. How is that a stunt? Do I have Jeffree Star's chart? Because I'm almost certain he's never going to be in like a healthy relationship. He just doesn't seem it. You know how some people, they can't be with somebody that truly loves them because they've never really experienced love themselves. That's what he strikes me as. So he's always going to attract, some of the worst types. No, I don't have his chart and I don't feel like pulling it up. All right, there was somebody else that I was going to talk about before I go. Indigo said these hobosexuals would do anything for a buck in a bed. Tell me about it. Did y'all hear about Mariah Carey? Now I know I have her chart. Damn, I thought I had her chart already. But did y'all hear the latest with Mariah Carey and her sister? I didn't mean it when I said I didn't love you so. I should have held on tight, I never should have let you go. But I was stupid, I was foolish, I was clueless, I was lying to myself. Oh, I can't hit that note right now. Damn, Mariah. Okay. I could not fathom I would ever be without your love. Never imagined I'd be sitting here beside myself. That's one of my favorite songs by her, though. All right, what am I looking for? I'm looking for music. And I bet you they don't have Mariah Carey up in here. Oh, here she is. Oh, yeah. So did y'all hear about the sister? Yes, Love More. Her sister attempted to prostitute her at 12 years old. She said that she gave her a bump of cocaine, had her take some type of pill or something, slip something in her drink, and tried to pimp her out to some dude. Cherry Love said, I believe Mariah, but I believe her sister too about all the abuse. Yes, did you hear what the sister was saying about how the mom, basically the sister is suing the mother, saying that when she was young, the mother forced her to like have sex with strange men and that they were doing like satanic rituals. I believe it. Because I think that Mariah's kind of messed up in the head, like psychologically through some stuff. And it would explain why she got with that Tommy Mottola, who was basically her handler. Maybe moms hooked it all up. But yeah, when she said satanic, I was like, oh shit. And her sister looked like she's been through hell and back. And I know that's not just off of the drugs. Bobby said, I believe everything. Satanic ritual abuse runs rampant, especially grooming these young future stars. Exactly. I remember she had that mental breakdown. She had a couple of them. She had one on TRL on MTV, and then she had another one at home where she was like just throwing dishes, breaking them up and shit. Siobhan said she was sold to Tommy. Probably from the mother. The mom probably made a deal. Lovemore said she ran to Tommy to escape her former life and ended up in another entrapment. Cherry Love said, look at Brittany and her dad. Lovemore said, Mariah Carey is bipolar. Yup, Joe Jackson. Yup, some of these parents be pimping their own children out. Alright, Mariah Carey. So let's look at her Mercury. So her Mercury is in Aries, like her sun. Her Mercury is conjoined to her sun and Chiron. Mercury is making a quincunx with her Virgo South Node. Mercury is opposing her Uranus. That Mercury quincunx Virgo South Node, that could just deal with the sister having like serious mental health issues, which she does. But do I see anything dealing with like some satanic shit? Mariah does have Mars conjoined to Saturn. That could be sexual satanic rituals right there. Especially because Saturn and Mars are forming a trine with the Virgo South Node. Virgo is the sign of ritual. And then when you put Mars is sex, and then Saturn is Satan. So I believe the sister. And that can also deal with her being sold to Tommy Mottola. Because Saturn and Mars are in Taurus. Damn. Lovemore said, how do you feel about the video going viral about the guy calling the waitresses bitches at a restaurant called Hey Bitch? I mean, hey, if you don't want to be called a bitch, don't work at a place called Hey Bitch, because to me that goes with the territory. See, this is what I mean. This is why I couldn't be with a woman. Because remember I told you these women, they would love me at one moment, but then they would hate me the next. Because let's say that I was a man and my girlfriend works at a Hey Bitch restaurant or something, and then she comes home crying, talk about, this dude was calling me all types of bitches. I'd be like, well, you work at a place called Hey Bitch. What do you expect, bitch? That's how I would be, because I'm like, it goes with the territory. If you're going to work at a place called Hey Bitch, that's just going to incite people to use that word. Scorpio Fabulous said he was like, get me my fries, bitch. No, I'm not saying he's right, but what I'm saying is it goes with the territory. Like if you work at Hooters, right? You can't blame men for staring at your tits instead of your face when they're placing their order, right? Because isn't that the theme of Hooters? In Arizona, they got Hooters and this other place called Twin Peaks. It's the same thing. You know, Twin Peaks, it means the breasts. And they wear short shorts. Hey, Vanessa. Thanks for joining us. So it's the same thing. You can't say, oh, these men are looking at me, they're objectifying my body. If you work at a place that objectifies your body, like a strip club, same thing. Now, they might have certain rules, like you can't touch the women and stuff, but you know those rules are going to be violated every now and then. It goes with the territory. So, no, it's because I've been talking a lot. I've been on for over 4 hours, actually almost 5 hours. I'm about to get off. I keep saying I'm about to get off. But yeah, that's why my voice sounds like this, because I've been talking for almost 5 hours straight. But see, I'm very unsympathetic for stuff like that. So if you go, like, for instance, if you work at the hoe hut, don't be surprised when somebody calls you a hoe. If you an exotic dancer or stripper or whatever you want to call it, and some guy sees you outside of the club, don't be surprised if he starts talking to you all sexual, because you work there. Like, he automatically has it in his head. And I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying that's what happens. It goes with the territory. It's the same thing where it's like, if you know you live in a neighborhood where it's nothing but a bunch of dirty, rotten scoundrels, and you can't go down the street without these men just, drooling over you and trying to touch you and say hi to you and stuff, does it make sense to have a skin tight dress on that comes up to your thighs and where your cleavage is all busted out? And then you want to complain that you're getting all this negative attention? Now, I'm not saying that these men are, they're justified in doing it. I'm not saying that at all. But this is how the real world works. Men are very visual, and they're very sexual creatures. So if you give them something to look at, a lot of times they're going to look, and sometimes they're going to do more than that. So why would you give a guy ammo in certain situations where you don't have to? You know what I'm saying? So again, like when I used to live in Philly, I would have been a fool if I would have had some skin tight dress on with my cleavage all hiked up to my chin and, my ass all popped out. And then I'm getting mad because these dudes keep on, every time I walk, I can't even walk a few steps without them getting all in my face, talk about, come here, shorty, come here, let me talk to you. Oh, you got a man, blah, 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 blah. They do that, period. You could be wearing a trash bag and they're going to talk to you. So you go out dressed provocatively, you got to expect to get what you get. And I'm not talking about rape or nothing like that. I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about the type of attention. If you don't want certain attention, and just don't put yourself in certain situations. Like, if you don't want to be called a bitch every now and then, don't work at a place called Hey Bitch. It's as simple as that. Vanessa said, do you have any tips or opinions on cosmetic surgery? I used to be really against cosmetic surgery until I got a little older and things started sagging and shit. And now I'm actually kind of for it. But there's some plastic surgeries that I think kind of go too far. Like certain like facelift procedures and that vaginal rejuvenation. Like, I don't get that one. I just feel like that's way too invasive. But if you're talking about astrologically, if your Pluto is messed up in your chart, like if you got a few squares dealing with Pluto, if you got some quincunxes especially, you want to be careful about getting surgery, because a lot of times you're going to end up with complications. But yeah, I would get some work done if I could. I ain't gonna lie. I was actually thinking about getting some work done a few months ago, but it's so funny. I actually scheduled the appointment and everything, and the doctor canceled on me. So I took that as a sign from the universe where it was like, save your goddamn money and definitely don't go to this. And this dude, I guess it was the receptionist or something, or his assistant, going to try to call me and say, can you reschedule? I'm like, if you're a doctor, you got one chance to make a good impression upon me, especially if you're a plastic surgeon. So the fact that I scheduled an appointment with you in advance and you going to cancel on me, that's a bad sign, especially with you being a plastic surgeon. You might cancel on me in the middle of the damn surgery. I don't trust you. So yeah, when they called me back talking about we could get you in tomorrow, I was like, no. Hello. I'm not crazy. Like, I take those signs from the universe very seriously. So I didn't go through with it. I was like, that's kind of raggedy. And they tried to say that he was still at the hospital and that a surgery ran over. I'm like, I'm not buying it. You never know. A lot of these, believe it or not, you got quite a few doctors that are drug addicts. And it makes sense because it goes with the territory. So it's the same thing like I'm saying with the situation with the hey bitch. If you know you are prone to addiction, like drug addiction, don't become a nurse. Don't become a doctor, because you're going to be surrounded by that shit and it's going to be so tempting. When I worked in a homeless shelter, there was an emergency room doctor in there. And he was a crack addict, this old white dude, and had the nerve to still be uppity while in the shelter, trying to get special treatment and shit. Oh, but yeah. You got quite a few doctors, some of those nurses too, got some serious addiction problems. Cherry Love said, I want a breast reduction. Damn, what size you got? So for the breast augmentation, you want to look for things in your chart. Like, do you have moon in Sagittarius? That alone can manifest as a breast augmentation. If we're talking about a breast reduction, moon in Capricorn could do it, or the moon in aspect with Saturn can deal with a breast reduction. Again, going back to the augmentation, the moon in aspect with Jupiter could manifest as a breast augmentation as well. But the moon in Capricorn can also deal with where your breast tissue is lacking. Like, you don't have a lot of breasts. But it all depends on what's going on in your chart. Because I have a moon in Capricorn. I started off with very small breasts, and now they're too big, in my opinion. So, women, we go through different stages of life. And sometimes you could end up having the I used to be part of the itty bitty titty committee. And then after I had my son, man, these things just grew, and now they're just a problem. I don't even like them anymore. And now that I'm not dealing with men like that, it's a waste. Ain't nobody messing with these fun bags. Now they're like sandbags. But I notice a lot of times men don't even be like, they might like your breasts, they might like looking at them, but during sex, and maybe it's just me, but y'all women, let me know if y'all have experience with this. I find men to be quite neglectful of the breasts. Some men act like you don't even have breasts. They're just all focused on the ass and the coochie. I like a man to pay attention to my breasts, because my breasts are very sensual and they're sensitive. But I find, I don't know if is it a black man thing? Because I have heard that it is kind of like a black man thing, where black men just aren't that big in the breasts like that, unless he has some strong Cancer energy and he just likes big breasts. Jessica B said, that's just black guys. I am with a white man now, and he pays a lot of attention to my breasts. Vanessa said, black men love ass more. Siobhan said, men don't know how to caress the boobs. Vanessa said, white men love titty. I was going to tell y'all this other story about the time I got freaky, another Mars and Gemini story. I don't know if y'all ready for this one, though. I don't want to tell too much on myself. But I'll just say that was the most attention my boobs ever got. I'll say that much. Irrational said, yeah, they really avoid the breasts and barely take your bra off, right? Lovemore said, going back to the topic from earlier, how often do you crave intimacy? Also, you say you need dick, but what's with a trap on? What's with a trap? You mean a strap on? What's wrong with a strap on? That can't possibly be like the real thing. I can't. I need the real thing. Like, I gotta feel your skin. Like, I gotta feel that blood coursing through your tool. Like, I gotta feel that it's alive. So the fake thing is just not gonna do it for me, because I know it's fake. There's nothing like a man attached to the penis that knows how to work it. With the strap, it's like, I just don't get it. It's not the real deal. I need an actual body attached to the penis. They got lambskin ones. Lambskin strap-ons? I'm new to all this stuff. And then, like, what does that sound like anyway? I know this is TMI, but I'm thinking, you know how you wipe some glass down and it starts going like... That's how it seems like. That's the sound it would make when it's, you know, when the person's penetrating you with the strap on. It'd be like, because, you know, it's that latex shit. It ain't skin. So you all squeaking and shit instead of sounding like the mac and cheese that Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion was talking about. I'd rather sound like the mac and cheese than that. Irrational say, I feel like the straps and vibrators would mess you up when you get the real thing. Lovemore said, nah, it's like stirring mac and cheese. Oh, so you got experience with the strap, huh? Sarah said, what's wrong with a conscious plan of Kegels over vagina surgery? I agree. I don't think you need to go that far with the surgery. Or it seems like the strap-on would really make you have the pussy farts. I'm just saying. And I don't know no woman that's comfortable with that sound coming out the coochie. Has any woman ever been comfortable with that? That's always been an embarrassment to me. And does that mean that the man's dick is not big enough? And what did they call it back in the day? They call it a queef. Isn't that what it's called? Some men like that shit. Bobby said the pussy farts are so interesting. Yeah, it is embarrassing. But that's exactly what it sounds like. And then you be hoping to God that he knows that it's a queef and not a real fart. If it's the first time, y'all, let's say y'all been getting busy for a minute, maybe the first 3 times, and then that third time you start to do that, make that noise, you be hoping to God he don't think you farted. You be like, you realize that came out of that hole and not that hole, right? Yeah. Women gotta go through so much. It's a damn shame. Irrational said, LOL, I think the dick was too... Right, because that means that the air is coming through. Lovemore said, I thought it meant a tight fit and it farts and when the air... But don't that mean that there's too much air on the sides? It ain't wide enough? So it's creating that air pocket? Cherry said, what helps is a herbal steam bath. Vanessa said, women really do go through so much. Right? Too much. You said steam the air out. Shoot, sometimes if you doing yoga a little hard, that shit could happen. Anybody has that happened to anybody doing yoga? You doing one of them, because I don't even get into yoga like that, but I know some of y'all be getting into some weird poses and shit, and then You doing something with your legs in the air, and then when you go to sit back down, it's like, and then everybody looking at you like, oh shit. You be like, that wasn't a fart from my ass. I'm just letting y'all know. But it's even more embarrassing if it's coming from the other end. Cherry Love said it helps. It's a tradition in the Caribbean, especially having a baby. What, the Kegels? Kegels? Vanessa said, not when I'm working out, only when I'm having intimacy. Oh, vagina dreams. Oh, vagina steams. I'm like, what are vagina dreams? What about oral sex? Do you like doing it or not? Oh, I used to love to give it to men. I don't think I could do it now because, first of all, they all have a smell. Let's be real. Men want to talk about how women have a smell. Men have a smell. So just getting that whiff of that smell, and it's not a bad smell. It's just like a musky smell. But getting a whiff of that smell, I don't even think I can stomach it anymore. I might have a bite reflex and want to just bite that thing off. All this pent up aggression over all these years. Cherry Love said, I was more embarrassed taking a poop while having my son. Oh, you was one of the poopers? Thank God I didn't do that. I would have been so embarrassed. But, I mean, the way that pressure is, if there is something in your intestines, it's coming out. Because that's it. If some of y'all ladies and y'all men, if y'all never gave birth, that's exactly what it feels like. It feels like a big old bowel movement coming out. It's like your whole insides are just coming out. So if you got any fecal matter up in there, oh yeah, it's coming out with the baby. That's just a part of life. That happened to my friend. Danny said, yes, I poop too. Y'all, it'd be like the whole world coming out of you. For real. See, a lot of times they don't tell new women, they don't tell young women, y'all gotta know all the ins and outs about being pregnant and having children. You want to know, come here, because we'll give you the real. Yes, some women poop while they're in labor, while they're pushing, because again, it feels like the whole world is trying to come out of you. So anything that's stuck up in there, yeah. Now, I don't know about urine. I think your urethra probably kind of, there's something that closes your urethra off, because I never heard of a woman urinating. But, yeah, it happens. And that's just simple biology. It's also like that happens, of course, you've heard of people being murdered and they shit on themselves, or they die like a crazy death and they end up shitting on themselves. Everything is like, well, that in that case, it's because all their muscles are just relaxed. Like everything just relaxes, shuts down. That sphincter muscle that closes the anus, it just opens up when they're. And wait a minute, somebody who was telling me about that too, about how some type of drug just opens them up. And now we get in real graphic territory. But anyway, yeah, when some people die. Matter of fact, my daughter, she works at a vet hospital. Well, it's a vet clinic. And she said that one of the dogs did that. Like it was a cat. I think they put the cat down and the cat pooped all over the place. So yeah, sometimes it happens. Is it poppers where it just makes their butthole open up? Somebody was telling me something like that. And I was like, nah, for real? Because I thought that it just made them like in a very relaxed state where they didn't feel no pain. But I heard about some type of drug where it just... Sarah, were you telling me that? There's some type of drug that it'll just cause them their little brown starfish to just pop open. Is that why they call them poppers? That's some crazy ass shit. Sarah said, I can't put a dick in my mouth in it either anymore. Right? And I just look at that as work. . Sarah said, everyone poops, but they don't tell you. Poppers are, I don't know exactly what consists of them, but there's drugs that certain gay men use, especially those gay men that are into, like, you would call them power bottoms, the ones that really like to take them big ass penises and dildos up the ass. A lot of times they'll take poppers because it relaxes them to the point where they don't feel no pain. But some people like pain. I'm just not one of them pain people. I can't. I don't equate sex with pain. Sex is work. And I mean, if you really think about it, the average sex session lasts what, 15 minutes to 20 minutes? So is it really worth some of the stuff that you got to go through, or the aftermath, like being pregnant, getting an STD, thinking you're in love with this fool just because he put it on you right? For 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Danny asked, do you think it's gay to want to be pegged? Back in the day, I would have said, yeah, right? But I evolved. Now, I'll say this. It's not gay, but it damn sure ain't straight. How's that? Is that a good Libra answer for you? So getting pegged is not necessarily gay, but it damn sure ain't straight. No, for real, I try to be more understanding about certain stuff instead of just, basically saying, oh, that's definitely that. I'm starting to be more open to like gray areas now. And just because a man like a little booty action, he may not necessarily be gay, but he may not be entirely straight either. Love More said, who cares what happens between you and your man in your bedroom, right? Jessica B said, my Aquarius boyfriend told me he did it before, so I tried it for him and I can't get into it at all. It was real suspect to me. What do y'all think? Well, the fact that he already had experience before he even got with you, did you ask him who did that to him? Did he say it was a girlfriend or was it a man? See, it'd be one thing if we were trying it for the first time together, but if he already is broken open, I'm like, I don't know. I'm looking at that with the side eye. Lovemore said, how do you feel about straight men who have sex with trans women? Oh, y'all getting controversial with these questions. Y'all trying to attract the haters to my door. I think, see, this is where it could be a gray area. If he doesn't know that she's trans, because there are some trans women that can really pass and they might have a full operation and stuff. So if he doesn't know that she's trans, then he can be straight. But once he knows that she's trans, then I don't think he's straight. He may not be gay, but he damn sure ain't straight. And that's a Libra answer for your ass. So I'm going to keep playing. I'm going to keep sitting on this fence since it's Libra season. I'm not going to go to the extremes in terms of my answers. Love More said they call it gaping now. They say I want to be gay. Oh, that sounds brutal. When you talking about gaping, that means that you done been ran through quite a few times. Because for that thing to gape, I don't even like talking about it like that, but I'm just saying for that thing to gape, it got to be very, very used to things going in there like that. Bobby Morgan said extreme score. Right? We supposed to be keeping it all classy for Libra season. Of course, we getting into gaping and pegging and vaginal rejuvenation and shit. I want to be gay. Oh my God, I can't. Oh God, Bobby, no. Just no. But again, to each its own. I'm starting to be more of those people where, you know how these people be like those liberals, and liberal is very much Libra. You know how they be like, well, as long as it's not hurting anybody, I guess it's okay. I just can't get down with it. But if you want to tear your insides up, have fun. If you want to be up in the hospital having to get a new intestinal tract, be my guest. Because there's consequences to that type of rough play. Like, you want to go in that deep and rough, come on now. You're going to have to go to the hospital sooner or later to get that shit fixed. And you only get one intestinal tract. So you really want to play Russian roulette with your intestines, with your rectum? And next thing you know, like, I used to work in a Catholic school. And there was this teacher, and he was like probably in his 60s. And he wore a colostomy bag, and I knew exactly why he wore that colostomy bag. It wasn't because he just happened to have colon cancer or something. I'm like, you wearing that colostomy bag because your asshole torn up beyond repair. Because he didn't come out and say that he was gay, but you could clearly see he was an old gay man. And some of them old gay men that have been getting their asshole blown out for years, some of them can't use it anymore, and they got to get the colostomy bag. So keep on letting somebody fish you like that. But it's the same with the vagina, too. The vagina is not meant to be fisted. So if you want to do all that, because, yeah, the vagina is more resilient and it's tougher than the anus and the rectum. But let's be real. The vaginal walls are delicate, too. And any woman that has had vigorous, rough sex knows how sensitive those vaginal walls are. So even when it comes to the vagina, doing certain things up in there and putting any old thing up in there and stuff, you asking for it. If for nothing else, you're going to get a wicked yeast infection or some other vaginosis or stuff, thinking you're going to be putting all this shit up in there. Acting like it's some type of pocket. People doing everything and anything with their bodies nowadays, acting like there's no consequences. Even when it comes to oral sex, you don't want to be just going down on anybody. Your mouth start tingling and shit. You be like, oh, what's going on? Next thing you know, you got bumps around your mouth and shit. People be acting like oral sex is some safe type of sex. I'm like, please. Did you know you could get chlamydia of the throat? Gonorrhea of the throat? Love Morris said, I saw this video of this lady and both her vagina and ass were blown out. Talk about left gaping. Oh my God. So basically, she was left destroyed. And again, I don't see how they deal with that level of pain. But again, some people like pain, especially people with heavy Scorpio energy. Yup, that's right. You could get herpes from oral. Yup. This shit is no joke. You got to ask yourself, is it really worth the 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes tops? Maybe it'll be longer if you got 3 people doing it. Is it really worth all that? And the younger you are, a lot of times, unless you're just one of those very sensible people when you're a young age. But I know when I was young, I wasn't thinking about all these consequences. They use a numbing lube. But that probably can't be good for you either. Because that has certain chemicals and irritants. I'm telling you, a lot of these people are going to end up with cancer. Because cancer can just occur through the traumatization of the body. You could be in a bad car accident and then develop cancer years later. So cancer can develop from traumatization. So if you traumatize certain areas, it's the same like with smoking. You smoke cigarettes all your life. You're traumatizing your lungs. So, not everybody gets lung cancer that smokes cigarettes, but if you're a candidate for it, then you are going to end up getting cancer of the lungs because your lungs are traumatized. It's the same with the vagina and the anus. There is a such thing. Did you know that you could get cancer anywhere, even cancer of the vagina? Now, I know a lot of y'all heard of uterine cancer and ovarian cancer, but did you know that you can actually get cancer of the vagina? And I heard that's one of the worst types of cancer to get. So keep on allowing these dudes to beat it up and put anything they want up in there and, putting their whole arm up in there and shit and see what you get in, when you hit your 40s or whatever. Shit's no joke. It's like we get one body. we got to kind of treat it with a certain level of respect. And again, I'm looking at the men and the women, because both men and women at this point in time are just doing whatever the hell they want to do with their bodies and just tearing them up. Same with all these tattoos. Don't get me I'm not trying to sound like an old fogey, and I got to get ready and go because we're past the 5-hour mark. But the same with the tattoos. I strongly believe you can't have your whole body covered in tattoos and not pay for it somehow, some way in terms of your health. That's too much ink. Hey, Zuina, how you doing? And I do think that there's a demonic element. Same with getting too many piercings. You can't get too many damn piercings. Look, your body is rejecting all of that stuff. And I have a tattoo. And you know, every now and then, I've had my tattoo since 1995. Even to this day, my tattoo will get bumpy every now and then. Because it's like it's creating this allergic reaction. People that have tattoos, you know what I'm talking about. Your tattoo might get bumpy every now and then because it's showing you, and I heard that sometimes it can do that with the change of the seasons or simply because you're in a different environment or whatever like that. But yeah, the more shit you do to your body, the more you're asking for it. So when people be getting like their face tattoo or their whole body's tattooed, you are putting so much toxicity in your body. Like you want to be covered from head to toe with tattoos, but then you claim you a vegan for health. Meanwhile, you got all this ink just running all through your bloodstream, through your body and stuff. You don't think that that's having an effect upon your system? Oh yeah, I've seen those eyeball tattoos. People are wilding out. Yup. Look, I got a nose ring. If I take my nose ring out and leave it out for 2 weeks, that shit's going to close up. And I've had my nose rings for a long time now. But again, it's because typically really, like, I really shouldn't have my nose pierced because that's basically what the body is saying. Like, why are you putting a hole through your nose? It's treating it like it's a wound. The reason why earlobes tend to be more resilient in terms of piercing is because you don't really have much tissue in your earlobes. I agree with that, Emmanuel. I agree because it's all the same energy. It's all Scorpio, Pluto. So Scorpio and Pluto rule demons, but they also rule tattoos and piercings. And if you just look at the tribes, some of them go way over the top with their tattoos and piercings and the scarification and stuff. And you got to be like, okay, what type of force would be okay with you hurting yourself like that? With you mutilating yourself? Like, what type of God is cool? Like, why is a God promoting you to hurt yourself? So again, in the beginning of this live stream, I asked, where is humanity headed? What is going on? And I got the Four of Cups when I pulled a card. That Four of Cups is not a positive card. It's showing that we're going to be like totally demoralized, you could say, in the next 10 years. Like, basically, they're trying to kill the human spirit. And they've been trying for a long time now in various ways. They've been attacking us from different angles. It's almost like they don't want us to have souls anymore. They don't want us to have that emotional component. And the more you expose people to stuff, sex included, the less, or I'll say the more desensitized you become to it. So after a while, nothing means anything anymore. It's like that's what they're trying to reduce us to. They're trying to bombard us with all this stuff. They're giving us everything that we could possibly want. Think about it. They're giving us everything we could possibly want, but what we really need, which is true salvation and enlightenment. They don't want us to be enlightened, truly. So they're going to throw all this junk at us. It's the same as having a little child, and you think you love that child, but you're feeding that child nothing but junk food. And you don't really give that child any true love or attention. You sit that child in front of the TV all the time. That TV becomes the child's parent. And then, every time the child brings something to you, you quickly like brush the child off because you're busy on your phone or whatever like that. And then you wonder why that child turns out to be basically some corrupted soul. That's what's been happening. So again, Got to ask yourself, where are we headed? Because it's not really in a good place, as evidenced by that Four of Cups. So we got to try to fight against this beast system that's really trying to infect our entire lives. And they're doing a great job with children. Like, just think, you're going to have children, well, actually, even to this day, children being born right now, believing that it's normal to walk around with a mask on your face. Do we realize that do you realize last year during this time, the world was very different than how it is now? And I don't believe that things change like that fast, organically. You feel me? I believe it's damn near impossible for all these things to change that drastically, organically. So this tells me that they've been planning this for years, and they've been slowly turning up the pot with the frog in it, because if you just throw a frog in boiling water right away, it's just going to jump right out. But no, they've had the whole thing where they just keep on cranking up the heat little by little, and now everybody's brainwashed. And for anybody that is transgender up in here, if you take offense to what I'm about to say, I apologize in advance, but I apologize, but not really from the heart, because this is the truth. And actually, there's a lot of transgender people that know that what I'm about to say is bullshit, or else they wouldn't be transgender. So for instance, the minute they started to have people questioning what a man is, what a woman is, that's when they got us. Do y'all realize that shift? And that occurred like a few years ago. And again, most trans people don't have this problem because they feel like they're the other gender. So it's like they don't have this thing where it's like, well, I could be a male, I could be a female. They know that they're a male. They feel like they're in the wrong body. But then when you have these ultra left-wing liberals saying, well, a woman can have a penis, a man can get pregnant, a man can have his period. See, this is the difference. This is different than transgender. Because again, most transgender people, they don't suffer from that level. They don't suffer from like delusion like that. They know that a man has a penis and a woman has a vagina. They know this. This is why they're transgender, because they believe that they should be the other gender. But then when you start to convolute things and you really say men can get their periods, do you see how insane this is? This was the real test, and a lot of people failed it because we didn't speak up. We didn't really fight back when they started to say stuff like men can get their periods. A man can get pregnant and have a baby and breastfeed. And mind you, they're saying this because they're trying to say transgender, but they're trying to say trans equals biological. They're trying to equate the two. But the minute you start having people making statements like that, and you got a lot of these younger generations, they've fallen for the bullshit. Oh, a man can have his period. And then when you question them further, they'll be like, oh, a trans man, but they're still men. And it's like, no. But the fact that they even got us to the point where we're questioning something as fundamental as biology. And again, this is nothing against transgender individuals, because again, I believe most transgender individuals are very solid and secure in the whole differences between the sexes, which is why they're transgender. They feel like they should be in a different body, the other sex. So all this ambiguity, no. Wait a minute, Irrational. Did you really? Wait a minute. Where did you read this? They just said that a man gave birth. Wait a minute. Where did you read? Oh, this is totally crossing the line. Wait a minute. What did J.K. Rowling say? I heard she was in the news. Right? Kanamali, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It says the fact that we have to apologize for speaking the truth nowadays says a lot. They are trying to blur the gender line, I believe. Lovemore said, well, you actually said they probably feel like a man or a woman because of their South Node, right? Lovemore said, but that doesn't mean they should transform in this lifetime. But even if they do, so let's say that they do, most trans people aren't delusional to the point where they're going to say, oh, men can have their period. It's these people up at the top that are trying to create this narrative that, oh, let's screw these little kids' heads up so there is no distinction between male and female anymore. Let's totally destroy biology. Let's totally do away with science and say that, yes, a man can have. Do you know what that does to a little kid? So there's going to be a whole generation of kids that come up with that mindset that believes that a man can get pregnant and have a baby. Do you realize how insane that is? So the fact that they have people questioning it, it makes sense when they're rolling out this whole ether thing, and now they got everybody wearing masks because people are so damn scared. Cherry Love said they wanted the Venus sign off the tampon boxes here in Europe. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. And y'all don't think this is by design? Y'all don't think that they have an agenda at work? And it's not for transgenders. They're using transgenders as a pawn. Just like they use black people as a pawn. Just like how they use Latinos as a pawn with the whole immigration thing. They're always using people as pawns. So if I was transgender, I'd be pissed. Because I'd be like, don't be using me as your poster child for this fuckery. Or don't be using me as a pawn. But yeah, so again, I asked, Siobhan said, this is so they can play with kids, right? So I asked us, where are we headed? Four of Cups. That's a card of apathy. And that's where humans are headed. Think about it. They are throwing so much at us. A lot of us are already at that apathetic point where it's like nothing moves them anymore. This is why you had Odell Beckham and the likes of Odell Beckham. Now, in order for them to get off sexually, they got to be defecated on. Why? Because they've become apathetic to regular forms of sex. And that's what happens when things just get shoved at you from an early age, shoved at you. If a little kid is watching nothing but scenes of murder and horror, how do you think that kid's going to grow up? It's basically the same as these little young boys. They grow up in the hood and they're hearing gunshots all the time. How do you think he's going to grow up? A lot of them. This world can't continue to go in this direction without some serious repercussions. And I think a lot of people, they don't realize that we're at war right now. This is a war for our souls. These evil people up at the top, they are trying to strangle the life force out of us. And if you think about it, the life force is represented by our breath. And for them making us wear masks, and we know, most people by now know that the masks don't work. The masks are not going to prevent you from getting sick. They're not going to, and they might actually make you feel sick. They might make you sick because most people, they're just touching the mask and putting it on their face and taking it off and throwing it in their car and all types of stuff. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. This is all part of the agenda. Don't think for 1 second that this shit, they really care about our well-being. They don't care. Do you really think if they truly cared? Like, it's so amazing how these fuckers have fucking convinced us that they fucking care. Because this is why they're basically saying the man, we don't want it, we got to stop the spread. Motherfuckers, you don't care. This is why you got so many kids starving in this world. If you cared, we wouldn't have these problems in the world because y'all have all the fucking money. Y'all could solve a lot of these problems. World hunger is one of them. Ain't no kid in this world should have to go hungry. None. With the technology and all the money in this world, and there's still plenty of space in this world to propagate crops and all types of stuff. There's none. Don't feed me that line of bullshit like these governments really care about our well-being. They don't care. This is how they could penny pinch you before the fucking ether with the fucking unemployment and shit. Just pinching off a little bit. People barely being able to survive. I know because I was on unemployment and I was getting the max. I was getting $240 a week and that was the max. Who can survive on that? When you got a family, I'm talking about you got a family and your unemployment state is only paying you $240 a week and that's the max. I'm talking about if you're a surgeon and you get unemployed, that's your max. You getting $240 like everybody else that makes that, reaches that threshold. But then you mean to tell me because we have the ether crisis, now y'all can just pull money out of thin air and everybody's getting $1,000 a week all of a sudden and nobody's questioning this shit? Oh, all of a sudden y'all could just pull money out of a freaking hat like you're a magician. But all before, you didn't have enough money to fund schools. You didn't have enough money to fund healthcare. You didn't have enough money for this, for this, for this, for this. Oh, but y'all have money when it matters to y'all. Like y'all always manage to have money for Israel. Hello. Y'all always happen to have money for NASA. Hello. Y'all always happen to have money for the military and these wars. And y'all happen to have enough money for this ether. But guess what? Now y'all claim that y'all don't have enough coins. But how come more money is in circulation since this ether, believe it or not, because they done paid out all this money to people. So you would think, oh, there would be an increase in coins. Why aren't they minting more coins? What's up with that? Where are all the coins going? Is ether killing the coins? And trust me, don't trust anything where they create some acronym and put a number on the end of it. Remember when this shit first started, they was calling it Corona? And then all of a sudden they start calling it the COVID-19? Come on now, you should know this shit's fucked. They're like, they making this shit up. I don't trust anything where they're putting some code on it like that. And actually marking the year, 2019. Man, I'm getting pissed off. That's how I know I better get off of here because, sometimes this shit really gets me down about how these evil people are just taking over the world and people are letting them, and people can't see what these people are really doing. These people, they do not care about us. They hate us. They want us dead. But they know they can't just kill us all at once. So they do it little by little. This is why cancer is on the rise. And every basically disease you could get has been on the rise for decades. They don't care about our health. If they really cared about our health, they wouldn't allow so many horrible chemicals to be put in foods. Number one. And it's worse in the United States than in Europe. You know, there's a lot of chemicals that are allowed in foods in the United States that are not allowed in Europe. But y'all claim y'all are very concerned about health and y'all don't want people to die and all this stuff. Bullshit. This is exactly what y'all want. These motherfuckers were giving money away this year, just throwing money at people. And I ain't even gonna lie, I benefited from that shit too, because I was like, God damn it, you gonna inconvenience me? Give me some of that money too. But you can look at it as that's like, what would you call that, ransom? Or it's just so funny how they were able to pull money out their ass for this shit. But all before they couldn't get enough money. And I remember they would go through this shit every year about extending unemployment. Oh, we don't have enough money in the budget and stuff like that. But then let something like this happen. All of a sudden they got money. But watch, you're going to see they're going to phase out cash within the next few years. More than likely, once Pluto's in Aquarius, cash is going to be a thing of the past. It's going to be over. We're going to be totally digitized. You could say that cash is the final frontier. Once they do away with cash, it's really all over. So it's like what we're looking at next is the vaccination program that they're going to slowly roll out. I don't believe that they're going to force everybody to get the vaccine up front, but they're going to start with the frontline workers, or your, what do you call these people? Your first responders, your hospital workers. They're going to start with them first. And then they're going to start with the school children and say, you can't go to school until you get this vaccine. And then they're going to do it with the teachers and stuff like that. That's going to be like phase 2 of this whole thing. And then after that, they're going to get rid of the cash. That's the final frontier. Once they get rid of cash, because cash can help you to make you not sovereign. I'm not going to say sovereign, but it does provide a certain amount of freedom. And that's how these people, you got people that want to live off the grid and shit, and they don't have debit cards and shit. This is how they're going to shut all those survivalists down. Because once they do away with cash, what are you going to have? And another thing I got to warn y'all about too is all these cryptocurrencies. Don't think that you're going to be safe by investing in cryptocurrencies, because all this shit is digital. It's digital currency. They can shut that shit down whenever they want. They already have conditioned us to basically be dependent upon the digital system financially, because most people use their debit cards. I'm guilty of that too, because it's convenient. And then next, all they have to do is get rid of that cash, and it's all over. They got us. And what are we going to do? We can't do a damn thing about it. And from there, the only thing we're going to have left if we don't take that vaccine is our minds. And people's minds are slowly slowly deteriorating because of the programming that they're being subjected to on TV, and the foods that they're eating, and the chemtrails and all that type of stuff. So again, yes, they are hitting us from every angle, and they are coming at us with a vengeance and with impunity. And I really question if these people are human, because this just doesn't add up. And then I've been thinking this week too, and I'm going to leave y'all with this last thought, and I'm going to get out of here. But this is something to think about, and I'm pretty sure some of y'all have contemplated this yourself. What if this really is hell? And what if hell is not as bad as we thought it would be, where it's actually bearable? But then when you really take a step back and you look at the big picture, it really does seem like hell that we're living in. Yeah, you can have some good days living in hell, because guess what? You become desensitized to hell. You become used to hell. But we could actually be living in hell, and heaven could be somewhere out on some other planet somewhere or whatever. But yeah, think about that, because some of the things just don't add up. Just even like in terms of, I know there's a lot of good in this world, but it just seems like evil keeps winning. So you have to ask yourself, where are we really? I think we're in hell. I really do. Especially with this shit going on. Like, it really opened my eyes this year, seeing everybody with masks. We are in hell. They've created the reality for us. And the mask thing must really be bothering me, because I had a dream when I was taking a nap earlier today. I had a dream that I was in the store with my sister. It was either my sister or one of my daughters. You know how you can't remember all the details, but I was definitely with a family member. And we're in line, or we're like looking at produce or something. And me and her, we both look up. Matter of fact, I look to her and I see that she pulled her mask down. And then I look up and I see that nobody has a mask on. And I was actually surprised that nobody was wearing a mask. And then I quickly deduced that, the mask mandate must have been lifted. Now just think about that. The fact that in my dream, I was shocked to see that nobody was wearing a mask. Do you see how quickly they've conditioned me and other people to just accept this mask thing as, okay, this is the new normal? And in the dream, I remember being so happy that the mask mandate was over. But unfortunately, I think it's just a dream, and I think it's not going to ever be over. They're going to carry this mask thing out until they roll out the vaccine. And then this is how they're going to separate the vaccinated from the unvaccinated. They're probably going to say, if you've been vaccinated, you don't have to wear the mask anymore. But for those who haven't been vaccinated, you still have to wear a mask. And for you to get into the store, you have to show proof that you've been vaccinated. For you to get into the store without a mask. For you to be able to go to school without a mask, you have to prove that you've been vaccinated. And for those that don't want to take the this is how they're going to separate the wheat from the chaff. And this is where this is going to be the real telling moment about, okay, who do you really stand for? Are you going to stand for what you believe in? Or are you just going to fold? But we are headed for some scary times. And I know I like to joke around a lot, but sometimes, I got a real serious side. And sometimes it really gets me down because I'm like, humanity is headed for trouble. And some of y'all probably know about the different ages in terms of, is it Vedic? I'm not sure. Is this part of, I know it's part of like the Vedic concept, but not so much Vedic astrology, but they talk about the Kali Yuga and how we are in like the darkest age possible. And the Kali Yuga, I believe it lasts for like 2,000 years or something like that. Oh yeah, Kritika, it lasts for like 2,000 years or maybe more. Does anybody know how long the Kali Yuga is supposed to last? But we're definitely in it. Let me see if I could get a definition of it real quick before I let you go. But yeah, maybe humanity has to be destroyed in order to be born again. Maybe. Okay, it says in Hinduism, Kali Yuga is the last of the 4 stages the world goes through as part of the cycle of yugas described in the Sanskrit. That's the word I was looking for, Sanskrit. Described in the Sanskrit scriptures. The other ages are called the Satya, the Krita, and the Krita Yuga, Treta Yuga, and Dvapara Yuga. So it says here, Kali Yuga, as the embodied soul continually passes in this body from childhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. The self-realized soul is not bewildered by such a change. Oh, wait a minute, where's that quote that I was looking at? So Kali Yuga is known as the age of darkness and deception. Doesn't it seem like that's what we're in right now? Oh yeah, I know, Kritika. So thank you for your contribution. But doesn't that make sense that we're in that age right now? Darkness and deception. So I'll just leave y'all with that. You can Google the Kali Yuga and learn more about it on your own. But yeah, it's very hard, even as a Sagittarius, to be optimistic about the future of this world, especially knowing that Saturn's going to be going fully into Aquarius. Pluto's going to be following. Jupiter's going to be in Aquarius. I mean, and Aquarius, to me, that's one of the most dark-sided of signs. Scorpio could be hella dark-sided, but so can Aquarius. So, I know I do the one-card readings and stuff for the Cash App donations, but I also want to let you guys know that if you just want to donate to the cause, I greatly appreciate it as well. Yeah, very appreciated. Any type of donations you can make. And then if you would like a reading, you could go to my website at Rahbinah.com. But yeah, I'm sorry to leave on such a somber note, but that's my Mars and Geminis. Like, one side of me is goofy and funny, and the other side of me is all serious and somber. But yeah, I just hope everybody continues to stay safe. Start stocking up on some stuff because it's going to start getting cool out, and I have a feeling that the evils that shouldn't be are going to do this phase 2 where they're going to lock down things again. So if you could stock up on toilet paper, if you haven't done so already, I got a closet full of it, but I'm still going to buy more. I'm going to buy some more canned goods and some other dry goods to get us through just in case they want to act stupid and do some crazy stuff. Like they want to stop the whole food distribution chain, because they can easily do that as well. They've already started shutting down certain farms and stuff, telling farmers that they have to kill some of their livestock. Some of the slaughterhouses have been shut down because they claim that there was an ether outbreak and all this stuff. So again, they got us by the balls and they're not going to let go. This is the Kali Yuga, y'all. So we got to ride it out to the very end. And I'm not trying to leave this earth no time soon. But if in the event shit ever hit the fan, I will say I'm at a point in my life where I'm ready to go, because I don't want to live in a world where I'm under some demon's total control. That's not living for me. And I think a lot of y'all feel the same way. That's not a quality of life. So I leave y'all with that. Love you guys. Peace, many blessings. Thank you so much for hanging in there with me. I'll be back next with, whoever sent that Cash App. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the next video I'll probably be putting out will be the Venus in Leo. So thank you, everybody. God bless. And I don't know why I'm saying God bless, because I don't even know if I believe in God anymore. I'm like losing my faith, losing my religion, REM. Let me stop. But yeah, so bless everybody. Peace, many blessings. I will be back soon with my Venus and Leo video and another live stream, hopefully in the next week or so. All right. Peace. I'm out.